this morning, including, that possible lingering government shutdown still in the background. And there is a bit of a twist to this, considering that we are looking forward to that non-farm payrolls data coming out on Friday. If we do, for whatever reason, get the shutdown prior to non-farm payrolls on Friday, we're not going to get that release, or we're not going to get CPI that comes out next week as well, depending obviously on how long it lasts, the shutdown, if it does come, which is really, really key from the Fed standpoint ahead of the next, meeting from the Federal Reserve. So, a lot can happen, a lot can take place between now and then. But I mean, if you talk about the non-farm payrolls release, the past couple of months, everyone's kind of thrown it out the window and said this isn't accurate, doesn't matter anyways. And they've all said ADP is the one that we should be looking at. So, I mean, does that matter? Will we get to CPI next week without a government?
It's going to be tough, Brendo. And when you saw them come out of the Oval Office meeting yesterday, J.D. Vance did the press conference, it didn't sound awfully optimistic. And when you heard the minority leader as well in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, also comment, did not sound optimistic as well. The Democrats seem to have give us what we want sort of approach, or it's going to shut down. So we'll have to wait and see, Brendo. But as you mentioned, vital numbers, especially going into a possible rate cutting cycle going into the end of the year. So a lot to talk about today, Brendo. I just want to mention over here, Taiwan semi in focus as the U.S. wants them to produce a lot more of their chips domestically, because Donald Trump has this ambition that he wants most of 40% of domestic chip production to be produced locally by the end of his term. Separately, Brendo, interesting article today from Shopify and Etsy. You can buy directly inside a chat now, and they're monetizing it, Brendo. A little bit of a fee for the merchant, free for the user. It was just a matter of time till this happened. I was just talking to Joseph off camera about it.
Canada. I was actually, funny story, I was out on a patio on King Street on Sunday night, across the street from the Shopify building.
Nice.
And I noticed, I don't know what time that was, 7:30 kind of the Sunday night. There was a lot of people in the office on Sunday night. I don't know if they were working or if there was some sort of
burning the midnight oil. I love it.
But shout out to Shopify benefiting from that huge move higher yesterday on that. We'll see what happens today. Get a little bit of follow through or not. You mentioned Spotify as well. It kind of out of nowhere, the CEO going to step down, or not necessarily leave, but take a more chairman type role coming up first of the new year. So we'll get a new Spotify CEO beginning of the year as well. Lots to get to today, guys. Neil off for the day. Obi's in. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. What's going on?
I feel like Neil's off sick, but I feel like you're sicker than him.
I was pretty sick. I was pretty sick over the weekend. I still have a little bit of sniffles, I would say. I'm definitely on the back side of the move, for sure. So a little bit of a dry cough.
I might be on the front side of the move around Thursday, Friday of this week. And I might be sick heading into the weekend.
All right.
Yeah. So stay tuned for that. But no, Neil off. Great to have Obi in again, a different perspective, and of course we've already been talking about some names that we want to trade.
What's up, Randy?
Today? Ooh, it is a plum kind of a day. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the plum.
Good stuff.
I don't remember what we're talking about. Okay. Rigetti, we're talking about some of the quantum names you and I before.
I like
some of these names starting to get to the downside. I know you like to go short on some of that. I'm looking short today, to be honest with you. The market opening up down. We have all this government shutdown lingering. It's not like a huge, to me, it's not a huge deal for the market. Normally,
the only thing that I hope doesn't shut down is me today. That's all I really care about.
You won't get shut down, don't worry. But generally speaking, I feel like the market reacts to these things before it happens.
Yeah.
So right now, we're not really getting that much of a dip down in the market at all. I mean, yesterday the NASDAQ was up, ES was up. So I think we're now, 24 hours away? I think tonight or so, we'll be able to find out if the two sides are able to come to a understanding. And we'll see if the government...
All right, I got it muted.
The government...
I was muted.
I like Neil's strategy. Get off sick, then get me sick right here. And then... No, I was here the last couple of days. I wasn't feeling that well.
There's a few people sick like last week. I think that's how I got it. People were sick in the back office. I think.
Oh, were they?
I think Strafe was coughing a little bit too. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, there was some touch and go last year as well. Last week, sorry. People are yelling about CoreWeave in the chat. CRWV. Guys, make sure you do get in the chat. I just want to show you. So there goes CoreWeave, up 8% here. So I just want to make sure everybody get into the chat right here. And this is how we're finding these things. You know, if Sean thinking short, go long. Yeah, that's what you should do, LMG, for sure. You should definitely think of your own strategies. That's the one thing about trading, and that's why we love it. It's so amazing to be here and give different ideas and see what's happening. But there goes CoreWeave right now. Yeah. CoreWeave shares are trading higher. Here's the story right now. Let's bump this out. Yeah. CoreWeave shares trading higher following reports suggesting that the company secured a $14 billion deal with Meta. I thought we had heard reports of this earlier. I think it was a couple days ago. So Evercore ISI Group initiated coverage on the stock. So you get the story there with Meta, and then you also get the 175 there from ISI. So yeah, there goes CoreWeave, man. I mean, maybe we should add this to the list as well and get that all figured out. So let's go CoreWeave. Nice little move to the upside right here. I mean, this is the other thing. If AI was such a huge bubble, this would be a name that would definitely get hit on anything like that. So it's nice to see CoreWeave right now making another move back up. Not that we're in bubble stages yet or anything like that, but that is always a concern, especially with this business. This business got chopped in half.
What a nice.
In a matter of 2 or 3 months. Went from 190 down to 90. And now starting to make its way back up. So that's real nice right now. Yeah, my guy. We already got that headline there, Andre there. And here it is right here again. So we just had that on our screen. It's also at the bottom. Yeah, nice. So there it is right there. So, yeah, CoreWeave starting to go back to the upside, so it's nice there. But
some crazy move there. I don't know where. We were just talking about how this week or the past couple of weeks hasn't been too news heavy, to say the least. But yeah, no, we got some news fresh out.
That's right. Yeah,
fresh into the open. CoreWeave hasn't pretty solid. Yeah.
I mean, we have Intel news, right? Like Intel's always seems to be in the news. That's down again. Yeah. You know, right now. And here's INTC. We just had news with UiPath too. Just got a deal somewhere as well. We'll have to look at that. There's Intel, and we had sold some of this OB around 35.80 or something like that, which turns out to be a decent sell. And then I thought I just heard something in my ear about UiPath. Let's see what path this is taking. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Okay. All right.
Okay. UiPath goes. Oh, CoreWeave has news, huh? Yeah. So we'll figure out what's going on here with UiPath. I don't see it on my Benzinga Pro platform yet, so hopefully that will be coming out in just a matter of minutes. Right now, some of these big data names, you know, there's UiPath, Snowflake 225. I got out of Snowflake at $2 billion, so this was maybe a mistake on that one. We'll see what happens with Snowflake, although it was just bouncing off nicely right here. I was debating getting in again to this name, giving up the 10% that we sort of gave up by getting out at 200 there. Let it pop through on earnings, a great earnings call for Snowflake. But yeah, there goes UiPath, there goes CoreWeave. It seems like it's not going to stop with some of this news, and I'm still waiting for this news to hit. So there.
Yeah.
We put something up on the screen, but I think it lasts about 5 seconds, so it's pretty hard to see that.
What happened?
I don't know. What was that? There was another story up there. What was that story?
Oh, no, I didn't see that one. But yeah, no, in terms of fresh news stories, Snow, there you go. Snow, UiPath announces partnership with Snowflake to unite agentic automation and Snowflake Cortex AI.
Woo-woo.
So yeah, Path. So yeah, a lot of these. It seems like a lot of these stocks over the past couple of days just straight up big stick candle on AI-related news. We saw Etsy and Shopify yesterday. Those are stocks that I have on watch today for sure. You can see the strength on Etsy itself. Yesterday, the news comes out, no real pullback throughout the rest of the day there since that catalyst right there. So you already know I like to throw on that anchored VWAP, and that's coming in at 71.69 there. So a little bit of a trickle down on Etsy, and then let's take a look at Shop as well. Shop did get some decent pullbacks there, but overall still closed relatively at the high of the day. So let's throw on a anchored VWAP here as well. And yeah, so you can see that that's sitting at 174.44. All right, so thank you, Andre, for the Path headline right there. So you can see joins forces with Nvidia to introduce AI for sensitive processes and collaborates with OpenAI.
They have two stories. They have a Snowflake story and the Nvidia story.
Oh boy, yeah, like that bid is coming in been real hot.
So it must be Investor Day.
More names. We've got 4 names and then 2 fresh names, UiPath and CoreWeave.
So it could be, it's probably an Investor Day here.
This morning's starting to heat up a little bit, Sean.
Yeah, that $15 level actually for your UiPath is actually pretty awesome.
I think it went right through it.
We were up there in June. Yeah, here it is right here. So there's June. Oh, wow. Okay. This is like a multi-month breakout we're seeing right now on UiPath. Don't forget, well, it's not about forgetting. I mean, we're looking at it together. This break right there, 1550, up there, 1650. So a potential here for UiPath to really exceed this. Great little base for sure. You know, $10, almost treating like it was a SPAC. Yeah, okay, UiPath, there it goes, man. A couple deals right there. So, yeah, it is here, man. We are ready to rock and roll. Thank you for all the support in the chat. As I see, it's been a fun morning already. Obi, if you get any winning trades, don't talk about them, okay? It might be gloating. So make sure you do not mention that, all right? So,
all right.
Please,
I'll make sure.
You know, only talk about losing trades, which might work out better than not. Well, you know, on days when we lose, we like to talk about those trades, and on days when we win, we like to put them on the board as well. So, you know, that's what trading is. You never know. You open up the door and you see what's available.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best thing. Honestly, some of these days, man, I'm just like, oh, I see nothing. Coming into the morning, off the open, I take nothing, and then later on in the day, around like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, maybe even later on at 1.
How about 1 o'clock?
Yeah, and then I see a trade, I take the trade, I'm like, oh boy, like this thing just fell into my lap. It gets better and better. It gives me opportunity to size, and yeah, it's some days. I think there were a couple of days like that last week where I just wasn't expecting anything, and I just waited for it and just pretty much fell into my lap. And I think that just goes to say, like, yeah, some of the best opportunities might catch you off guard, but you got to stay prepared for them. That's what I learned.
Yeah, no, we're excited for opportunities, and that's what I was saying. Get into the chat, like everybody, like that. Our community is, like they're yelling about CoreWeave, yelling about UiPath even before these moves have happened. So we want to thank everybody for that, and continued support there is amazing. So, all right, let's go back over. I don't know if we have a guest today or not, but let's go back over to the boys.
I was just checking Kathy's ARC.com. This thing's had a huge move. We were just noting 121% off the April lows for ARKK. At one point, I mean, she was into Path as well pretty heavily. I don't see it on the website right now, but maybe she got out at the lows. That would be terrible. But anyways, yeah, so CoreWeave and Path, ones to watch here going forward. Just hearing a little bit more on this CoreWeave story. We're much higher than this now, back to the top end of the range. That's a daily chart. 140, 150 maybe above this here for CoreWeave.
This is a really good look, Brendo, because until this point, CoreWeave's revenue was really concentrated with one customer. 71% with Microsoft was basically the majority of CoreWeave's revenue coming from one company. This helps diversify that substantially. So the deal here that they struck with Meta is for the tune of $14.2 billion. It's obviously for computing power. This is one of the largest AI infrastructure commitments that anybody's made with CoreWeave so far. And it's notable here because they're going to be using the GB300. That is the latest and greatest of NVIDIA's AI chips. That's even newer than Blackwell. I don't even think they're making it quite yet, Brendo. They're set for delivery next year. So this sounds like a future deal. CoreWeave is obviously part of the rising group, a sector called the Neo Cloud, where they basically rent out access to their AI GPUs. Some competitors, Brendo, are Nebius Group and Nscale Global Holdings, kind of doing the same thing as well.
A couple other things coming through here on Path right now. UiPath launching voice AI automation, expanding a bunch of different partnerships here. So multiple different announcements here this morning for UiPath. So UiPath unveiled a voice-enabled automation agent powered by Google's Gemini. Oh God, okay, so that should just not be talked about anymore. Anyways, there's a bunch of stuff coming through here. You know, I was trying to make I was working on an image this morning using Gemini's image generator.
And?
It was text. Like I was just trying to make it generate an image of text.
Okay.
It couldn't, for the life of it, spell the word right.
Get it, Gemini.
Anyway, Mitch is here, I think. Yeah, Andre, yeah, okay, Mitch is here. Let's bring Mitch in, get his take on some of this heavy news morning here. So a lot moving around. I'll keep my eye open again. A lot of multiple different announcements here for UiPath. Money Mitch, good to see you.
What's going on?
A lot
Winners.
this
That's
morning.
all I can say. A lot of chicken dinners here at the Hodge House.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, all these high flyers flying high. Once again, give me your thoughts here. Path or CoreWeave today?
Oh, CoreWeave, definitely. Why? Because the software space overall, the momentum has been relentless in this area. And then now you're getting more support for what? The thing that was all questioned last week in the media, the AI trade. But what happened? What happened? Well, there's another deal. But boom. That should just give you more and more confidence, guys, that, yeah, we're in the late innings of the first wave of AI, but that doesn't mean that the party has stopped, right? And I think we're in the new roaring 20s. That's what they'll be calling this time right now. And look at AAPL, relentless strength, right? I mean, these stocks have not stopped at all, guys. These stocks have just continued to rip higher. Every time people think they're coming down, they're not. So with CoreWeave, you can take a look at this one that's a speculative name with it, Wi-Fi. WYFI. So keep your eye on this one. Maybe you're watching CoreWeave take off, but you don't want to take the leader. So you look for a laggard, relationship play, and you can look into any type of play here with kind of the cloud space. You're also looking at the energy infrastructure area. So keep your eyes on that. I think today's going to be a very important day. There's a big important reason why, guys. Right now, we're on the watch to see if growth trade turns back down, right? And so will we be able to hold on to this strength, or will we just find some new buyers? Because we are in a profit-taking area. You see the profit-taking. Some stocks have come down 15, 20%. That's profit-taking. That's correction, slight corrections. Now we need to see if we get new buyers willing to step up here.
It was a month or two ago, we had a whole slew of tiny, tiny small caps that would just come out with NVIDIA announcements, NVIDIA announcements. We're teaming up with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
We're teaming up. We're buying NVIDIA. We're doing something with NVIDIA, and their stock would be up 100%. Now we're actually seeing decent-sized companies with the same announcements getting the same kind of move. Just real quick, here's NVIDIA on the morning, trying to take out the pre-market highs right now. Nowhere near where, well, a little bit off where we were yesterday.
And you see my notes, man. It's right at the top of the list. There's a reason why. And Megatech, I think we got to watch right now for the next lift here, right? So one of the things that could happen here is a slight move to more quality moves, right? Like your big tech names, right? So keep your eyes on NVIDIA to lead the party. This is the linchpin, right? This needs to continue the rally if we're all going to continue rallying higher, right? So above 185, I think, is really the signal for a new leg move higher. And you got to also watch different big tech names. I'm looking for Microsoft. If you look at the weekly charts, and I know day traders might never look at a weekly chart, we might need to see the accumulation here around 510, looking to break out above the 518 to 520 area, and that can start a new drive here, right back to the earnings high of Microsoft. And then you have stocks like Apple that are marching towards all-time highs. This is a rotation that came clearly from the 190-200, where institutions took positions when everyone was questioning, oh, but Apple's AI. Well, clearly it's continuing higher, and I think it's going to break that all-time high. So continue to watch Apple here. And then Micron also really on the strength move too. So keep these on your radar. I think AVGO is going to play out a little bit, maybe a support test, and then also go higher. So these are the names that you want to continue to watch in tech. I am watching for a bigger breakout on AMD, but it keeps fighting with that 165. So at this point, just let it clear it, and then we'll look for it. Kind of what I call a show me move. But right now, big megatech is the move here. A slight shift towards out of the, that crazy momentum euphoria that we were seeing. But if big tech can continue, that's how you keep this party going.
Let's go back to last week. We had a couple of high flyers on the smaller end of the market cap scale. LAC was one of those on the government announcement. Let's be honest here, Mitch, this thing's done nothing ever since. What are you looking at here?
Yeah, this is the classic move where it just kind of squeezed everybody out that was short, right? Now that you're seeing everybody get out there. Now I think there is some bigger positions being put on, because I've been watching the tape, and I was actually long LAC before this big breakout. And you guys that follow my stream know that, I'm not front running this. I was looking for moving lithium. I've talked about it here, right? SQM, ALB, looking for those to continue higher. But I also am looking at SGML. I looked at it off the LAC, made a good trade on the first action, looking for the next move. So LAC is all about the 6 recovery. I was even watching for it yesterday. Will it recover 6, 6, 6, 6? So at this point, you look for those fake out washes because they're going to fake it to the downside before they lift it, right? This is one of the patterns that I've been seeing more and more. In technical analysis, we all talk about supports and resistance, but what we need to talk more about is all this like kind of wick action and liquidity search, quick washes right before they send them. So for LAC, look for a quick wash. Maybe it goes down to 5, even 60s, you know what I mean? But what you're looking for is that recovery to start coming into play, then start to get right back up to the upside. I would not bet against LAC. Let's just say that much. You don't bet against the U.S. government, just like you don't bet against the China government in the stocks that they're in.
It's going to be a huge market for them as well. Just real quick, I brought up Joby there. Speaking of up and down, this thing's been chopping around like crazy over the past week and a half here. I mean, still holding higher, so constructive if you zoom out a little bit here. But I mean, I think, you know, with the focus shifting again back towards maybe the AI play, this thing's taken a bit of a backseat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's taking a back seat, and what really I think is happening here is the leaders need to go, right? And so when we talk drones, then a lot of people start bringing up air mobility. But air mobility is kind of like, I think, in the second seat. It's in the passenger seat. The front seat driver is drones for military use, right? So you're looking at your UMAC, your RCAT. UMAC still is developing here. So I'd keep a watch on those. When those move, you'll watch that Joby and Archer come behind it, right? Leaders to laggards, guys. This is what I talk about every time. Why? Because it's all about relationships. Once you understand relationships, you can start kind of capitalizing on these moves.
Monster day yesterday for Robinhood. Couple of analysts with positive notes I'm just seeing right now on and price target increases once again today here for Robinhood. This thing basically in free space at this point.
Yeah, I think this is a breakout in overall brokers. Of course, Hood leading the rally because of all the features that they've been doing. I mean, I've even looked at it, and I'm even bringing it up to my father. You know what I mean? Just because of all like the things that they have on one platform, right? He's looking at a way to make a little bit of some risk-free money. I was like, well, you could just hold your money in Robinhood. You don't need to go to CD anymore, right? It's FDIC insured. It has everything. But look at all the other brokers right now. They're all moving higher too. IBKR, you got even Webull, if you want to go more speculative, looking for return. You got Coin that just started to perk higher. I'd start looking at these. And even Charles Schwab, right? I mean, we won't get into that action there. But see, SCHW, right, starting to go higher. So look for these brokerages to really start to go higher. I think this also could be more of that software type of move or just playing into software. And there's a lot of software momentum to keep your eyes open for.
All right, our friends over at Trade the Pool heading out on the road show coming up in a week or so. What do we need to know here, Mitch?
Well, get the floor ready because you know the Money Mitch is coming through. But we also have a competition to talk about, right? We have a Beat the Ackman competition. So pretty much we're going to do a competition for a couple of days going against Ackman's portfolio. And I will say that he has one of the strongest positions in a name that I'm watching right now, which is Uber. So look for maybe Uber to break 100 and go higher. And then we really have to compete against Ackman. But the first couple of days will be that competition. Then the final competition is right there in, of course, the set in Trader TV, guys. I will be there, and that day we're battling for the top P&L. So get ready to watch Money Mitch swing because, hey, there's one thing for certain. It's all about knowing when to swing big.
Speaking of, just real quick on the Ackman note, he was in Hertz at one point too, pretty large going back to the end of last year. This did have a move. If you go back to May of this year, hasn't done much since. But on that note, thoughts on Hertz here?
Yeah, I mean, this is a battle. I think they did the wrong thing when they started to get into the Tesla and the EV space. So that definitely didn't help them, right? Sorry for my camera. I don't know why it's getting blurry. But yeah, I'm watching for Hertz to get a little bit higher there. But honestly, this is kind of one of those bets where it's just really slow. So if you did want to take this, you look weekly. The weekly will help you. So then you use levels like support, like let's say 650s or $6 to look for entry on Hertz, and you're looking for a rip back up towards 9, right? So you got to keep it kind of small, look for those undercuts and rallies like I talk about, the liquidity moves, right? So in this case, everyone's looking for the 777, right? So you look for that liquidity move back down to 6, and then when it comes back towards 7, that's when I'd be looking at it here. But Hertz could get the move. I mean, I would be looking at a Carvana. Stay with the strength. That's what I'm talking about, staying with the strength, right? And if you wanted to go for those types of names, right, it would be like an Avis, right? How's that doing? I haven't taken a look at that in a while.
I mean, the whole market is...
Right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at CAR, right? Why would you look at Hertz, right? Look at CAR. That's just going sideways here. And when things get sleepy, they can break resistance and just get higher, right? And so you look for that sleepy daily. It's hanging out right on the 9 EMA, just was at 210. You know your risk here, 150. You got about 11 points down, and you got about 39 points higher. So kind of understand the risk to return there. But that's how we go about it. You're going to use those washouts, then look for the breakouts. Look at the charts. Look how many have done this.
Another industry that's very heavily reliant on the interest rate side of the story here as well. So good stuff. As always, Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool. Best of luck today.
Hey, guys, and you know how I am. I can go on for days. There's housing rate plays. There's mineral plays. I'll tell you what. Go to Trade the Pool. You might just find some of these plays.
We'll save some. We'll save some for when you're sitting right here in a couple of weeks. Good to see you.
Oh, get ready. I'm ready. I've been swinging and getting after it. I'm excited, guys. We're taking over. We're going to be out there in Toronto. If anyone wants to do a meetup out there, let me know. We're going to go.
Thanks, Mitch.
Let's get it. All right, take care.
Yo, thank you very much. Money Mitch out here. This is a great talk, some great stocks there, and great ideas as well. But he said something that I maybe didn't agree with. He said day traders don't really look at weekly charts. What do you think about that? I look at weekly charts all the time.
I don't, but I know you do.
Weekly charts, monthly charts, come on. Especially when all of those traders, the swing traders, the institutions, when everybody starts lining up, oh boy. You know what I mean?
Look, I mean, everyone just do whatever. This is the thing about our show. We don't actually show you guys our P&Ls. So everybody has to use whatever's working for them. Oh, there's Mitch. Yo, what's up, Mitch?
Yo.
Yeah, hey, Mitch, how's it going? We were just talking about that weekly chart thing. And what I was going to get into, and I didn't even realize you were still there, was the fact that everybody has to judge their own strategies based on what success they're deriving from those strategies.
Yeah,
so
working for
if you're looking at weekly charts and they're working for you and they're giving you the plays, and you can look over at your P&L and be like, wow, that stock moved off of said technical level, and it was based on a weekly recommendation from Mitch, from Obi, from myself, from just the traders looking at themselves, then yeah, I mean, I think Mitch and all of us, we give thumbs up, right, Mitch? I mean, whatever levels traders are looking at, whether or not it's Fibonacci's, whether or not it's moving averages. Yeah, exactly. So, but I guess
because at the end of the day, it's all about description, right? That's what technical analysis gives us, right? At the end of the day, we determine when we pull the gun and go for the buy. But at the end of the day, that's what technical analysis is giving us, whether it's the monthly, it's just bigger description of the price action, right? We all want to stay with price action. We can watch the intraday price action, but there's nothing better than what? Multiple days of price action, right? Then a week of price action, a month of price action. That's all it is, guys. So don't think about technical analysis as like the end all be all, right? This crosses, I got to get in here. No, that's not the way it works, because if not, I think we would all trade the same strategy. Every single one of us would trade that same strategy that works. So what we need to do is what? Use it as description, right? And combine variables. That's why I like relationship trading, leaders to laggard, looking for something to give me the show me move. Oh, now this is hot. Let's go look in the space. Let's find a good chart. Like SGML, I think has been setting up for a little while now. If lithium gets a next move, boom, higher, right? RKT, housing play. Watch for that one. Bull flag, pretty. And what? We're getting rate cuts. Trade the pool, baby. Let's go.
Hey, yo.
Okay, Mitch, bring me one of those white hats. I mean, I only got this one.
I gotta bring you some of the fresh ones.
Let's go.
Nobody else has access to.
That's right.
We'll be
I want a
waiting
limited
for those.
edition.
We'll be waiting for
Limited
those.
edition.
Yeah.
Limited. Okay. It's like that Robin Hood gold card. That's what I need. I need like one of those hats. All right, enough of that. Okay, thank you, Mitch, for coming through. And I think that's just what I was getting at. Was you're great at reading those charts, and if they give you a trade, some people would use maybe weekly charts more on swing trading than
of course,
maybe on your time frame. But breaking something out, I mean, we looked at UiPath there.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Wade and I have been talking about this more recently as well, because like he's getting a little bit more into the swing trading. It's like some of the best swing trading entries start off as great day trades.
Right.
So it's like that, like just knowing that little bit, like I definitely make sure I'm watching all the different time frames and making sure, okay, what are the monthly guys looking at? What are the 3 month? Like there are people who trade off of 3 month charts. What are they looking at? What are the weekly guys looking at? What are the hourly traders looking at? Right? And when everything kind of confluences, you got to trade. You might have a trade on your hands. I love that.
Yep, I love that idea. Lots of ideas. And the thing is that, like Mitch said, he could come back with many different names and many more ideas. And that's the other thing. If you want to look at the housing market, that's a trade. Today, you want to look at AI names. We have CoreWeave, we have UiPath, we have Nvidia, close to breaking highs right now. We have Intel to the downside. We have the quantum names. We have the banking names. He mentioned. I was actually going to talk about Charles Schwab. We got to go to Joe in a second. This is a name that I've liked for a very long time. I think this is the best. This is like the cream of the crop. These guys have way more clients than any of these other names we're talking about. And if they can adjust and get into some of these prediction markets and things like that and offer more, I do really, really like Charles Schwab. But I mean, another name that I'm just in very, very high conviction trade is JP Morgan. I mean, this name just continues to, take a look at that.
All-time highs, man.
All-time highs for JP Morgan and just continues to climb higher. So I do like the financials, and I do want to thank Money Mitch for coming through, and we look forward to him visiting in just 2 weeks' time. So 2 weeks Monday, yesterday. He's here on the 13th, which is Thanksgiving. Canadian.
It's already Thanksgiving. Oh my God.
So, okay.
It's been a while.
I'm a little bearish today, so we can keep those guys like that. Randy brought us the plums, but I don't know where that extra coffee is here right now. All right, what's up, Joe?
My question is, am I allowed to compete in these competitions? Because that's really where my head is laying. So we got to figure that out, because this would make it a lot more fun. I'm sure a lot of you would like to participate as well too, guys. But enough of that. Let's get right into some of these upgrades and downgrades and talk a little options shortly. So guys, at the top of the list, upgraded, we're going from equal weight to overweight. In Celsius, we're getting that nod by Morgan Stanley. Also, Robinhood getting the nod as well too this morning, guys. Getting that target raised to $145. Now, as for Tesla, Canaccord Genuity raising that target to $490, slightly red on the session. Now, Fidelity also neutral to buy by UBS Group, price target raised to $82. Now, on the downgrade side, guys, we have Jefferies Financial lowering that target on EA Sports to $210, going from a buy to a hold. Now, as for SMR, New Scale going from a neutral weight to underperform. That price target has been lowered to $34 by Bank of America. Now, Molson Coors, how dare they? Piper Sandler lowering that price target to $52, going from a neutral rate from a buy to a neutral rate. And then we have Spotify as well, too, guys, getting the downgrade by Goldman Sachs. Price target lowered to $770. Now, as for some of the options activity yesterday, guys, we know that the marijuana sector was in full force yesterday with 46,200 contracts traded on Tilray, TLRY, at that $1.50 strike price, expiring this Friday. And there still lay some open interest at that specific level, 16,800. All right. Now, as for anything, we'll take a step back. Essentially what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm running scans and I'm picking the highest levels of open interest off of that scanner and some of the higher volume names, all right? So it's our job to just go and take a look, see how the price actions are reacting around these specific levels, and we can base trades off of that, all right? Now, we also have PayPal with that $70 strike price once again expiring this week. We have 17,400 contracts trading at that specific level, and there is still some open interest with 10,800 contracts still open, all right? So Snapchat, all right, 42,500 contracts traded at that $9 strike price. Sean was talking about the breakout not too long ago. Let's see if that's going to be sustained. Open interest still lies around 20,700 contracts, guys.
All right, guys, 67.13. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract with the overnight high only 4 points above that, 67.17. If you look at yesterday's high, we double topped at that 30-point area. We didn't quite make it up back into that 50-point area like we had back on the 21st and 22nd. So the deal is we're going to use yesterday's high as our resistance at 67.33. If we lose 67 for whatever reason, Brendo, we're still looking to that same 66.75 as support.
Last trading day of the month. Let's get ready for it. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Link is, it's the top link actually in the description. We'll get you to the sign up link for the watch list. It's free. Why not? Has everything you need to know. Every single pre-market comes right to your inbox. Intel still holding on to the top end of the range since this huge move up over the past couple of weeks here. If you missed it this morning, we're down a little bit here this morning in the pre-market on this $2 billion private placement going to SoftBank. If you're going to buy 86 million shares, you get them at 23 bucks.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly, bro. Yeah, it's a good deal looking where it's at right now. Shout out to SoftBank. So as Brendo mentioned, Intel completed the issuance and sale of a little bit more than 86 million shares of common stock. That is a SoftBank group. Your shares were priced, as Brendo mentioned, at 23 bucks a pop, totaling about $2 billion in cash proceeds. A deal will provide Intel with additional liquidity, obviously, as it scales its foundry business and invests in manufacturing. Speaking of that foundry business, on a separate note here, KeyBank Capital analysts were actually analyzing or looking over Intel's 18A node. That's one of their latest microprocessing processes in their foundry business. It's very similar to Taiwan Semiconductor's 3 nanometer process, Brendo. It seems like they're stalled out there in the manufacturing process. So we could see that Panther Lake, which is supposed to be the culmination of the 18A process, actually get released late next year. They were slated to release it late this year, Brendo, so we'll have to see how that works out.
I was just looking up here. It was April that Masayoshi-san was at the White House.
Oh, for the Stargate thing?
You can start to connect dots between some of these events taking place now. $2 billion coming from SoftBank. I'm just saying, it was April. Now,
absolutely accurate.
Buys 10% stake in Intel, and now I'm just saying.
Well, remember what President Trump told him? He was like, yeah, you're investing $100 billion. I would like it if it was a little bit more, and then it ended up being more, Brendo. So, yeah.
Thoughts on Intel here, guys?
I like the stock. I don't know about you. I think
I don't.
You don't like the stock. I like the way it's been building up. I think it's finally, like last week, we finally got that push here. I think higher time frame. I think that's where we can kind of start this off. We've been talking about this one on and off over the past year or so, I guess. A bit of a base here that formed on top of this $18 level here. Intel was distinctly different from the rest of the chip names, and it was kind of beat down. Any sort of good news or bad news couldn't really get it to sell off any more than this $17.67 consolidation low all the way from, I guess, August 2024 until relatively about a few weeks ago, where we finally broke out of this range high, 27.80s. We pushed above $30. We got the presidential seal. The U.S. government's definitely involved, and then we started getting big players like Nvidia start to get involved a little bit here as well, and we're starting to get a continuation. So I like the stepping that's happening. It keeps on pushing up, consolidating, price acceptance, and then a push up a little bit more. 36.30s are the highs right now on Intel, but yeah, still a lot of room to go. If we just go higher time frame, let's go straight up to a monthly chart here and see. We've got a lot of headwind to kind of get past if we are to push back all the way to all-time highs, like we're seeing some of these chips in the chip sector. So that's why I like Intel. I think it's shown us a bit of a base in and around this $20 level, and we're finally starting to catch a bid, and buyers are here this week.
So you like
buyers
it
are definitely
you like
here.
it at this price?
What's that?
You like it at this price?
Well, I don't necessarily like it at this price. I like it to hold the trend. That's what I'm looking for. I think buyers are definitely here.
Okay.
Intraday longs might be a little bit more difficult, but I think the bids are definitely here on this name.
Yeah, all of your analysis there makes perfect sense, and I like the fact that it's breaking out as well. It's just I was just more talking like for me, we've sold some. I don't know if you've seen this back here in July. This was already an area that we popped right into, and then if we're talking about technical analysis, doesn't this right here coming into this level and fading back? I would think that this has a stop. Like that's why we got out. Some up here is just. If it does fade back in, I tend to really like this stock if this can come back to 30.31, which is why I asked Obi about the current price. Like this is just getting faded off of basically last year's levels, right? We were here last year at this time, and it was actually earlier last summer where we got up to $35, $36, and now the fade is in. So I just feel like it got a lot of bumps up with news that Apple, TSM, these guys aren't investing in Intel, and it looks like Nvidia did it only to get the bump and get the approval of the US government again. So I think that Intel is still a fledgling business and does come back in and see this $30 level, which is another 15% lower from here. So the fact that we got out at $36, we were in the money 74% when we checked it. That was from down here. So we had already hit that long down here to up here. You can only win if you take profit. So that's what we did. Still holding on to like 70% of the trade. This is not a dead trade for me. But yeah, for today, I don't know, barcoding right now, I'm thinking red today. Obviously that CoreWeave deal and UiPath is not that big of a deal. But the thing about it is we are going to talk, we are not going to talk actually about Nvidia or anything, but this move, Nvidia can carry the whole market. Oh, yeah. And that's already starting to happen a little bit here. When we get the announcement of the news, we're starting to see some volume pick up here. This is the ES, so we can go over here to the NASDAQ where I need to put volume up. But you can start to see it starting to go upside there on some of those announcements. The volume starting to pick up. Now the fade's in because, hey man, these moves aren't going to last forever. And at the end of the day, CoreWeave is still CoreWeave, and it's not even in these indexes. So we're going to have to wait to see about this break here on Nvidia. This is actually part of my sticky note. And the sticky note today is actually pretty funny because I have a couple things. I have Alibaba long if we dip in. I have the NASDAQ short here, but then I have Nvidia long. So how could you have the NASDAQ short and the Nvidia long? Well, this is what I'm going to show you is that if Nvidia breaks this 185 area, then we want to start going long. That is still $3 or so away. So I don't necessarily want to be layering into these TQQs. I have 103. So if we can get bumped up here into 103, which we've seen the last couple days, right into here, it was yesterday, and was it the day before? No, just yesterday. Those levels, I feel that that's a short that we'll try, and if we fail it, then we get out, and then we can maybe focus back on and look over at Nvidia. We're only taking Nvidia long if it breaks that 185, and we're taking this short if it comes up to 103. So I'm just going to try that. That might not be the greatest trade. 104 has a lot of consolidation in it as well, and then we get back up to all-time highs again of 105 and change. So this is the trade that I'm looking at. You can see the momentum looks to be down. We do have a down sloping 50-period moving average. I think the NASDAQ goes low side there. We have government shutdown talk today as well, so that shouldn't help the market. Doesn't look like it's hindering it, but let's wait to see. The market is still young. We still have, again, 17 minutes until we even open up. So these ideas may change, but that's what I'm looking at right now. Fading the NASDAQ. I would fade Intel, but I don't think it's at any levels yet. It's not doing enough. Right. So we'll look forward to some of the trade ideas that we have. And we'll talk about, it's chilly in here, right? Oh yeah. We can turn the, we can get the.
You have the right idea. You got a hoodie on.
We can get the heat going. Yeah. Well, it was only 14 degrees today. So when I came in right now, showing 15 degrees. So that's going to be like 60, low 60s maybe, right now outside Fahrenheit. Yeah. Okay, let's go back over the desk and figure out what's going on with Spotify.
All right, Spotify, downside here this morning. I mean, it's a $700 stock, so liquidity not the greatest here this morning if you missed it. Daniel Ek, CEO, going to leave the position, co-founder and CEO, going to leave the position January 1st of next year, taking on a chairman-esque type role instead. You and I were just talking about this. I watched a podcast with him on it. This is going back to the beginning of this year even. This is the type of guy that's not your typical bolsterous, loud, very proud CEO. He's a very quiet, reserved, very calculated, very smart guy. But maybe something that he's been planning all along.
It feels like it, Brendo. As I was telling you off camera, he was trying to buy Arsenal from Stan Kroenke, obviously, and the Kroenke family. He didn't make too much of it. Once the Kroenke said no, he kind of backed off. We didn't really hear much from him again. So yeah, I echo that sentiment. So anyway, Spotify, they have announced he's leaving, and he's going to be replaced by the two co-presidents, Brendo, Alex Nordstrom and Gustav Soderstrom, and they become co-CEOs effective on the 1st of January of next year. As you mentioned, Daniel Ek, who's 42 years old and has been at the helm, guys, even though he's 42, he's been at the helm for 20 years. He's the founder as well. He's still going to stick around to influence strategy, capital allocation, and long-term planning. He's going to focus less, though, on the day-to-day running of the company. Just to give you an idea of who these new co-CEOs are, Alex Nordstrom, he oversaw subscriptions, advertising, as well as content strategy. For his part, Gustav Soderstrom managed product design and engineering, and he also drove Spotify's innovation track. There is precedent for these dual CEO setups. We know Netflix did it. Also, Oracle recently appointed co-CEOs after Safra Katz left, Brendo. And I think BlackBerry as well, a Canadian version of co-CEOs had that. So it's workable in practice.
Yeah, we'll see how the stock reacts. I mean, typically when these types of things happen, especially when it's a bit of a surprise, you get this move down. You zoom out, though, on a daily chart, we're still hanging on to the top end of the recent range. So he doesn't get to go, I mean, we'll see what happens by the end of the year, but he doesn't get to do the Warren Buffett where he goes out at all-time highs on the day of basically all-time highs. We'll see what happens by the end of the year.
Yeah. No, Spotify. Definitely. I have eyes on Spotify today, with a little bit of a gap down here, but still trading within that range from last week. I really liked this push into 475. I was like, all right, maybe we finally get that final push through that 750 a few weeks ago. Didn't really come in here, but yeah, still within that range. I don't have anything too crazy going on here in terms of trade ideas, because it is just kind of stuck in this multi-week range here between about 750 to about 680. So unless and until it can really break this range, Spotify, I don't really have too much on it, but a little bit of a push down on that catalyst in the pre-market today. So nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I know. We spent a lot of time on Spotify, and I don't have anything to say about it other than the fact that Goldman Sachs downgraded it. So if Goldman Sachs downgraded it, and they're looking at this and saying the future growth is limited, then I would say this is probably a nice little top there. If you feel bad about selling your Spotify position, just get back in. If it breaks to 750, then I think you're all good. I remember selling this name at 350 or something way back in the day. This was another one, a direct list. I got in at 150. It's now 750. So this is an absolute monster stock for Spotify. It was 150. It did come back into $90 there a little bit, but yeah, not much to talk about on Spotify. On to CoreWeave.
Mover in the pre-market, if you're just joining, a couple of announcements earlier on this morning. We had CoreWeave, we had UiPath coming out with two separate announcements. Path to the upside too, if you haven't looked at it yet this morning. Here comes CoreWeave, though, trying to test the highs right now. That's still the old story for Spotify. We'll get rid of that, but you have the details here.
Yeah, Brendo, $14.2 billion between CoreWeave and Meta. It's for computing power, I'm sure, as you guys assumed, marking one of the largest AI infrastructure commitments to date for CoreWeave. The agreement's going to provide Meta access to NVIDIA's most advanced GB300 system. We always talk about Blackwell and how advanced that is. That's a GB200 system. We're talking about the 300 system, which is not even out yet, which causes you to think that this is going to be late next year, at least mid to late next year. CoreWeave, as you guys know, is part of the rising Neo Cloud sector, which is essentially companies renting out access to their leading AI chips. Competitors in the space include Nebius as well as Nscale Holdings. And since the March IPO, CoreWeave stock has more than tripled. It's off highs, obviously. And this is a good move here for CoreWeave because historically, Microsoft's represented 71% of all of CoreWeave's revenue. That number is accurate as of June, raising concerns over, obviously, about customer concentration. The Meta deal provides CoreWeave a critical new revenue stream, Brendo, reducing their reliance on Microsoft.
I was trying to find this quote. There was a quote from the CEO. There it is. On this $14 billion deal with Meta, the CEO saying They loved our infrastructure in earlier contracts and came back for more. That's from CEO, according to Bloomberg. So about to take out the highs here, guys, for CRWV.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is a stock that I think has the juice, right? I mean, over 6 million shares today, done 11%. This is going to definitely be a top looker if you are day trading today. You want to get stocks that have volume. You want to get stocks. We had Mitch on here, stocks that are breaking out, stocks that have reasons to trade them, right? I mean, we're looking for the word catalyst. And I think that today that has one. Regardless of all the stuff that Sharif said and all the news there, you just got to sort of look at price action because it's true. They've got the business. They got a roadmap for success. So yeah, I think this name continues to work out. Whenever there's a gap like this, we always say, let's play back to VWAP. And right now it's at 132.50. So I know that's $4 away, but this could easily drop back into some of this area. So there's the news, right? Here's the pop up and here's the support around 132.50. So I think a drop back into 133, this general area right into here, I think is something that, we'll look to buy. So, whoa, yeah, right there. So if we look at that to me is an area. So we'll see if it can fall back in, sort of give a little bit of, that top of that is 133.50. We'll see if we can get back. VWAP is going to be a little bit higher by the time we open up. We still have 10 minutes, so expect VWAP to be around this 133 to 133.50. So anytime you get a gap, we play the fade back to VWAP. So shout out to Brian Shannon, he'll be joining me tonight. But there we go, man, $137 right now for CoreWeave. And even on the daily OB, it looks pretty good. It looks like we're starting to get going one more time here. So yeah, I would not expect the highs or anything like that anytime soon, but there's a nice deal with Meta. And who knows, if they can seal something like this, there's more customers lined up, I would imagine. So I think this is a good pull forward and, could be sort of an omen for more deals to come. So I like CoreWeave here. And yeah, maybe we are in early days of their development, and it's been a great stock for sure since their IPO. Let's see if we can get back up to those all-time highs. Good start of the day to CoreWeave.
Yeah, no, I really like the action here. It's showing me exactly what I want to see here. Again, throwing up that anchored VWAP once again. We've been holding up on top of it pretty well. Intraday VWAP as well, pretty relatively close by 132.60s, and then anchored's at 133s. You can see it's already started to extend a little bit off of it, starting to break out of that 135 level. Higher time frame. Just go up to an hourly chart here and take off some of these indicators so we can clear it up. You can see high 138.95. Let's see if we can break out of that most recent local high there at 139s, and then after that, next stop, oh boy, all the way up at 155. Don't know if we're going to get there right away today, Sean, but it is doing what we want to see. We're pushing up. We're holding aggressive strength in the pre-market. We're poised for a bit of a local high break. Let's see if we can step up during the day. A hold above 140 and an effective sustain. And if it can show that it's holding VWAP and buyers show dominance, I think CoreWeave long. I think I'm definitely going to be leaning a little bit towards that. But here's the thing: if supply shows up again where it has before, I should be more than willing to stay open-minded as well.
Yeah, we do have, even since we just talked about it, it's up another 2% right here, now 137.50. So CoreWeave continues to go 140 possible breakout. I think you got to be on that 140 break for CoreWeave. Might even happen before market opens. So yeah, get ready for that one. That high there on CoreWeave is 139. So that we saw a couple days ago. Let's straight into here. So we'll see if we can take that. And then you use the 140 as your springboard. So yeah, there it goes, man. I remember hitting, I don't know what it was. It might have been Apple 250. Just like key levels, even though it's a couple dollars away, once it breaks there, that can sort of, even though it's already up like 15% or whatever it's going to be when it gets there, that can help even just trajectory more because, again, it's an options eligible level. A lot of traders liking those even $10 levels. So we are going through, you might be able to hear, we're going through a lot of renovations in the back as we get all set up here, getting ready for a big, situation behind us. So get ready for all of that. We do apologize if you do hear some noise in the background. All right, there they are right there. Yeah, building up the wall. So that's going to be quite the electric opportunity there. It's going to be like a huge video wall. So we are very excited for
that. That's what all the pieces in the back are there for. Like I see similar pieces in the back office. Yeah,
man.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Yeah, just a big billboard. It's just going to say Trader TV Live on the back. That's all. Yeah, this is a very, very simple stuff. But no, very complicated. We're very proud to be launching that very, very soon, hopefully within the coming weeks. So, all right, what's taken a long time so far, obviously, for this renovation. We want to appreciate everybody's patience with it, but we are building the biggest and best studio of all time.
Yes, we are.
I think. Over to the desk.
All right, I didn't really move on this, but real quick, DoorDash just released this. It's going to show up at your door, I guess, with food.
I love it.
Allegedly. I'm not sure what I should think of this, but real quick, there you go. Your friendly neighborhood DoorDash robot coming to a door near you.
He looks like Thomas the Engine, or what was that? Thomas
there was
the
actually
Tank, or whatever.
There was actually a comparison photo that popped up on Google right beside it. But okay, the stock didn't move, but yeah, get ready for your DoorDash to show up in that thing. Wolf, I mean, it's not really. I don't know how I feel about this, but I mean, late in the day yesterday, they were talking about delisting. Now here we are, up 1,000,000% this morning.
Yeah, it was ridiculous yesterday, Brendo, especially in small cap gapper world where we love these high flyers. So let's talk about it. It's up another 25% today after successfully exiting Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The company slashed its debt load by about 70%, as well as restoring investor confidence, in its ability to capture new market demand. So CEO called this the beginning of a new era, highlighting growth opportunities. So the details of the restructuring are as follows. They filed for bankruptcy back in June as a result of the new U.S. trade policy shifts as well as weak demand. Then they restructured their debt. They extended their maturities and they installed new leadership, especially at the CFO position. As a result, the restructuring, Brendo, it canceled all the legacy shares, and the company issued 1.3 million new shares prior to prior holders at an exchange ratio below 1% per old share. The move obviously left legacy shareholders heavily diluted, with most of the equity going to creditors. They're still focusing, Brendo, on silicon carbide semiconductors. They haven't changed. Let's see if they can do better this time.
We went out on Friday at $1.29, it's a $140 stock at one point. We're back to 28, 29 here, guys, for Wolfspeed.
Yeah, things.
I haven't looked at it,
crazy.
So anything.
I mean, it showed up on a couple of scans over the weekend, and I saw what it did on, I guess, on this action, whatever, Monday 29th I have here. Yeah, some interesting stuff happening here in the pre-market. Another one that has run in the past, 35 to 75 is a pre-market high. Don't know what the short float is off the top, but definitely one to watch out for. Let's see what the float here is specifically. I know it's one of the lower ones right there. So okay, 155 million share float. Nothing too small, I'd say. Definitely nice and chunky. But yeah, trading a little bit higher here in the morning. Decent relative volume as well. I'll keep an eye on it, but not necessarily a top priority. But I know a lot of people are definitely involved in this name.
All right, Canada, it's Shopify time. Let's go find out if this one goes to the moon or not with only 2 minutes left.
Oh boy.
Yeah, real quick, was up huge yesterday on this headline. We're trying to extend those gains here this morning, leaking a little bit to the downside. Just be aware Trump is speaking right now. Thoughts here on Trump?
Yeah, this is really good, Brendo. So you're going to be able to ask chat directly, hey, what's a great gift for a runner? You see a product, you can actually check out within ChatGPT. That's obviously the first stage to monetizing.
We'll watch out for any comments, guys, on the market, but just be aware Trump's speaking right now.
I'm trying to get short right now, so here we go, TQQs. I mean, I written down on this, 103, but I feel like yesterday we were thinking short. There we go, we just took it now. Yesterday I was thinking short, or was it yesterday? Oh, this is still Wolfspeed, get away from here. There it is. Yesterday we were thinking short, and we just missed. It didn't get up to the levels that we had written down on the note, and then it whooshed to the downside. So I still want to look at this 103 right here with only less than 2 minutes to go, but we are now in the position, and the short, to me, is starting, especially with Trump speaking. He's not going to speak anything positive about this government shutdown. So we're going short early, and we're going to hold this up to 103. I mean, my next offer is at 102.90. So willing to hold it all the way up there. We have about half a unit right now. We'll put on about 2 units by the time we get up there. And then hopefully we do have enough of that all on board. If there is a crash, or not a crash, but if there's a move down, then we'll be on board. And we're already part of this. We do have the imbalance locators that are up right now. We want to apologize for the noise in the background and thank everybody for their patience. And hopefully you don't hear it, right? And that'll be better. But right here, there's not much action on the open imbalance. So we'll have to wait to see. An interesting name yesterday was Beyond Meat. It's now $1. It's $1.80. This name was, again, if you want to look at COVID highs and lows and all that kind of stuff, these guys came out with that fake meat, obviously, and did not get many people to support it. It's now basically going to claim bankruptcy. I think they went from 70 million shares outstanding to like 240 million or something. So definitely not great there for Beyond Meat. Yesterday, $3 down to $1.20. Getting that little bit of a bounce here today. So we'll have to watch out for Beyond Meat. But only 20 seconds left. I'm trying to build this Q's position, and we'll wait for Nvidia to break the top. If that happens, and other than that, man, Alibaba maybe 180 bid, but we are getting on in time, Obi. So what do you got?
Sure. Yeah, I'm just holding on to some of this path here. I did get involved in it in the pre-market, but just holding on to a little piece into the open. Let's see what happens here coming in. But yeah, good luck to everyone. Yeah, solid opportunities. Let's see if they show up with anything today.
All right, here we go. The opening bell brought to you by Orogenics. Check them out, Ogen, right now. Okay, so here we go. Market now open. So welcome to the jungle. All right, first look at CoreWeave right now. There's the dip down. So we are bidding CoreWeave 133. It just comes in into 134. So we'll wait to see if CoreWeave wants to give up some of this gains. I think it does. I think it does want to come back a little bit into here. We'll see if we can get that fill, but it would also not be a surprise if it just continues to go. Generally, the 200 period could be something to watch out for as well, and that's all the way down here right now, 126.40. So, you know, we're in it. There goes the futures right now, man. It's a little bit of a money trade. It is now just slightly in. I'll take something out at 27. So there it goes, a little slight bid to start the day on this short. So there it goes, and it looks like Nvidia is trying to go higher right now as well. So we nailed it, man. We talked about the Nvidia long and the future short. So far, 2 for 2 on those calls, and we've got a decent position here on the TQQs. So yeah, you're in UiPath. I'm in the futures short. Let's see what winds up happening. Futures are cracking right now, man. That's 25 cents right there to the downside. Oh boy. There we go, man. I mean, Money Mitch is talking about putting on winners. You're live here right now with Trader TV Live, completely for free. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. There it is right there. We took this position live with everybody. So hopefully everyone's enjoying this, and we'll see what happens. It's still very early, Obi.
Yeah, it is pretty early there. UiPath carving its path to the downside here. A bit of a reversion back through that 15. That 15 level was a bit of a key area there, and I was like, oh boy, where are you running? Why are you running? Well, we know why it's running. So I was just looking for a reversion back into that 15. We saw that happen right off of the bat in the pre-market session there. We clipped, what was that pre-market high? 1602. So we actually got all the way up to 16s and then broke it down a little bit. Well, false break and then break back down and break of the uptrend as well. And then pulled back into that $15 area. That's what I was looking for. It gave it to me right away. I was like, all right, cover a little bit. Thank you, come again, and then reload on the halves there, and then coming in off of the open there. A nice little flush continuation of that selling that we saw in the pre-market session. Now, I think this thing, there we go. We got 14.5 covers there as well a little bit as it pulls in. Oh boy, I wish I had way more, but again, I'm not really that acclimated to trading aggressively in the pre-market, so it is what it is, but it seems like this UiPath had already kind of finished its journey in the pre-market session in terms of the upside. A little bit of a pullback. Where will we find the bid? I have no idea, but oh boy, CoreWeave is weaving its way to the upside as well. So that's the AI play from this morning that we had fresh catalysts on, and it is still
I like the 140
kind of pushing. Yeah, that 140
so it's coming up. So here it comes, man. Obi,
boy.
Absolutely great trades from the guy on my right there with UiPath. So congratulations on that one, Obi. And here it comes right now. Now 30 cents in the money. The TQs are now near the day's low. Let's see if we break 19. Do you read me? We're starting to go to the downside. There it is, man. Let's go. Bring it on right now. This is what we're doing, man. There's the short. We took it live. We took Obi's position live, and this is what we're doing right now. Now it's 50 cents in the money as we go down, 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 down. Okay, here comes CoreWeave right now. Watch out for 140. I'm going to take that break and see what winds up happening. CoreWeave, again, look what it did. We said when there's a gap, play the fade too. VWAP. And that's exactly what winds up happening. I mean, Obi, you've got it. We've got it. This is what trading is all about, man, and I'm just glad that people are here with us watching out for this. I mean, this is the big trade of the day here. It's only half a unit. We didn't get involved as much as we would have liked to. I think that Obi mentioned that as well. And it is tough when you're in the pre-market and you're taking positions, right? So we take the futures short in the pre-market. That's what happens when you actually believe in a trade. So let's see what winds up happening now. Hopefully a little bit lower. The day is still young. We're only out of 25%. 20%. I'm going to get out of a little bit more right there, as we just do at 88. Now let's wait to see what winds up happening. CoreWeave is breaker right now. We're going to go long. I'm going to try it long, and then I don't know. I don't really have an out for where I want this stock. I mean, if it does fade back in, that is your 21 period, which is 136.50. So that could possibly be something there at some point. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here. But it looks like CoreWeave wants to break 140. It's a big move down in the TQs. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on this market. It is worth noting Donald Trump is speaking right now with Pete Hegseth, Secretary of the Department of Defense, now referred to as Department of War. Either way, they are currently speaking right now. Palantir, a lot of these defense plays aren't moving. PLTR did actually move a little bit off the open. Trump is vowing to make the military stronger and more powerful, so do keep an eye on defense plays as he talks. He is set to deliver another announcement at 11 a.m. If anything market moving comes of these speeches, I will let you know. And it's also worth noting 9:45 a.m. Chicago PMI, 10 a.m. Jolts job openings. I'll be there for you with both of these prints, and back to you.
I just wish I had a little bit more size.
Let's go. There's another dollar for you.
Let's go.
What is happening?
Great.
We have fuego right now. There it goes, man. There goes CoreWeave breaking through 140. Let's just take some out there. Now it's $1. There it goes to the upside. CoreWeave long, futures short, Obi. It's your one daily goal met already. It's 9:35, Sharif, and we're already done right now. So we'll continue to trade.
Where's the next trade?
Where's the next trade? We have two banger trades on right now. I'm pretty happy with them, obviously, there. But yeah, you never know.
So we were just talking about that. That false broke the 140. So you took it on the back through?
No, I took it on the breakthrough 140.
On the initial one?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. My order was going out there. So it actually crosses up. I actually get 20 cents worth of a...
Let's go. Nice. 141. This is going.
Let's go.
Yeah. Talk about momentum, man. Like,
I don't just want to celebrate my wins, though. I would like to talk about losers, but we don't got any right now, Obi.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I definitely. I'll definitely coming. Oh, okay. All right.
Go ahead. Go.
I'll be definitely coming to you with a few losers by the end of the day.
Oh, so will I, my guy. So will I.
Yeah, no. We were talking about like win rates, and I was like, I was looking at my win rate on some of these reversion stocks, and I'm like, I only win about like 40% of the time at if I'm lucky, but most of the time it's around 30%. Because I'm trying multiple times before it actually works. I'm usually trying at least 3 to 4 times
for sure.
before it actually comes in. And it actually
this CoreWeave could be disastrous. This thing could tank like crazy. This is why we're getting out. I'm just sort of playing around with everybody. I mean, everyone can see the trades that everybody's in here. It's every day we discuss the trade ideas, and I just really when they work. Look what's going on with the futures. I don't know right here, Obi, we talk about the trades that we like. There's the TQQ short. Here's me taking the TQQ short. So when it works out, I just feel good for our viewers. I feel good for myself. I feel good for everybody because it's a trading show at the end of the day. Yep. We want to give ideas, and when the ideas work, like yesterday Neil said he doesn't care about the result of the trade. I completely disagree with that. I think if you don't care about the result of the trade, then he was talking about the process. And you know, but your process is fine. It's just if it's always losing, then we gotta fix that. And right now we're just happy that it seems to be working out for now. And it doesn't mean that this won't completely turn on its head. I mean, here goes CoreWeave right back down. We just got out at 141. We got some out there at 141.70, 141.85. Like, you know, so it's like now we can try to reload this. Could this turn out to be a losing trade? Yes, it could. And here it comes right back down. I mean, look at these futures. The futures are almost $1 now the other way. Thank you, Randall. How's everything going back there?
Going.
Okay, good. This is the NASDAQ right now going down here as well. But we do have CoreWeave that just made a move down. I'm going to try to average in a little bit right into here, although I do like this period right there. We didn't take a look at Tesla yet, Randy. I know Tesla downside. I know you don't love this stock right now at these levels. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla. But I actually have to deal with this CoreWeave, Randy. But there it is right now. Now we have $1 on these futures as they're going to the downside as well.
Toilet animation we used to have.
Yeah, a little bit of a flush.
You want the toilet animation?
Toilet animation, indeed. There we go. That's looking right. Like, look, straight big stick down. Oh boy. So great shorts there on the TQs there, Sean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks like the CoreWeave short would have been the right one as well because that's down here at 138.
False break of that one. No, it actually broke. We initially false broke the 140, and then we got all the way.
I thought that could have been one that you were short. That's why I was thinking you were thinking.
No. I was thinking about it, but I was like, no, it's definitely. I don't necessarily like the short just yet because it's proven. Like I said, Path was the one that was showing me signals of a reversion, and that's coming in pretty nicely here. As of right now, all the way almost back at 14s, 1420s, all the way from 15.5s in the pre-market, man. You got to show me how to size up on some of this stuff in the pre-market because I
don't know how either.
Oh boy.
We didn't. I told you we only had, and this is the thing that I really respect about what we're doing here and what we're trying to do on the show is that I'm telling you, I only had half a unit, and I mentioned that. You know, so I think like a full position for me is 3 or 4 units. If you ever see me into that, that's a pretty stronger belief of that. And to your point too, I think it's hard to catch the liquidity in the pre-market. And the thing is that you don't know what's going to happen until the big boys ring the bell. And then as soon as 9:30 hits, then you see like where the liquidity comes in. And then from there, we kind of move on from that. But we have an average price of CoreWeave right now of 139.30. We did take that fill there when Randy was here. And we just put our bid at the 21 period moving average. So let's see if it continues to work out, man. 140. So we're in the money now as it starts to climb a little bit higher. Let me take some more pieces off here in the 60s and now in the 70s and now in the 80s and now and then Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, again, Chicago PMI, 4 minutes. I will be giving that to you guys. But right now, in addition to Trump speaking, Fed's Collins is talking as well. She's saying, amongst other comments, that it's still early days on how tariffs will play out. One of many Fed speakers who was a little bit cautious about the role of tariffs longer term and how that will impact inflation. Back to you.
All right, so some inflationary talk. So yeah, I totally forgot. We keep mentioning this. Yeah, Trump is speaking right now. So I'm like, why are we getting some aggressive pushes right now? I'm like, okay, well maybe President speaking that could definitely do it. So here's the thing, man. I gotta keep an eye on the VIX because when the market's dropping it low like this, I gotta be like, what's happening with the volatility? What's happening with the VIX? Are we doing anything significant on the day today? Just go to an hourly here. A little bit of a pullback after a slight gap up. It would seem here. Is this correct? Yeah, this is today's date. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, a little bit of a push. So we did get almost to 18, I guess, last week. Here, when was that? 25th of September. So okay, so not too long ago, just a few days ago, 1774. So nothing crazy in terms of VIX numbers. We're not above 18. We're not above 20s just yet. But yeah, a little bit of a curl happening here, and a little bit of a pull back here on the markets as well. So CoreWeave all the way back to 140. So oh boy, so that's holding up quite well. That's why I'm just like, it's starting to slow down, but it's not showing me the kind of slowdown that I'm really wanting to see because look at the market. The market selling off pretty aggressively.
Right.
And if the market catches a bid, maybe CoreWeave catches a little bit of that as well. But UiPath to the downside, Etsy to the downside, Shopify actually got to 150 and then pulled back as well. Some Rigetti, I was looking for the short, but good thing it didn't get involved in Rigetti short because that thing is blasting straight to the upside as of right now. Let's take a quick look at that one here, RGTI. So quantum stocks, a little bit of a strong sell yesterday. I liked it for the continuation, but might need a little bit longer. I was looking for a daily breakdown on this one on Rigetti, but catching a little bit of a bid back into that $30 mark as of right now. And another one I had eyes on was Upstart, UPST, with another strong move yesterday. Again, this one has been trending to the downside almost every single day since about, Friday, September 19th. But it's been trending down for even longer, but I'm talking about the most recent downtrend. You can see that day after day, strong selling, strong selling, strong selling. Yesterday, we saw more of the same. So today, I was looking for more of the same, but guess what? We might not be ready just yet. We did sell off of the open, but we're still holding below that opening range high, just shy of 52.50s as of right now. 1 minute to PMI. Oh boy. Got to get ready for a little bit of a shake and bake here.
We are now $2 in the money on this one. I just want to make sure that everybody understands, like, I agree that trading is not supposed to be, and it's not emotional. Like, this is for the show. Like, I'm trying to show you guys that there's money to be made here, getting excited. We can all just sit here and talk monotone and just be whatever, but honestly, like, I take my role in this show, like, pretty seriously, to be the trader and to be sort of the hype guy over here. And so that's why we're doing it. Like, I am like, oh, by the way, my Apple Watch, which is only an SE, I think it got too much water damage from swimming.
Really?
Yeah, so I might go into the Ultra. I'm trying to figure out which one is the right.
They're supposed to be water resistant.
They are. They're water resistant, but they're not like completely waterproof. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, let's go over to Adara right now.
Chicago PMI just came out here, and it was on my screen for a second there, 40.6. That is below the estimate here of 43.3. So Chicago PMI below estimates, 40.6 versus 43.3 expected. Market kind of oscillating a little bit here. It's already recovered a bit from its lows, but here is the QQQ, again, lower than expected Chicago PMI. Now, at 10 a.m., we will be getting the more closely watched number. That'll be the Jolts job openings at 10. Stay tuned. I'll be giving those to you live. We still have Feds Collins and Trump speaking, guys. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for all of that one. Yeah, look, man, I really respect it. Like, I respect you in the chat there, Rick Smith, saying sometimes it can get, a bit much, and I understand that. So I'm gonna take it back just a little bit. All I really wanted to do was just show you guys, because we don't, and this is part of why we're changing the format of the show. Like, often we don't talk enough, in my opinion, about each other's trades. And, sometimes it looks like, celebrating and is maybe a little bit uncalled for, but I do want to celebrate wins. And so that's kind of what I'm doing here. So, and just talking about the trades too. I mean, we really talked about this TQQ short, right? So when it starts to pay off, I want to be like, yeah, we made it. I mean, you saw Money Mitch come on the show. He's obviously emotional and talks like this as well. So let's just see what happens now. We talked also about the 140 break on CoreWeave, and then once it broke, we were getting out, and then the fade back in hits the levels again. So I just really happy when this kind of stuff works. I got a lot on my mind these days, especially as well. A lot of stuff going on with family and everything. Everything's fine, but just stuff going on and busy. So lots of stuff going on, but I'm really happy to be here with everybody. And yesterday, someone said to me in the chat, because I got to give my hats off to all of you guys there as well, that we're a family over here. And yesterday, my Big Bear AI army came out and asked, what do you think about 650 long? And I remember saying, and again, stick my neck out, feels like I do that. I said I like the 650 area, yesterday. And the reason why is that we said, like, if you're going to take a fill, like I remember on the way back down here, I did take 543. And the average price was 4, right? Okay, so I took this against me coming back down off of this huge move, right? There must have been some kind of support. So there was a support at 5. Then we took some 4s, and then we take some 3s. So, you know, now Big Bear AI has kind of proven themselves a little bit with a couple moves higher. I don't think there's anything wrong with looking for your first level in and around the 50-period moving average, which just happens to be right here. So I like that take right there for it. And then if you do fall back in, I like the 200-period moving average as well. So if you're on Big Bear AI, you're getting 3% right now. Congratulations. It looks like that was a good move from yesterday. So yeah, we're still, just so you guys know, I only have about 30% left of this short. I'm going to take another piece out right there at 16s. Now, oh, do we miss those 16s? No, we got them. Okay, so we just got those out right there. So we did take a piece out there again and another piece now. As honestly, I have 4 times the shares on CoreWeave that I do these futures. So really looking to see an extension now on CRWV. I mean, it's a good trade. Look, it's $2 in the money. That's me offering 45s. We just take some out there. But here it goes. I got to take another piece out now. It's bumping up like in tranches. Like it'll hover around for 30, 40 cents, then bang, up 40 cents, just like we're seeing right now. So my next offer right here is at 140, 150, which we just got, Obi, right there. So too much energy. Slow it down. Okay, let's go back over to you, which you have a pretty sick trade on. So that's big congratulations to you as well, Obi, as we're killing it right now, man. I'm $2.50 in the money on CoreWeave. You're $1 and change in the money on UiPath, and we're 50 cents in the money on the futures. Obi, let's do this.
Yo, yeah, I got some exciting news for our Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just lost 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you are a tactical sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more. But yeah, thank you for that, Sean. Yeah, a little bit of a pull down in that UiPath. I barely have anything left over. Just a breadcrumb just for the motions, right? But where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. UiPath was not on my planned list of stocks this morning, but it happened to kind of fall into my lap. So I was like, all right, cool, whatever. I'll take a little bit of that one there. But bigger picture stocks that I do have on watch for today, and where's my list here? Were Shopify, Etsy, maybe a little bit of J&J if you guys want to take a look at that daily trend that's been happening there. I was watching that. QUBT, we saw a little bit of that action yesterday with a strong selling happening in the quantum space, so I do have that one on watch. And of course, CoreWeave as well, Rigetti as well, alongside with some of those quantum names, but looking pretty decent. Venu in the chat, thank you for the super chat here. Venu asking, Obi, what do you think about Etsy? Sure, let's pull up the chart here. Let's pull up the stock and look at Etsy and see what we can find here. ETSY, that is the stock here. So yeah, let's shop for a little bit of price action here on Etsy. Beautiful flush off of the open. Nice reversion happening here of this action. This was kind of something that I was mentioning to Sean as well. I was like, either these kind of hold some of these closing prices and hold pre-market levels and continue, or how many times have we seen some strength, aggressive push, and then reversion, at least a 30 to 50% reversion coming in on the next day. We've seen a lot of that too, and we're seeing kind of that iteration of price action here on Etsy, where you had that aggressive move going into the close and no real continuation happening in the pre-market session. Trading below, look at this consolidation that happened yesterday, right? This consolidation was for over an hour long after an extended move. So this consolidation to me right away holds a little bit of significance as we break out and push even higher. So coming into the morning today, when I saw this kind of trading in and around this level, I kind of stopped looking at it. That was my fault. After about 8:30, we did break below that and started trading well below that coming into the open. And guess what? Giving up this level and maybe taking a little bit of a pullback back into this zone here from yesterday as of right now on Etsy. So sellers are definitely dominant on the day today on Etsy. So that's the look there. And I think Shopify was the other one here, which was a similar related name, but you can see how distinctly different that's been holding up here. And you can see it held that that after hours levels in the pre-market. We didn't really break down that aggressively. We broke out of pre-market highs and we're sustaining above VWAP on Shopify. So distinctly different kind of action happening in between both of these names that had relatively similar catalyst yesterday.
So I just want to say right now, Sirens up or out. I did not want to hold this. I know it's bouncing off VWAP right here, so I was debating going long again right here off VWAP, but I just kind of want to see this happen. A 13% move higher. We took this long, we got it out, and we had left probably about 35% or so. So we'll get that out for flat at 138. It looks like it is trying to bounce here. So if you guys are still in this and you're a little bit more aggressive than I am, you know, this break of 137, this is my problem. VWAP is just a line, so we're already out at 138 break, right? We actually got a good fill. We got 137.90, so we actually got a great fill on the way down. You know, at the end of the day, it's just, if you're going to play off VWAP, sometimes it will snap it. So I'd rather get out here, and like if I want to go long, we can re-get long here and save ourselves 50 cents. But I'm going to let CoreWeave try to chill just a minute. This could be a big miss by me. This could be like an epic long off of this VWAP, because whenever there's a fade, we talked about that, play this gap back in. And my bias is here, right? I mean, this is the NASDAQ. We've already hit this name. We'll actually wind up making more money on the NASDAQ than we did on CoreWeave. So, this is a pretty decent move there. Oh, actually, CoreWeave will be a little bit more, but at the end of the day, this is still working out for us. So let's see if this can get even more aggressive. Maybe we only have 15% left as we get, geez, Obi, as we get to the bottom. Again, look, I just want to make sure that we thank everybody. Thank you for all of the fan funding right here. P. Lucid, man, keep the energy going. He loves it. Thank you so much. Don't change. We like that as well. Ayo, Lewis says he loves the energy. Everyone press fire. Yeah, like let's get going on that fire, man. I think the show is fire. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting here, Neil's sitting here, Obi. The midday guys are hot fire, obviously, as well. Obi just answered that on Etsy, so we want to thank Vinu. And then we have Kai and Paya? Or Kaya and Pia. What do you think of SoFi? When's a good time to enter? So great question. We will look at SoFi. We just had a call. I don't know, was that accurate? Okay, let's go. Wow, man, these futures, guys. Let's go. That is a move, boy, on these futures right now to the downside. All right, let's go see what's up with Adara.
5 minutes until Jolts solve openings. Right now, we'll talk about Pfizer, PFE, Washington Post reporting that Trump is going to be announcing a drug pricing deal with Pfizer. Apparently, through this deal, Pfizer will be selling drugs through Medicaid at lower prices. I haven't had time to look through the whole article yet, but Trump is set to make an announcement at 11 a.m., and he's also signing executive orders at 3 p.m. If I see anything that suggests that this could be related to either of those, I'll let you know. But either way, PFE on watch, Washington Post reporting that the company will be, has entered into this drug pricing deal with President Donald Trump. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Market's coming in pretty aggressively. I'm looking for the next trade. I'm looking at Amazon. Amazon's starting to get a little bit overextended. Out of all of the Meg 7, right now, Amazon is the only one that's extended the most out of all of them. So relative extension. I don't know. I've never heard that before. But it's relatively extended to the rest of the market right there. So 2 1843s with an open in and around, what is that, triple twos? Oh boy, triple two is a little bit of an interesting area. Whoever has that order there, shout out to those traders on. Was it I don't know, whatever banks, institutions, funds, maybe some dudes at Jane Street, who knows? But there's been triple twos on Amazon has been a bit of an interesting area over the past couple of weeks. Sure, it doesn't really stall or like kind of just stop there and turn on a dime, but a lot of magneting kind of reversion happening into that triple two area that I've been noticing. Just interesting stuff here, and using it as both support and resistance. So a little area of liquidity is how I kind of see that triple two there. But today, little bit of selling coming in off of that area here, extending us to the downside to 1850s as of right now, breaking through prior day's lows. You can see how aggressively weak the market is as well. We have about Jolts in about 3 minutes, so I'm just going to be patient. I'm going to wait. This is overextended. I am honestly looking for a little bit of reversion here. We already got a reversion to VWAP, and sellers came in off VWAP in and around that 220 level, which again, a little bit of a confluence with yesterday's lower end of the range, low day, not quite day low prices, but lower end for sure. We did get a bounce off of the day low, which I would have got, if I saw this happen, I definitely would have dabbled in a bit of a long, because I'm like, oh, false break of prior day's low, a bid back to VWAP, I definitely want to get involved. But guess what? Any player that got in thinking that, which I think is a very valid idea, got shellacked back to the downside with the market selling off even harder. So yeah, any sort of interim longs that did kind of get involved here on Amazon, still very much out of the money as of right now, as we're trading at 218 halves. But market taking a little bit of a pickup here. 2 more minutes until this Jolts number. I'm looking for a bit of a jolt to the upside, but I don't know if that's what we're going to get here, Sean.
We just we just got back into CoreWeave, so we're long at 137.70 right now. We just took some outs there at 138. Our best out there is 138.20s or so, maybe 138.15s. I'm just going to if this drops through 137, we're out. So that's it, man. That's the dropout. We've already seen it happen once. If it happens again, we're going to get out as we're just dancing around VWAP. We just tried to put a little bit more on in case it wanted to go, but we just failed that last go. It just tried to go there. We averaged it in. We do not have, this position is like maybe a quarter of what our first position was, so hopefully it can get back up, but would not be surprised if it does wind up breaking a little lower, and then we can figure it out at some of these pre-market levels if it does come back into 134 and change. But right now, CoreWeave's in the money, and we're pretty happy with it. There it goes now again. There we go. 50 cents now with it. And, I mean, boom, boom, boom. We are almost out of this futures trade as we now only have 1 minute left. And remember, what we're sort of looking for here, and you can come over to my profile. I put these up every single day, so go follow me. 54,000 of you are, so thank you for that. But here it is right here. So we're looking for this at 10 o'clock. Consumer confidence 96 versus 97.4. So the expected 96. The Jolts opening 7.17. Let's go to Adara. We're huge in the money now. CoreWeave's now 80 cents. 7.17 is what we're looking for. Let's go get it.
Yeah, Jolts job openings here, 7.2 million forecast. Previous year, 7.181 million. So we're expecting a slight increase. Consumer confidence, 96. Slightly below the previous there of 97.4. Let's see how these come in compared to estimates. Worth noting, Trump is still speaking, talking about extensive military spending. Defense names still on watch. Jolts job opening, 7.227 million, a little bit higher than the forecast of 7.2. CB consumer confidence, I am not seeing populate yet, but again, Jolts job opening 7.227 million versus 7.2 million expected. I am waiting to see here these consumer confident print. If I get that, I will certainly let you know. But NASDAQ bouncing a little bit. Let's see if I got the consumer confidence print. Yes, I did. Lower than expected, 94.2 versus forecast of 96 and the previous of 97.4. So higher than expected Jolts job openings, lower than expected CB consumer confidence. Market continuing to oscillate, a bit rangy here today. Lots of deals on watch. UiPath announcing deals with both OpenAI and Snowflake. Then we've got CoreWeave reportedly entering a deal with Meta, according to Bloomberg. They also got a price target increase, or I guess initiated coverage here from Evercore ISI. Here's META, not faring quite as well as CoreWeave here on this deal, guys. Before we send you back to Sean and Obi, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, OGEN, because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, and with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. I was just saying to Obi, man, CoreWeave got lifted up there pretty nicely there. We got some out, again, 139.20, 139.30s. Looks like we're starting to go. So this is another $1.30 in on this. So we've taken some out. We still have half only of this position left. Let's see if it wants to work. The futures are working out and starting to go back up to the upside. We are watching out for Nvidia. I am still bidding right here. I'm actually I'm bidding 91s. there. So I don't know, we just got missed. If the futures go up, we're just going to wait for that 103 now. We are almost out of everything here on the futures, and we just watch out for CoreWeave. I mean, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day today, so we'll hit bang on that one and just say congratulations to everybody that's been having success today. It's not always an easy day. Whenever you're sitting here and trading, I mean, this I think is one of the hardest jobs in the world because it's very uncertain, but you never know. You never know what's going on. Great call there on Amazon. I know Neil had bought Amazon last week, I think just above this 220. I really like that level, or maybe right around here, maybe even. I still like Amazon, although I am with you. This has broken lower now through the day. Through the daily 50-period moving average. And I think the next area, and I'm not sitting here at 215, but I think that would be something where I'm considering. I'm also looking for a little bit lower than that, 205 to 210. The most recent name that I had bought in was Nvidia down there at 175. So 185 is a break on Nvidia. I'm taking it. We are now at all-time highs. There's your chicken dinner winner. Nvidia new all-time highs. Where's Ramin? Clip it, Ramin Shane here. But there it is right now. It's Nvidia, brand new, all-time highs for NVDA. So, I mean, who thought this was going to happen? I mean, I don't know. We talked about the sort of the downswing on AI and where that was. But here we go, man. CoreWeave, we just got to fill there. That's 250 in the money, and we'll watch out for Nvidia. I'm punching long 185. So here we go, man. We're starting to go. They already did break. I have E-signal all-time high 184.55. That might be wrong, but there goes Nvidia. Nice break to the high side. Oh boy, Obi, we've taken probably like $7 or $8 probably out of CoreWeave so far today, and still going higher right now. Futures going upside. CoreWeave and Nvidia is what's on my mind right now. We'll wait for 103 on those futures, but here we go, man. We're about to get punched in to Nvidia.
Yes, sir. So, guys, looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hidden costs? With plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With Plus 500's powerful platform, you can access a wide range of futures markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen Plus 500. Oh boy. All right. So yeah, a little bit of a push there on that Nvidia there. Almost got to 185, not quite there just yet. 184.94s are the highs. Okay. Currently trading at 184.69. So nice push on that one there. Missed out on that a little bit there, but got involved with a bit of Amazon. But it seems like it's probably going to stop me out as again a little bit of a cheeky try here. There it is. There's the stop out right there. Okay. That's fine. That's more than willing to take a little bit of that hit there, as it is a little overextended. But if sellers want to stay dominant, then they'll stay dominant. You can see the market here as well. We tried to get above 40, was it 44,800 on the NASDAQ? Couldn't quite get there, couldn't quite sustain, and then pushing back down a little bit there as well. So yeah, Nvidia with a bit of a maybe a failure to follow through the 185. Can't tell just yet, as it is kind of settling down as of right now, with about, I guess, 9 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to finish printing as of right now. So still a lot of time to kind of digest some of that action there. I'm watching Amazon. I got a close eye on it. It's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here, but again, it also caught a little bit of a bid here at 19 halves, and then got sold off once again. So I do want to keep it tight. If it goes, I'm looking for it to go right away. I'm not looking for it to be as choppy, but if I'm going to get in a lower here, honestly, up here, if I'm getting long 219s, real risk is all the way down here to the lows, but I'm looking for, I guess, something slightly different, where I'm like, if this is going through 219, I'm looking for it to go through 219 right now and not later, and if that's not going to happen, that's perfectly fine as well. Most viewers return to your channel, new 47%, and returning 53%. Oh boy. So if you are a returning viewer and you have not subscribed, what are you doing is the question that I'm asking. So hit that like and subscribe for us, and hopefully you guys get a little bit of something, get a little bit of value here almost every single day. Sean and Neil and the whole team kind of just bring it to you live. Doing it live.
Yeah, we are doing it live right now.
We do this live, right? This is live?
Are we live?
Are you sure?
I don't think we're live yet.
It's not like recorded and then posted later.
We're just
right?
testing it out because pretty camera shy around here.
Yeah,
so we got to make sure.
I'm not really,
we'll let everybody know when we're trading, when we're going to broadcast this live.
I get a little anxious in front of live.
Yeah, then don't worry about it. So just real quick, man, we take advantage of that move down, obviously, there as Nvidia does fall off. We also take advantage of CoreWeave. Remember, our stop out is still here. I'm not going to get any more in. We are almost out of our CoreWeave position. About 15% left. We only have now less than 10% left of the TQs because we just got out on the way back in. If it fails out, fine by me. And then Nvidia, as Obi just eloquently covered right there, it does make that downside play back into 184 there. So it goes right into highs again. And, fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 7 times. I don't know how many times we've been up here, and I've never really shorted this level. I'm just waiting for it to break. And I think when it does, it's going to be a fake and break. So I am there with a decent amount of shares in case I'm wrong, but at the same time, I feel like it just maybe gave us that out down here, like 183.60s is where we've bounced off of. There hasn't been a lot of volume on the get up back to the upside. I still will try a 183 long, so if it does fade out a little bit here, good. It'll get us long. I mean, I'd rather now go long 180. I'm bidding 183. Bidding 183.20. Yeah, maybe that's a little low. But I was going to say, this breakdown, if we can get something, that's where VWAP is. So if we can get that price and hold it maybe against this 50 period for NVIDIA, 182.70, something like that, then I feel fine with that trade. Let's see if we can get a value play here on NVIDIA. Not that it's not a value play when it's up 1%, but if we can pull back, even though we still like the long, maybe we're able to do something right here, right now. I'm actually going to just step in real small right here, just because it seems like it's bouncing off. This is not a position that I'm even worried about. I'd hate for this to get back up to 185 and we see this and I don't have anything. So relatively small position, just very small position to start with 5% of a position. So if it's 100 shares, we're in 5 right now. If it's 500, we're in 20. So that's what we're looking at right now for NVIDIA. Remember, 183.20, this is going to come in and then you'll see my price dramatically change. Futures now $1 almost as it's trying to get a little bit lower. This could be a good spot to get another piece out. I still am relatively short on the futures. Like I'm not short in this position, but my thinking is I'll put a bid right here at, okay, we just took a 68 fill. Now let's wait to see. We do have lower bids to see if we can get those. That would be nice. We still have that 103 to go. And CoreWeave, let's just take another piece out right now at 89. So we'll offer those 89s, see if we can get that. We'll wait to see what's going on with NVIDIA. And right now we go back to see what's up with Hedera.
Yeah, just be aware. Put the headline on the screen as well. Wall Street Journal reporting that the White House is going to be announcing Trump RX. It's a drug buying website, and this will also include a deal with Pfizer, which I mentioned earlier. So again, White House to announce Trump RX. Again, I don't know when that announcement is. There are a couple times today where we're set to have announcements. That could be what's happening, but I don't have any confirmation or details on that. If I hear more, I'll let you know. Here is GDRX. Anything that's kind of like an online drug or pharmaceutical purchasing related site is on watch here. Hims and hers, I just checked, did a little bit of a dip too, so keep an eye on anything where you can get prescriptions online. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm starting to check out some of those stocks right away. GDRX, Pfizer. GDRX average volume 3 million, currently only traded about 691K. So yeah, a little bit of a lackluster volume on the day on that one there. But yeah, some good looks there. See, Amazon. Amazon broke fresh lows. It's a good thing I got out much earlier than letting it break the lows and tell me that, okay, yeah, I'm wrong. The price action is telling me I'm wrong much earlier as well. So there's a good out on that one there. But trading much lower to the downside. So I like it even better. The lower it gets, I like it much better. So the question I'm asking is how low can you go?
Yeah.
Shout out to Luda. Yeah, Amazon dropping down $18 now. So maybe catching some strays off that the Trump RX as well, because I know they were talking about getting involved in pharmaceuticals as well. Amazon
has a delivery service. I don't know exactly like what this is all about. I mean, I think it's something else. Like now President Trump's getting involved with pharma. Like I don't know exactly what that story entails, but developing story right now. So we'll wait and hear if Adara has any more details about that story. But this is what Pfizer's doing. Pfizer is getting a nice move higher right now, so that is good. I have it written down here, Andre, for 10:15. So you just let me know. But right now, CoreWeave starting to go back up. So I do have an offer right now at 139.90. So we can wait to see if that, Andre, just let me know in my ear. We'll wait to see if that goes back there to the upside. We just had a nice little bump up. Okay, let's go now then. 14 years, 0 hacks with 0 excuses. This, of course, is btcc.com, and it delivers when others do not. You could trade Bitcoin up to 500 times leverage. Even Tesla, gold, and Forex are all available. And now, with smart copy trading, you just don't watch the pros, you can trade like them. This is now regulated in the United States, Europe, and Canada, and trusted by over 6.8 million traders. This is a Trader TV Live exclusive. We want to thank BTCC for this. If you do scan that QR code right there or click the link in the description, you can save 15%. Sorry, you get 15% bonus on your deposit. So go to btcc.com where the pros trade and make sure you do scan that QR code below. Obi?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Let's see what winds up happening right now. We are just long at 183.80 now on Nvidia. So that's 40 cents in the money. CoreWeave continues to be this trade for us. There goes CoreWeave blasting up to the upside. We're in this name now. We've got Nvidia, we've got CoreWeave, and we've got the future short. I was like, can we get Nvidia upside and TQQs and the futures downside? The answer to that question simply is yes. And there we go, man. Futures continue to go down. Look, my number one trade today is CoreWeave, but this is not bad at all. And I don't know, hopefully this is not gloating. We had this trade, boom, to the downside, okay? We have CoreWeave. All we did was make sense of trades. And we talk about this. This is why I respect what Neil was saying when he was talking about this. It's the process, but it's the process ending in positive results. If your process ends in negative results, you must change said process. And right now, that's working out. I was very, very conservative by stopping out right there. We talked about why. We wanted to see it based out, Obi. It does do that. We get longer as it holds, and then we are now rewarded. So lots of different ways. I hate this saying to skin a cat, but that's what we're doing here today. We're trading the names that we like, and there goes CoreWeave right now. Just this little piece that we're holding on to is actually enough to make this trade. So Neil's off, not feeling that well today. We hope he can come back tomorrow. I would love the opportunity if we could all kind of trade together at one point, like literally all of us to get all of our opinions. So we are building that up, and we're going to see if we
get a live floor experience, right? It's like a trading floor pretty much, but yeah.
Obi, you nailed it.
Experience.
So that's what we're going to try to do. So a shout out to everybody here that's watching. Bigger and better things to come, and we hope Neil feels well. Yeah. Well, not that we hope that for you not to be here, but you're also not feeling 100%. I want to thank you for coming in on a day where you're not exactly a hundy P either. But there goes CoreWeave, right back there to the upside, man. I'm going to take this opportunity to get another piece out. It's now $3 in the money, so we'll say,
oh my God.
and see how far this one can go upside. Nvidia now, by the way, as well, 50 cents in the money. So we're cruising right now, and it's been so far so good. And I know we're talking a lot about the same names. I don't know. Again, Eli Lilly's upside right there. That news with Pfizer, maybe something. You could watch this. Pfizer's been sort of sitting here doing nothing for a while, so maybe this story is something that we need to be a little more focusing on. So there we go. Let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Do you guys know Trump is still speaking right now with this Department of War, Department of Defense event with the Army? He's been speaking now for about 45 minutes. When he finishes, I'll let you guys know. Sometimes there can be movement again. Defense stocks on watch. Keep an eye here on Pfizer though. PFE still making new high of days. Wall Street Journal also reporting that Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla is going to be expected to announce a $70 billion investment on manufacturing medications in the U.S. Now we know last week Trump indicated that there would be steep tariffs for companies that were not manufacturing medications in the U.S. Looks like Pfizer is responding in kind. $70 billion investment in U.S. medication manufacturing is expected to be made by the company's CEO. If I get more details with this whole Trump RX thing, I will let you know. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara, for that one. So just quickly, and then I'm going to throw it back over. I don't know why this didn't fill up. This should have triggered, but it did not on the TQs. Oh, it's because I have another stop. So we want out of the TQs. So I'm going to bid 07s. I was trying to get out if it broke 0201, but I realized in our SIT platform here, you can't have. Is it going to go, or I'm just going to punch out? I'm just going to punch out. I punched out there. Actually got 10s. Okay, so I just want to say that if you have 2 stop orders, they won't fill. So I tried to get out at 102 on that break. It does not. We had 1% left. We are now out. So that trade is now garbanzo. Okay, here we go. Nvidia, 70 cents now in the money on that one. And we talked about we only had a small piece, but we wanted to be part of this ride up. So there it goes, man. And again, a small piece for me, maybe large for others. This is just a trade. So I talk about it as in my share size. So you guys put on whatever you feel is necessary right there, but we're going to do that here right now and then see if we can get a nice upside play now with Nvidia. I'm only out of 40% of this initial trade, looking for that 185 break still. So let's wait to see. CoreWeave is 350 now in the money as it takes out 141. So looking for a little bit more action on that one. What say you, man? That UiPath still working?
The path is still kind of just holding there. 14 halves with a bit of a held offer here, kind of a churn happening. But that Amazon, man, I missed out on that Amazon. The Amazon came in. We were just talking about it. Broke below that 218. False break of 218, and then pushes right back up. Aggressive bid all the way up to 218 halves. And then I'm watching it trading in the 70s, and I'm like, oh boy, this is going to go. But do I want to risk all the way down to 218s here? I don't know just yet, but yeah, trading above 219s now. Nice little push back up. So that was kind of what I was looking for there, but it happened on a time frame that I wasn't expecting. But the trade is the trade, and that kind of happened there. A bit of a bid back up, maybe a little bit of a break of this downtrend, and pushing towards a little bit of VWAP here, 219 halves, and the market tailwind a little bit on our side as well as it catches a bit of a bid back to the upside. But yeah, a bit of a miss on my part. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Rigetti, I have eyes on. J&J, I got some eyes on that one there. Etsy still selling off, man. Etsy didn't really catch any sort of a bid today. Maybe that's the one that we're going to be waiting on for if and when it can catch a little bit of a base here. 68.10s is the day low as of right now on Etsy, but no real buying just yet. Let's see if that can potentially come in. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. AMD, short time number 3, dangerous saying in the chat. So let's take a look at AMD. I did like the AMD short off of the open coming in off of yesterday. We saw that strong selling coming in and then a lower high closing near the day low. So coming into today, I was like, oh boy, let's see if we can take it through 160. That did come in, but held it pretty well, consolidating sideways as of right now. So nothing too crazy. Let's see what else is going on in the rest of the market with Adara. Small cap recap.
Just an update here with regards to Pfizer. It looks like I'm seeing comments here. Again, if this is confirmed, I'll let you know. But I'm seeing comments suggesting that a White House official is actually announcing that Pfizer will be reducing prices, quote, across the board. If I see confirmation of that, I'll let you know. But just a lot of the same headlines over and over here with regards to Pfizer and this Trump RX program. Take a look here at Wolfspeed. We'll start the small cap recap off with this one. A slightly larger market cap, about $3.4 billion, I believe, as of this morning. But Wolfspeed is also significant because they have a pretty notable short float, over 30%. The company announced a reorganization plan after exiting this bankruptcy situation. Shareholders are going to be receiving substituted new common stock. Then we have Dragonfly, DPRO. This company right now, again, giving back some of the early move, but still up on the day, trading higher after being selected by the U.S. Army to provide flex FPV drone systems. And last but not least, RVPH. This one actually got a price target increase yesterday. RVPH to the upside. This is a penny stock right now. And again, up on the day, a little bit below its high of day here. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because the Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. October 8th to 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move. But your mission is to outperform him, beat his return, and prove that you've got what it takes. And then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV Live with the Trade the Pool team live in studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs, $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 evaluation accounts, and surprise giveaways during the live show. So don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman and win big. Scan the QR, start trading. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Obi.
All right.
I think we're beating Ackman today, I would say. We don't have a losing mark on our board right now. We're $3 in the money on CoreWeave. We just took another piece out right there. This Pfizer news is very, very interesting to me. I mean, now maybe Pfizer finally gets that go that it needs right now, using government money to now use, they just said $70 billion push towards R&D. Right now, they're going to be substantially discounting drugs through Trump RX, so that's going to be exciting for many of you in the United States. I think that's a great move, right? I mean, cheaper drug prices is what we're all about right now. We almost have $1 right here in Nvidia as well. So we're just doing like $3 in CoreWeave. The TQs was a great trade. We're still up nicely on that one. And there goes Nvidia just pulling back again. So that high of 70, let's put an offer there, and then we'll wait to see if we can hold something for that breakthrough 185. Remember, we are going large, if that, not large, but we're going on that 185 break. Hopefully we'll be able to get filled on that trigger to the upside. I'm bidding 185.25 if it does wind up breaking. More news with Adara.
So many news stories today, guys. Keep an eye on Robinhood this time around, HOOD. As you can see, this did get a little bit of a pop, already giving back some of the move. Bloomberg reporting that the company is considering launching their prediction markets outside of the U.S. And we talked about this yesterday. The prediction markets have been incredibly well received within the country, in the region. Now they're looking to launch them elsewhere. Back to you, HOOD.
Robinhood is absolutely nuts. We do have this little stock visualizer right here. I'm going to refresh this so we can get some more opinions on here. So DPO, I mean, that was one that Dragonfly there. We did have the news story there from Adara, so that one's moving around as well. Micron, well done since its earnings play, man. Now up 2.5%. They did get hit on earnings, now back to the downside. Amazon, 219, an interesting level there. We talked about that. Meta, down now 2%. So that was a name that I was like, I'm not interested in buying Meta yet, but I am buying it on dips. Marvell's a name that we just got into. So not just got into, but we've been talking about that off their earnings call. That's up another 1%. There we go. The fresh start is now in. So you got to go in. I see everyone doing it right now. So that's how I know there's a lot of usual suspects here in the chat. So exactly, Danielle Dallas, you got to put $ Reddit if you want to talk about it. What's up to Baggy Docious? Yeah, you're right. BBAI says Dude V in here as well. Mohammed says Tesla. Don Sharifo says yes. Stryker says Galaxy. Okay, so we actually haven't even looked really at any of the crypto names yet, and they're all in here right now. Martin says Reddit as well. So Reddit's been a really nice stock. Thanks everybody for participating in our stock visualizer, and we'll just check this in a couple minutes. Wow, SoFi, that was a good sell for us, man, at 29 bucks. SoFi. So I know this was a name that Mitch had called the next Palantir. I think it's down a little bit. We'll talk to him when he comes here about that as well. But right now, SoFi making the move down. So we're just in CoreWeave, which we just got more out near the top side there. I'm debating this 138 break. We're out on CoreWeave. Again, I just want to make sure 137. Let's go 137.50. Okay, if we break that on CoreWeave, I don't want to give back really anything on this one, so we'll just go offer enter on that. We do expect about 20 cents of slippage as the spread can open up. Right now it's 11 cents, so yeah, big movements there. All right, Obi, that's what I'm talking about and what I'm thinking about right now, waiting for that Nvidia break. I know you're in a new position there with Amazon.
Yeah, I'm trying a little bit of a pull-in on Amazon here. Again, we saw that VWAP sellers were very dominant off of the open and off of that test of 220. I'm just kind of you know, dipping my toes into the book here, just kind of feeling it out in and around close to this VWAP here. VWAP, I have it at 219.30s. Here as of right now. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback in. Like I said earlier, we kind of knocked onto that 24,800 and we knocked on it again on this 15-minute candle with about 3 minutes left to print, and we're holding that as a little bit of a supply area or supply coming in off of that those prices there. You can see Path is trading even lower now, Sean, coming into that $14 level here. So I again don't really have anything significant left over, but it's about just kind of having that last little bit, getting into that practice of being like, okay, I have the position, I'm holding on to it. Let's let this work for me, and let's see if we can kind of even hold it into the close. So, if it'll continue to do more and more of what I'm looking for, right? Consolidation, breakdown. If we're going to step lower and lower, I like that even better. So just keeping an eye on that UI path as it carves one for the downside. So
I don't know if you noticed DraftKings today.
Oh wow.
Dara.
Oh boy.
Can we find out more about Donkey Kong right now? Because yeah, perfect. Adair's on this. This is down 9%. Sorry, 8% right now. Go ahead.
The most obvious thing could be the prediction market thing with Robinhood, but I don't think that's it. I'm going to look into it right now. There's no news on it today, though.
Okay. Yeah, good call. I don't think you're way off on that. That could be something. We've seen DraftKings though. This could be. And again, like I don't want to talk like all doom and gloom here or anything like that. I don't think the market's falling back in a little bit, although I've been biased short now for 2 weeks. It's just, this is the sign, right? You're starting to see some names that have been super hot fire, and maybe DraftKings is alone by itself right here, but that was, and again, this was another call about the NFL season starting, and now it's going. So maybe it's a fade the news kind of a pop there. This is a very, very dramatic story. So I think that Adair is right by thinking about maybe where this story is right now. But again, I like the stock. I've always liked first mover advantages, and I feel like DraftKings and FanDuel do have that. So if you do like the space, I believe there's more to come here. But for right now, yeah, it's not looking like a very healthy pull here for DraftKings. Down now 8% and taking out that 200 period moving average. So thank you, Donkey Trader. Donkey Kong. So that was a nice put there in the chat. Thank you for your concern there and the look in on it, because it is breaking lower. So there goes DraftKings to the downside. So I just keep hearing in my ear, come to me, come to me. I mean, Adara's dropping the news. The hardest working person on the desk today, Adara, what's up?
Well, I can tell you a little bit here about DraftKings, Sean. I went on social media to kind of get the temperature of that one, and people are saying that DraftKings kind of generally does do this dip every once in a while in regulatory concerns. I cannot confirm the veracity of this. The one news story that people are throwing around as well, it's actually from yesterday morning before the bell, so we've had a whole trading day already to digest this, but I will give it to you guys nonetheless. DraftKings and NBC Universal announcing yesterday at 8 a.m. So again, Monday at 8 a.m. They're going to be having an exclusive integration and digital sponsorship across NBC Universal's sports properties. That would seemingly be a positive catalyst here for DKNG. Some people also in social media are mentioning, as I mentioned, that it could be related to Robinhood, reportedly looking to expand their prediction betting market, but there's no clear reason, long story short, for DraftKings to be down today. I wanted to provide you guys with the full picture of things so you can get a better sense. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. I'm taking out some more. Yeah, great work on that one. I'm taking out some more here. 140.50. We just got out some more CoreWeave, and guess what? There it is, man. It is now $1 the easy way on Nvidia. It's kind of the hard way, actually. The dip buy, it's hard. This is why I don't have that many shares. Hard to grab that on the way down. You never know how low it's going to go. But now we are out of 20. We took another 25%. So what am I talking about? We're out 20% of it at each time. So 20, 40, 60, 80. We have 20% left. Too many numbers today to go over all of this. But we're still waiting for that 185 to break. And I'm not going to hate on anybody that's short this. We've already come up here a couple times and hit that short. So not that I've hit it, but the short's been hit. So good levels there to play off of if you are short. I was just going to say, Don't think you're getting out at 185 if it breaks. Okay, here it is right there. There it is. We missed. See, 30, 40, 50 cents upside right there on Nvidia, Obi. It just broke 50 cents higher. So we're in it right now. Let's see if we can start to get something out here on Nvidia as it's trying to go. Nice move right there. Let's props it up. There it goes through 185. Obi and everybody, congratulations. Congratulations, Rob behind us. Congratulations, Mark over there. It is now Nvidia all-time highs. So if we think we're in a bubble, the name just hit all-time highs, so maybe time to pull her back just a little bit. We're in the long, and we're schmoking right now to the upside as there goes Nvidia. We missed it. We got it on the pullback in. I hope you have this, Obi. You do not, which is okay. But there goes Nvidia, bang, to the upside, and we're doing it again. So there it is right now. Here we go with another job offer. I've already told her so many times, Obi, we are both committed to the show.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Stop phoning, Ant. I'll see you at Thanksgiving. Damn.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, great push there on.
Too
on
hype.
Nvidia.
I was too excited.
Solid. Right through, right here.
Too excited.
Right through that 185. You had to be ready for that one.
Comment on my trades.
Push
I
there.
appreciate that.
No, I like that. I like that consolidation breakout as well, right? Like that came in real clean. We had a wick high that almost went to 185, and then kind of coming right back up into it. 185 push gives you almost $1 on the breakout. So yeah, great stuff from there, from Sean there. Solid trading there. Path all the way back down to $14. This thing just keeps on cracking lower and lower, man. And I have not added to the position. I'm just kind of like, where's the next trade? I guess the next trade was in and around here, maybe getting involved at that 14.5. I was like, there's a bit of a held offer at 14.5s. Kind of called it out as well. Didn't really get involved, but that 14.5 offer held pretty well, and then we dropped all the way back down to $14. Prices we have not seen until the since the pre-market session. So interesting stuff. Don't forget the reference price for this trade, for this kind of action on the day where that news came out and got bid up, was $12.50. So we're just about $2.50 away from that price. Don't know if we're going to get all the way down there, but don't forget the high
of course I did, my guy.
Pre-market session was 16.02s, and we're pulling back down about $2 into $14.
We'll see if it works.
Good stuff there on Path. Again, kind of fell into my lap. Didn't really have anything planned on it. Similar with CoreWeave. So CoreWeave still continuing to hold that bid, much stronger. I was like, Path had like a 12% short float, and I was like, okay, well, you know what? I do like this one a little bit better, even though I am going to get involved with it on the short side. I did like it a little bit better there after that aggressive extension in the pre-market session, all the way from $12 to $16. Like, come on, where are you going? Slow down there, Path.
Slow down. Take it easy, my guy over there. All right, 185.70s now. We are out. So right now I have a little bit, I have about 40% left. I want to let this ride right now on Nvidia. We've been, as soon as I say that, I'm gonna get out some more. All right, now we're at 186. Now I'm gonna try to let this thing ride. It was a pretty aggressive break, like we said. It broke up to 185.40s. It faded back a little bit, which allowed me to get my bid long. I told you we were bidding 185.25, so I don't have the greatest price on this trade. But when it blew up immediately and we could instantly get 25 or 30 cents, we wind up taking that. My out for this is going to be, I'm thinking now, because we're out of a lot of it, well, we have 40%, I think that I'm going to watch out for this 50-period moving average. That's generally been something that's been holding pretty well. CoreWeave is 450. I keep saying 450, 350 in the money as it's at 140 right now. That's 350. It's 70 cents over here. But I'm just, I was also thinking.
You see that? This market's crazy. These wipes that happen.
Oh wow. You like glizzies?
Glizzies? I love hot dogs.
Yeah.
Hot dogs are
I had them for the first time in a while this weekend. They're okay. I mean, they're not the healthiest. The good thing is,
there's all different kinds
of glizzies.
There's the ultimate scale of glizzy.
This is why glizzies are very popular.
Oh yeah.
Is you could put on there, you could put on. Are you like a fried onion guy? Or like, for me, I don't like raw onions as much. I don't mind them in salads and things like that, but I prefer the fried. Put those on a little mustard. I'm definitely a mustard guy on a hot dog. I
like the fried onion. I like the sautéed onions with some mushrooms as well.
Yeah.
On
mushrooms, great.
Yeah, sautéed mushrooms. So, I like my glizzy a little fancy.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I like hot dogs. They're not like, I would prefer a burger. I prefer a sausage on a bun.
Yes,
all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, hot dogs definitely. The kids. So we hadn't had them in a while, like I was saying, but it was good to have. We put them on the barbecue. Barbecued hot dogs are my favorite, as opposed to the boiled or anything like that. Steamed as well. You get at ballparks. You know, hot dogs are great. Atmospheric food. Is that a word?
Atmospheric?
Yeah, meaning like what atmosphere are you in? So for example, you're at a baseball game. You're having a beer.
Okay, yeah, like a situational.
You're at a picnic with friends, enjoying, again, a beer. Glizzy.
Yeah.
You are having lunch here at Trader TV Live. Tilapia. Okay, what's going on, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, lots going on today, as we know. Amazon, though, and watch this company over the last couple of minutes has introduced or announced a handful of new products here. The most recent announcement is their Fire TV 4K Select. That'll be the fastest 4K streaming stick under $40. So Amazon, lots of different product announcements. One of them was an Alexa Plus as well. Nothing crazy or nothing that's really been moving the stock here, but I have been keeping an eye on it. If there's any other different announcements of note, I'll certainly keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, people are loving this conversation.
Amazon products. So I was just like, as soon as Adara said there's some Amazon news, I'm like, great, sell the news because I'm sitting short already. So 218.80s. Markets coming in as well. ES a little bit more than the NASDAQ, but it seems like Nvidia is where the party's at, man. All-time high push, sustaining really well.
Down and this thing's still going up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that distinct difference happen over and over again. Like when it comes to the Mag 7, Tesla's weak, Amazon's weak, Google's weak, Softy and Apple not as weak, but still relatively weaker. Still trading within, I guess, their opening ranges, but Nvidia distinctly different. So, and our friend Meta, I don't know what Meta's.
Meta's down 2% or more. I just want to give quickly here. So I'm starting to get out a little bit more of Nvidia, and I'm just piecing it out. Like I'm not. So now I have 33%. We did have 40%, so we're out of 7% of that. And the reason why, big rejection candle there. That if I could. Even show you, like right there, when that broke up and we had that moment of silence for that was some kind of a rejection up there. Someone blasted this through 186 again, and I don't know who that is buying. You finally involved in a video?
I don't know.
But someone tried to run that thing through 186. And they did, and boy, oh boy, did they. I almost feel like that whole million shares was wiping that level. It must have been more than that, maybe 10 million shares, sorry. Wiping that level right there, and then just came right back in hard. Like we got 186 there, or 185.90 or so. Then we got a couple more 80s and 90s fills there, as it looks like it does want to turn its head the other way here. So maybe, and I don't want to, So this is the trader's dilemma again here. I could stop out at 185 right there. Like there is a level there for me. It's just, what is that, 184.25? So it's not always right to look at your net and make a decision based on that, and I'm trying not to do it, but I only do have a third left. I'm just trying to calculate, like, if we do stop out there, obviously this will still be a positive trade. So that math is mathing. So we're fine on that.
Ooh.
I don't know. All right, let's get out of half, Obi, of that break of 185. I'm going to go to 184.89, and I'm just going to stop out of half of what. Let's go. Yeah, let's go half. I hate to do it, but okay, we're trying to be a little bit more responsible here with that trade. What I've noticed in my life, by the way, it's already 10:40, so thank you, Obi, for helping out today. I mean, this day has been going by so quickly, and it always seems to do that. So thank you, Obi, and thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. But I don't want a good day to get, it's not going to go bad, but, you know, when you're making L's, you're giving money back. And I think that it is possible that this does break through a little bit lower. I do think this has like a couple bucks in it. I think 187 is possible today for sure. We just broke 186. I don't think it's rocket science to call a 187 fill here. So let's wait to see what winds up happening with Nvidia. I will get another piece out upside near that 186 level. So if that happens, then let's empty out another piece, probably 10% or so of what we have left. So let's get out of like 3 or 4% at a time here if we're lucky enough to do that. So I'll put an offer up there at 185.60 and see if we can catch that fill. All right, nice downside play. It's 10:40. It's time for an update from Adara at the big desk.
So you guys know I put it across the screen as well, but a couple minutes ago, Trump concluded his remarks outside the Defense Department, Department of War. So those are now done. Let's take a look here at the sector board. Slightly red here on the NASDAQ, but you might think we're a little bit weaker just based on how a lot of these sectors are performing. Tech services sharply to the downside as a group, more or less. IBM, Palantir, Robinhood, all relatively strong, but Oracle, Netflix, Google, Meta, and notably CRM, all to the downside here. Retail trade red, finance mostly red, notably American Express here, and Blackstone are pretty weak. Then we've got health technology. There's a little bit of strength there, and producer manufacturing. To go back to health technology for a second, keep an eye on this sector, particularly Pfizer. We're hearing a slew of reports suggesting that the company is going to be announcing a $70 billion investment in manufacturing pharmaceuticals in the U.S. And then also they're going to be part of this Trump RX plan that is set to be announced. If I get more details, I will, of course, keep you apprised. Consumer services, a little bit more mixed. Transportation weak, led to the downside by Uber. Energy minerals red as well, second day in a row. And retail trade, a little bit weaker as well. Electronic technology is where you really get a very interesting picture. Intel to the downside, they had that private placement completion earlier today with SoftBank. But Nvidia making new all-time highs today. RTX also strong. They had a deal this morning, I believe a $5 billion deal. And they also are a defense play. Of course, we had defense names on watch with Trump's comments. Dell to the upside as well. So electronic technology definitely stronger than the tech services side of things today. Back to you.
All right. Nice sector.
Yeah, we can go over some sectors in a couple seconds as well. I just want to say that we did get a piece out at 185.50, very, very small. I chopped that order in half. So I got out of just a small little 2%. I don't even know why I do that, honestly, like getting out of a couple percentage points. This is why I have so many outs. You know, sometimes it pays off, Obi, when it's barcoding like that and you're able to see these outs. Yeah. Taking this out here is a little questionable. Maybe we should wait for a little bit of a bigger push. So I'm still at 185.65, 64. So if we can get that fill, then all good. And then we'll try to see about 186. I'm waiting at 186.15. That high was 38s. We'll see if it can get back up there. But brand new all-time highs right now. So props it up for anybody looking at Nvidia today. It seems like you're going to be, you know, in the money if you're checking your long-term accounts, that's for sure. But so far, so good here on NVDA. There it is. So we get our 68, 64 fill. And now we'll wait to see how far we can go from here.
Yeah, great trading there on Nvidia. All-time highs. You saw it here first. Amazon got out of that one there as it kind of bid back up. You can see incrementally. Let's go down to 1 minute just so you can see my.
CoreWeave is $5 in the money, by the way.
Nice. Great trade there. CoreWeave's still holding on. Hey, wild. But yeah, I did get a little bit short here underneath this VWAP. And as the bid started to come in, you can see me actively covering as it pushes in. Yeah, sure. Real risk up to here, maybe even a little bit higher prior structure. But I see what it's kind of doing. We've kind of there was a high volume, I guess, a node or high volume push in and around here. So, and it was kind of followed along with an aggressive bid all the way up in towards that VWAP. And now we're holding above a little bit higher. So after an aggressive selling, a lot of that selling I do think has been pretty much done in the morning session on Amazon. So if it's going to kind of hold a little bit higher in bid, I do have to respect that. I have to understand, like, okay, well, a lot of the selling might already be done. This thing is overextended to the downside pretty aggressively. I did like that reversion long, and I liked it in and around here. That's why when I missed it, I took a little bit of a short scalp back down just to kind of get a feeler there. But yeah, the buying definitely in and around this VWAP as of right now. You can see the market turning around as well, Sean. So yeah, coming into the close of the morning session, been pretty crazy. Strong selling off of the open on some of these names. We saw that happen on UiPath. We saw that happen on Etsy. We saw that happen a little bit on Shopify as well. Shopify actually catching that bid through 150 off of the open to begin with, and then giving it all back all the way down to a low. I guess we printed a day low of 145.43. So I'm questioning how many ATRs that is from the day high on Shopify, kind of giving a decent chunk of its gains back. Oh boy, J&J reversion missed that one there. CoreWeave still holding beautifully the trend to its upside there. We know that Sean's involved in that one, so good stuff on that. But what are you guys involved in? I told you what my names were in the morning. I had Etsy, I had Shopify, I had Upstart, I had Rigetti, I had QUBT, I had, well, later on I had UiPath and CoreWeave as well, but I've only been involved in UiPath from the pre-market session. That one's working exceptionally well. I didn't even expect this one to be working this exceptionally well. $1.61 on a $15 name. Come on, you don't really see that kind of a move every single day. So I do have to kind of review this and be like, all right, if I did feel uncomfortable getting into full size in the pre-market session, where can I start looking into getting into that size in the intraday session as well? So that's kind of what I'll be looking at. I think at 1480s here, this consolidation highs, 1460s, and then we talked about that held offer roughly around 14.5s as well that I could have definitely gotten involved with, and the breakdown of structure at that 14.2s as well could have been a little decent. Trading at 13.89s now on UiPath.
Good trade.
Yeah,
$1.70.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, only breadcrumb left, but trying to get into that habit of holding on to at least a little bit of the position as long as it's working for me, right?
Yep.
I think that's a good habit to get into. And I think we can all kind of do a little bit better with trailing positions sometimes. I think that's something that I see all sorts of traders kind of complain about, like, oh, I left too much on the table. That's always going to be the case. But the thing is, how do we get a little bit better every day? That's all I can do. I know that for sure.
We have someone in the chat, Mike Peter Ryder, loves the adrenaline of trading. I mean, that's exactly what we're doing here. I don't
know if I really love the adrenaline of trading. Honestly, it gets really boring after some time. Like,
boring, yeah.
Like, it's just very like, okay, well set up, okay, take the trade. We know the stats, so there's not really that much excitement in and around it. If it's a breaking news trade and things are going crazy, things are going volatile, the position's working for you. Yeah, I like that little bit of dopamine for sure. But a lot of my trading is starting to get a little bit boring, and you know what? Honestly, I kind of like it. I can kind of chill out and not really stress too much about it. I'm kind of letting go to the fact of whether something works or not. But if it is working, I kind of want to bring that emotion a little bit back in, like work with that emotion, that maybe that uncomfortability, and get even more uncomfortable, being like, okay, I'm in a position, I'm uncomfortable, that's the trigger, I should be trying to get a little bit more uncomfortable.
I mean, do I look like I have $6 in the money right now, 2 positions? You know, this is what we're doing.
That's how it's done.
There's CoreWeave. I mean, CoreWeave, we're long at 137.50. It's at 142.50. That's $5. You know, Nvidia, we're just cool as a cucumber. This is a monster trade. This is the biggest trade of the month, and it's the last day of the month. Biggest P&L trade on the show this month.
Last trade of the quarter.
Last trade of the quarter, last trade of the month. And we're just straight chilling right now. So, I mean, when we're putting something on the sticky note, you best believe that it's getting hit. And that 185 long, not only did we take it here at 183, we took it at 183.80s. All right, so now just from that spot right there, we're $3 in the money. And then from our big spot, which we should have reloaded, Obi, when this was coming back down, remember I was worried about putting out the stop order for half. Glad that didn't fill right there. So this is what we're doing, man. It's 10:50 right now. You want to do it early or what?
What are we doing early? What's for lunch? Oh, boy.
We're doing it. Let's go, man.
We're doing it live.
We're too chilling right now.
Yeah.
You know, let's figure it out.
Market bid, though.
Today, yeah, market bid. Oh, you know what? TQQs. Where are we on this? Because I'm at 103. Okay, still a while for that one. Okay. So today we did have a nice little like a egg there, like an egg McMuffin, like in the circle egg like there with a red sauce, some tomato, and I don't know if there's like a salsa-y feel to it. I'm not sure what else was in that tomato, but that was pretty nice. So that's what it was for today. And then today we're gonna get, okay. All right, it's not bad. Today, we'll see what it winds up. We never get this because it doesn't go on top of the salad, of course. But we got a beef bolognese today, so that's not too bad with it just says spaghetti on there, roasted carrots and zucchini with mixed green salad. So a little beef bolognese to, you know, fill up that belly today. I think on the salad with the beef bolognese, I wonder what they're going to put on there. Better not be a piece of tilapia from yesterday.
Oh, well,
maybe some chicken on the
statistically speaking, they kind of do that. They kind of throw in a little bit of stuff from yesterday.
I know, that's what I'm nervous about. We're going to go to the gym at this in 10 minutes. We're going to let this trade ride.
Yeah.
We're going to let it Mike P to ride as this keeps on going. As this keeps as this keeps on going to the upside. Oh man, now it is just going. Thank you so much, Life's Interpretation. I mean, this is, I think, what happened to my wife and me. See, Life's Interpretation. Sean Katina used to drive me crazy. Now I love it. I understand his strategy and his trading more now, and I love his energy. Keep it going, keep gloating, keep goating. I appreciate you. Here's a goat right here. What up, Brendo? Yeah, look, this is just trading, man. I'm just trying to show you that it's possible. You know, Obi, that the failure rate is probably 90-something%. I mean, how many people have you seen come through and they've still remained great friends? It's not, you meet the greatest people in this business, but it is a tough one.
Oh, for sure.
So, you know, it's possible to be able to...
I think I've seen over 100 people come by through the floor.
Right, right. And how many are still trading for income?
I think there's three of us left.
3. So there you go, 97. Yeah, so 97 out the door, 3 still staying, and we're glad that we have Obi with us right now. As there it goes, man. Now we're $1.70 in the money on this Nvidia break, and it's gone meme crazy already, so it's just sticking upside. I said 188. We'll put some offers around there. Let's go over to Adara.
Here's the US dollar, this one continuing to speak to the downside. We did get some pieces of economic data this morning, so let's go over them in case you missed it. This consumer confidence print was significant. 94.2 was the consumer confidence for September. That is below the previous print and also below the estimates of 96. I was seeing, apparently this print was attributed in part to uncertainty around the potential government shutdown. We know Michael Noss said yesterday that usually the shutdown is actually positive for the stock market, but definitely leads to some uncertainty perhaps for consumers. Then we have Jolts job openings. Those came actually in above expectations. 7.227 million here versus 7.19 million estimate. I was also seeing estimates of 7.2 million. Either way, we did exceed all those estimates there. Now, keep an eye on this roster. We do have more Fed speakers coming down the line today. Fed's Collins, though, earlier today, she started speaking around 9. I started seeing comments of hers circulate around 9:30. She did say that tariffs have yet to be seen there in the, I guess, impacting inflation, and she thinks that's still going to be a concern. Keep an eye here. More Fed comments to come throughout the day, guys. Back to you. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe.
Thank you very much.
187.
187. Oh, boy.
Bitcoin 113.4. Quickly, let's just see what everybody else. We have the midday show is going to do. Obi and I have just been having a great time, obviously, and we've been talking about some big trades with Amazon, with UiPath still $1.70, CoreWeave and Nvidia and the TQs. So we're going to go, my side, we're going to go 3 for 3, all relatively huge. This is one of my best days of the month, and it's just because things started to work out. I mean, we have Alibaba written long. We didn't even look at that today. We have the TQs written short. That worked. We have Nvidia looking long, and we have CoreWeave looking long. I feel like you should have a big day if your trades are planned out. Yep. You know, so that's the whole thing about what Neil was talking about is if you do have the process set up to find winning trades, put them on, and then review said trade. And you even mentioned that as well, like reviewing, you know, your UiPath. How could have you got more, and how did it look like, and what kind of a setup was it? You always talk about A setups, B setups, trying to find less C and D setups, but those are the ones that you're looking for. So in here today, Caterpillar, I was actually talking with some farmers over the weekend, believe it or not, at Hockey, and they said that how much that's changed for them. And we were talking about AI.
They're using Caterpillar.
Yeah, and John Deere. They're just saying that the new tractors and whatnot, some of the software that you can upload into it and things like that, some subscription services as well from Caterpillar that's helping them figure out, again, just the right amount of yield and seeding and cleaning up the...
That's awesome, yeah.
Yeah, so there's lots of stuff there as well. All right, so just for what we're talking about here, Open Door, 21 subs have voted for that one, up 1.7%. SoFi is really getting kicked today, and I think that's because a lot of money rotating. And I said this already a couple days ago. As Robinhood continues to go higher, I feel like there's not some hatred for SoFi, but maybe some money coming out of SoFi to go back in. DraftKings is a big one there, down 9% today. That continues to go. You've already hit some Amazon as well, so keep on doing that. And then our midday show, these guys will start to show us, some more of these little cap names that tend to go higher. There it goes, man. 187 now breaking over the top right there as well. So here it is. What's up, Dane Generous? Here's $10. So fans can gloat for you. Holy moly, Nvidia, CoreWeave, and TQQs. So yeah, it's just, this is the TQQ trade that was really great to start off the day. We didn't wind up holding much, so I'm pretty proud of that one. I'm actually going to cancel. I've canceled my 103 now because I'm out of here in a couple minutes. But that was that trade. The CoreWeave Dane, I mean, that was a monster, and we're almost out of that one. And then Nvidia, I mean, all hail the king, man. We've talked about that. And where do we find this all? I come in, and a big shout out to Sharif. I mean, the sticky note, yes, is derived from our watch list. So I want to thank Sharif for giving me all the material for that. And then right into here as well. So again, was the TQQs written on the sticky note? No, it wasn't. But that's an opinion on the short of the market. We had that early. We don't have it now. Alibaba was on the note. Nvidia, I mean, we're always talking about chip names. And then UiPath and CoreWeave we discussed in depth from 8:30 to 9:30 as both those deals were announced. That's your biggest trade, and this is, well, Nvidia is now mine, but this is where I get the stats. Go find it. Over 3,000 of you have so far today, and it's a sticky note. It's out every single day that I'm in. So there goes Nvidia now upside. So we're still doing good. We have 2% left of CoreWeave. And I'm just thinking about a 140 break. So let's just do that. My last stop was 137.50. So let's go 139. Let's give it a little lower. Let's give it to 139.79. We do understand that there is a gap here in the bid offer. So we have to maybe give it a little bit more room. But yeah, man, with only 2.5 minutes left, Obi, anything you're looking at to maybe potentially get involved with? I know you're just in UiPath.
Yeah, no, I got eyes on this Amazon as it comes in and knocks on the door of its VWAP here, kind of just consolidating and churning. So I just have eyes on. I'm watching Nvidia as well. Of course, for a little bit of a pullback. I know it's all-time highs. I know it's extending and it's holding trend extremely well. But yeah, extended nonetheless, right? So I'm just looking for a bit of a mean reversion potential on it. Don't really see anything that would get me involved just yet because of how aggressively strong it is right now, and then market tailwind as well. So I'm just waiting and watching, and yeah, just kind of coasting along. Let's see where the next trade is. I don't really have anything right off of the bat, but yeah, I'm watching the UiPath as well. It's been sellers, pretty much only sellers since the open. So maybe giving us an opportunity to switch long eventually, but I have no idea. I think somebody in the chat was asking me, what's the plan to cover on the UiPath? Like I said before, I have an insignificant a portion left on UiPath, so I think I'm just going to try to put in the rep of holding the position, getting comfortable, watching it kind of ping pong around until the close, and then hopefully it still continues to work until the close. So that's what I'll be watching for here along the day, and I'm sure there's going to be other opportunities. We see how crazy some of these intraday news reports have been around the midday to the later end of the day as well. So I'm going to be sitting on my hands for the most part, waiting for, again, like I said this morning, something to potentially fall into my lap. So that's what I have going on. Etsy as well, only sellers since the morning, so I'm watching that one to see if buyers ever kind of take over as well. So that's what I got on watch. So nothing else too crazy. Good luck with the midday show. We only have about a minute left here, Sean, and it seems like Nvidia can't stop, won't stop. It's still holding those highs, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to stick around here at 187. So I've been getting some more outs right here, right now. And, if it continues to go higher, right now, man, I only have about 20% left. But I'm happy with it. I'm really happy with this play. The day happened, and we're going to get out if it breaks 185.50. So that's now we can use the 50 period. I mean, we were talking about using this 21 period moving average, but I don't want to stop out if it goes to 186.50. I mean, that could just be a run-of-the-mill pullback like we had right there. If anything, it was a reload. So I'd hate to get out there and then get stopped out and then have to be like, look back and be like, oh man, now we're at 189. That was a good reload spot, not a good out. So that's why I keep getting out. When we got to go. It's past 11, so we'll do that in a second. But like, look, this was barcoding here, so we were able to get out. This looks like it's barcoding here. We do wait for a big bump, which we get. But now we're trying to be that trader that we're trying to be, and that is noticing that potentially there's a turnaround right here in Nvidia, up 3% today, gaining another couple billion, 100 billion onto their market cap for no reason really. So there goes Nvidia. We're going to play that pullback. Maybe we'll just dump it off. It breaks through 186. Okay, so that's going to be the play for now. We're at a great level. And Obi, thank you so much for coming through again. Make sure you join me at 2 p.m. Obi.
Of course, I'll be.
All right, Obi's back at 2. Thank you for that, and thank you for watching. Hit the like. It's not too late. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe right now. But you should be. And if YouTube doesn't do it, make sure you go find it. We're rolling over into the midday show. So it's a midday madness with Sharif and Joe. They're getting ready. They're locked. They're loaded. Let's throw it over to the guys. Ciao for now.
See ya.
I like how we have music now.
I don't hear it.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And do we have any early birds today in the chat? All right, let's find out here, Joey Options. I'm not supposed to lean forward, otherwise the production team gets very upset. Jody Mills, get it, Jody. We got Buffalo Soldier, Billy Bezos, and Sarush. Who else? Luke Parrott and Ben Joseph. Yalla Studio, Yalla Habibi. Video News. We got Bovin, Life's Interpretation, and Paul Bratic. D-Scurf. We got Andrew Chow. Who else, man? Shadow. We got Hakuna Matadash, 215 Sugar Free, and Hytham Yassin. Rob Jenkins and Dude V. Shout out to Dexter Smith and Pete Rock. Lions Talk Live and PMAC. Shout out to Jason Koingi and David Gonzalez. My PD Rider. We got Chetan47 and Thomas Johnson. Why not? Dexter Smith, Ahmed, Max Power, High Vibrations, Darth Trader, Crypto, freaking FOMO, and Chris Pondit, Jaguar Nut. We got Vito, Consola. I don't know why I had to do it like, all mafioso style, but, High Vibrations. One more, Joey. Thomas Dang Johnson. Good morning to everybody. Happy Tuesday to you on this day. I hope everybody's having a profitable morning. There are some small cap gappers. We'll get to those in a second. First, let's say good morning to the DOG, Joey Options.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. What's it? Broke Hiker. Are you guys a gift?
Hiker.
After Hood this week, last week, up $2,600. Best I've done on options. Bang, bang, bang. Nice work there, my friend. All right, guys, let's get right into it and see what we got going on with Bitcoin. Boom, it did break out. Did we participate that? Nah, not necessarily, but we got a nice little move up there. This was a big mistake on my behalf. I took my eyes off the screen, and I was supposed to get out here. And then boom, I'm like, oh, wow, okay, that's some aggressive selling. We better get out immediately. So we take a little bit bigger of a loss than what was warranted. But hey, that's all right. We'll continuously look at this. Nice breakout consolidation off of the lows. We attempt one more shot right here. Bang, we take half of it off. And then we take another stop out, break even. So as for that, just sitting on the ye old hands to see if we can get anything rocking and rolling. It has been an inside day on Bitcoin. You can see that around 64.52. We're stuck within that range here as we're currently trading at that specific price, but not quite engulfing yesterday's session. As I mentioned, inside day essentially what it is. 63.50 is the low, and then 65 is the high of yesterday's session, and we're still trading within that. All right, very, very informative. Adara, what do you got for us?
I have a couple different stories with Amazon. As I mentioned, they've been announcing a slew of things throughout the day. AMZN here unveiling some new devices and features. I mentioned some of them earlier involving Alexa and their, Amazon TV stick. But they're also announcing new custom chips, AZ3 and AZ3 Pro, that are going to be powering their new Echo devices. Now, separately, we mentioned earlier DraftKings to the downside. Now we're hearing that apparently Amazon Prime Video is teaming up with FanDuel for real-time betting during NBA games. Unclear if this is a report or confirmed, but either way, more potential downside there. I guess a negative headwind for GK and G. Back to you.
And we took one more attempt here on the NASDAQ. As soon as it, we get involved, right? We go full share size, but then as soon as it started to climb towards that high, I'm like, yeah, the consolidation maybe was lengthy enough for it to continue its trajectory to the northeast here. So we don't want to be standing in front of that, especially with the likes of Nvidia trading up to $186, topping into 187. So that's an all-time high right there. You don't want to be standing in front of that freight train because you will be having a really, really bad time. So that's what I got going on for trades. Bitcoin 1 for 2, and then we go 0 for 1 there on the TQs, waiting for something to pounce. Ooh, but then we got a $10 super chat. Sharif, my guy.
Oh.
Great discussion on D-Pro.
Yeah.
It started it would hit $8, it touched $9, and I sold for a great profit. Thanks again, Joe. DKNG is crushed. Oh my God. Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm not clapping about the DKNG, obviously.
DKNG.
But again, like we talked about, brother, I mean, Joey, tell him what you think about this, obviously, because he's asking about Donkey Kong. I'll get to DPRO because I've already got it loaded up here by default, Joey. So we'll look at that one first, if that's all right, and then we'll get to the Donkey Kong trade again. Thank you, Corey, for the $10 super chat. Let's start with DPRO. I've already got it up on a trading screen. That's no surprise. Look, it's not up big, 27.5 currently. Here's what I see, Corey, and everybody else who's interested in this name. It has a very unique characteristic. Assassino. When you look at the DPR trade, Assassino, what do you see characteristic to this name?
What do you see?
Let's see.
What do you see?
I love calling him out. What I see, Joey, is a whole bunch of topping freaking tail candles. Do you not?
Tell him.
Right? What does that mean to me, Joey?
Ooh.
Every time it makes a new high, it is looking to retrace. It has that as a characteristic of how it trades. You make a new high, down we go. You want to make another new high, Joey? Well, then you're going to go down.
Oh,
okay.
I thought we were going up.
And you make another new high at the open, you come down. So as soon as this took 9, I was already on alert. Obviously, $9, psychological resistance, this, that, and the other. I was interested to get in, but then, you know, I caught myself and I'm like, look, this is likely to retrace. How far, how deep, I don't know. I don't need to know that. I just need to wait until it turns and wait for that first 5-minute candle that turns green and makes a new high above the predecessor red candle. So my bias right now, Corey, is this that it comes back down maybe to 8.5. Maybe if it gets really down there, 830. Now it could take 9. It looks like it wants to take 9 again. It's got some higher lows. So who knows? Maybe it changes its tune. It's breaking out into 909. It's a 918 high. The prior candle high is 913. There goes 913. It's got a new candle to make a new high. It's 916. We're 2 pennies off the day high right now on DPRO. So yeah. Look, clearly, I didn't have the right read on this. Otherwise, I'd be punching in and taking some new area highs. Let's continue to watch over here. See if the tape is stepping in. Oh, the tape is stepping in plenty, Joey. Seller at 23 right now on Dipro. Continuing to watch. Make us rich again, says Ozan. All right, give me a few minutes, brother. Let's see if we can get something going on this trade over here. I've just got a bias, though, guys, that this is going to turn because it hasn't been that steady state, higher high, higher low. If that's my bias, I'm going to stick to that bias. I'm not going to get in if I don't feel comfortable. So I'm going to wait till a pullback. Now, obviously, it's made a new high, 925. The prior high was 918. And it doesn't seem to be wanting to pull back in. So I might have gotten this one wrong. And it does have a good level of support here at a prior area of resistance. This is why I've started employing the 1-minute chart on the top screen or the top chart, and then the 5-minute on the lower one for areas exactly like this. Like, look at this. It uses 880 as an obvious area of resistance. Once it clears it, it comes back in and uses 880 as support. And it did it over here as well. 860 resistance goes up to 880. Starts using 860. Okay, so this one looks like it might be changing its tune a little bit with that stair-step effect. Now, if that is the case, then if we move up maybe 930, 940, whatever, then should I be looking for 9 as support? I think I will. So if it's going to pull up a little bit more and then come back into 9, your boy's going to be buying in at 9. So we'll see how that one goes. But I'm involved in NUVB. This is a very small position, and I'm going to hold, I'm going to have a really tight stop. Anything below 70 ends the trade for me because, yeah, it's clearing VWAP with a kind of a higher a couple of candles to make higher highs. But when you look at it a little bit more thoroughly, it looks like it's going to be another lower high relative to this area high over here. So 395, and then it's starting to use 380 as what I perceive to be possibly another lower high. We've got others going on over here on the side chart. BQ is in focus. Certainly, I know Yannick was asking me about that in the chat. Shout out to the OG Yannick. BQ, bottom left of your screen. Another B name, BKKT. That's a holdover from yesterday. It's more expensive, obviously, 30 bucks or thereabouts. It's holding generally trend of higher lows and higher highs off that 10 EMA. I'm a buyer likely at 29.50. Oh my God. DPRO is really going over here. It's a new high day, 933. It's going without me, Joey. So we're going to have to figure out how to execute on this. Otherwise, I'm going to have to wait for 9.
All right, then. Yeah, let's take a look at DraftKings and see what we got going on there. Oh, let's unlock that. You can do it. Yay. All right, DraftKings. Let's see what we got cooking up. Yeah, it's getting lit up today. We're not going to beat around that bush whatsoever. But again, I think with a name like this, you just want to buy a little bit more. I always say don't go all in at once, right? Especially if you're swing trading, long-term investing. You want to slowly start to allocate size. And if it starts to sell, you get to buy it at a significantly better price. I know you were long somewhere around 43, I believe, in change there. So yeah, it's an extremely tough look, but I wouldn't be surprised if this name bounces eventually. You're going to probably see some more continued selling if you don't see buyers step in. But one thing to note is that you're punching through some key support levels. You're going to head into that next level. You can see you're getting a little bounce off of that. But anything south of this, you get into the lower mid-30s, then I think you'll be okay. You want to grab a little bit more. So that's just my opinion. I don't know, obviously, what your account's looking like or anything along those lines, but that's something that I would most definitely be looking to do, especially if you're long and you have longer dated contracts or you're just in shares. With shares, you're fine. You don't have any time to worry about and you're good. You just buy a little bit more, forget about it, set and forget, and then come back in a couple of months to see what's going on after the NFL season, after they report earnings. We're going to be rolling into the banks shortly. So, I mean, hey, time will tell. But yeah, as for that, guys, I'm keeping my eye on this overall market as Bitcoin failed its breakout. I didn't take another attempt on the Qs here just because Nvidia put in a new high, 187.15. So let's take a look at that options chain to see what we got cooking up over there, because that is very, very interesante.
Very nice.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice. I love USNA. So there it is, 185. Guys, 185. Guess how many contracts?
How many?
286,000.
Crazy.
On the volume, 286,000. Yes, you guessed it right. 80,900 on the open interest column, guys. So someone's rocking and rolling. They're closing those contracts, whether they be short, which it sounds like they are, because why would you close them from the 185? You're a couple points in the money, but if it's rocking and rolling, you let it ride, baby. But other than that, my friend, that's what we got cooking up. Let's see how IBIT reacts around the volume-weighted average price. If we get that indecision print, then guess what? We're going long. You got it right.
I absolutely love it. All right, super chat. Broke something or another. Thank you for the $20 super chat. BBAI, I'm in at 476 with 113 shares. Sold everything at 8 except my lucky 113. Please advise. I've been with y'all for 2 years, so first time I'm asking. All of you guys rock. But Adara is on another level of amazing. You got some fans there in the chat. Adara. All right, let's have a look at. Pardon me?
Said thank you to the person.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, broke something. Broke Hiker, Adara is the name. Let's have a look at BBAI.
Mucho gracias, mi amigo.
Just having to monitor my positions. Let's look at Big Bear. Where we got over here. Big Bear, so you're in at 476. Please advise. Well, we're certainly holding on to this level of support here at around 6.5. This was obviously a level at around, mid-July, as well as, again, late July. We are holding that level. We're very much in a range generally here with some outlying areas, obviously. I don't know how you see this, Joe. I see 8.5 resistance. I see generally 6.5 support over here with obvious support at the 200 where it found support right here on the 10th of September. I like the higher lows. I personally area low, higher low, and if we hold up here, another higher low. So I personally like it. I don't know how Joey feels about it.
So we're going to go off to Adara there momentarily. We'll talk about BBAI when I get back.
Keep an eye on Ford and maybe some of these U.S. EVs in general. CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, apparently saying that he predicts the U.S. electric vehicle market share is going to drop from roughly 10% down to 5%. So he's predicting a decrease in the U.S. EV market share, as we discussed yesterday. These tax credits for EVs are ending very shortly. Now, I also want to let you guys know Nike earnings tonight. You can check that out with Sean and myself. That'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern. Nike releases their report at 4:15 p.m. We've got a whole slew of infographics on NKE for you on TTV Research, but we just posted this updated version of their Nike quarterly revenue in Greater China. I just added Q4 of last year to that because they're about to report Q1 26. So again, you can check this out on X at TTV Research to prepare yourself for that report. Let's see if Nike runs a little bit higher. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Excuse me. Yes, as for BBAI, I like it from an intraday standpoint, to be honest with you. Just the way it's curling up, volume stepping up as well, too, guys, as you can see it on the 5-minute intervals here. A little stair step. I mean, it's nothing insane from a relative standpoint, but the price action, I really like it, moving against the market currently right now. So, yeah, watch out for the continuation in this name. Sharif went over the daily. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. This is a big-time move off of these lows all the way up to $8.50. You reject slightly aggressively, and then now you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce. But intraday, I like BBAI. It's looking pretty good, so hopefully that move can be sustained for you. Now, as for UiPath, way to go there, OB. I can't believe that Robinhood tapped into 142.5 there throughout the day. That's insane. Really good look. There goes the NASDAQ to the downside. We didn't take another stab on that one just because of what NVIDIA is up to. It might be slightly toppy right now, but that's okay. But boom, Robinhood starting to form this, I don't know what you're going to call this, because we have this downtrend here, right? But we had these strong opening drives, and now we're forming this consolidation. Which direction is it going to want to head? Now, let's take a look at the daily to see how we're printing up here. Ooh, any more selling pressure? Watch out. I got out some around 122, half to be exact. Sat on some cash and I rotated into something else. So yeah, that's what we got going on. There goes the NAS. Ooh, we're heading to our target. I'm curious to see if we can get the volume weighted average price. That's going to be a prime time level right there. We're going to look for any forms of indecision and then a possible continuation. Now I'm just waiting for my scan to pop up. We'll run through some of these names and see what we got going. 107 million shares traded on the day. Pfizer in second place. Who would have guessed that one? Boom, there it is. Bounce off of, you get slightly below view up, boom, and you bounce right back to the top. UiPath, OB grabbing that nice short couple, $1.50 plus in the money right there for our boy. And then as for CoreWeave, bang, you get that move to the top side. So those are some of the names that the boys were trading earlier on the day. Rigetti forming a bull flag pennant. And then Silver had some options activity yesterday as well, too. Didn't do too much, but starting to sell extremely aggressively right now. So keep an eye out on Silver. Ooh, as for Amazon as well, too, guys, starting to get smoked, but recovering, now trading around the volume weighted average price there, Sharif.
All right, Joey, we're doing it live over here on BQ. We're long 1073. We just wet the beak there at 1145. It's very spready. It's 45 on the bid, 13 on the ask. It's hard to manage. So we were actually crossing my profit taker, I think by almost 20 pennies at the high, and it still wasn't printing. But that's the bad news. The good news is it's quite respectful of trend. If you were able to deal with the wicks. So this wick is real. It's on my black charts and my white charts down into 1020. I had my stop right below that level for exactly that reason, though. It wasn't that I was trying to degen. I was alive to the fact that it was super spready and that, you know, a wick like this could possibly stop me out. So I gave it an unusually large amount of room for it to kind of do its thing. So we'll keep tabs on that. 1145 best out so far. Looking for the next one in the 60s. You guys know what the deal with that one is. The other trade that I'm involved in right now. So I made a mistake over here on DPRO. We're long 84s. I actually got out here by accident, so I had to punch back in. This is the 10 EMA. as we've spoken about, but I'm getting in small share size on every successive little dip. I have a bias that DPRO is going to continue to put in generally higher highs and higher lows. I just don't know how low it's going to go. It's retraced, as I've mentioned, after big moves before, so I don't want to be getting in too much too quickly at any one level and then get into some trouble. So let's go ahead and post some profit takers at some decent levels over here. If we get a price spike up around that 9 area, I want to be able to participate, and maybe a little bit above. We're way at 905. Shut it to the 905. Anybody from Toronto knows exactly what we're talking about there. So that's the look right now on that. Let's go back to BQ because it's coming all the way back down. We're long 73s. Now it's showing me 1114s, but the spread is opening up even wider. 1084 on the bid, 1114 on the ask. So the spread still doing its thing. Let's keep tabs on that. I flattened out, by the way, my NUVB trade because this is not the look for me here. It's putting in lower highs and looking to flat bottom break. So that's not my move. We're going to have to put my phone on silent again today, bro. I'm getting a ridiculous amount of spam calls. Yeah. And I'm trying to block all of them, and it's just like a futile game.
Yeah, don't give
because they just call from other numbers.
Yeah, they just call from another number.
Right.
Don't give your social insurance number out.
Social insurance.
Yeah. Don't give that out there. Remember the story I told you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had
oh,
my buddy.
God.
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, no, that's nuts. I
You're
thought
like,
you were
hello.
mocking me there for a second. I'm like, no, why would I give up my social insurance number? But then I remember.
No. Yeah, my buddy did that there.
Exactly.
You got anything else there?
No, go ahead, Joey. Yeah.
Let's rock and roll here. Okay, first of all, we're gonna start with this. Jody Mills. Happy birthday. We don't know what number, but I'm going to just throw one out there randomly. Happy 22nd birthday. Oh. And I hope you have a fantastic one. It is only Tuesday, so don't party too hard, all right? Because you got to be back here bright and early in the morning, 8:30 sharp. So congratulations on that. Is it a congratulatory thing? I'm not too sure. But anyways, enough of that. But Robinhood, what are you up to? Break through the volume weighted average price. We're starting to slowly cook up on this one. Let's see if we can get this breakup. We are forming some lower highs, so we want to keep an eye out for that. But if we have the ability to snap this 140, then we're off to the races. 50 cents almost ITM on this. Going to be momentarily, especially if we continue on this path. NASDAQ starting to get a little bounce north of the volume weighted average price. We like this. Any buying pressure, it's stepping right into Robinhood, and bang, there it goes. A quick 50 cents, we'll take it. Bang, 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 as we're north of VWAP. And then you get another big time pop. Who does this stock think it is? I have no idea. I was listening to the All In podcast with Mr. Vlad Tenev himself. I liked everything he had to say, especially with private equity. So yeah, let's see what we can get a fill. It's slightly it's rejecting this level aggressively. So maybe we might have to just hit out on a limit and boom, take that profit and run as the market is starting to kind of come back in right now as well, Sharif.
All right, guys, BKKT, I don't know, somebody, like some cartoon character running. BKKT, guys, it is a big one today. Let's go. Let's load up, please. BKKT. No? Okay, there we go. 3151 area high, very strong. But let's take a gander over here at the spread right from the get-go. It's a 21 penny spread, 22, 46 on the bid, or ask, 24 on the bid. But it's put in a hell of a respectful trend using the 10 EMA on the 5 as its support level. So let's have take a gander over here. BKKT, that's top right of your screen, 3151 area high. Is there an area of support that we can pick this up? I'm liking the $30 level just for psychological support, as well as currently it's a 10 EMA. There's no telling where the 10 EMA will be if and when this turns down off the lower lows, or sorry, the higher high, higher low trend. So I'll keep my eye on that one. It's a bit more expensive of a name, obviously, $31. So you'll have to size in accordingly to take your risk management into parameters into mind there. So we'll keep tabs on that. What do you think of Costco, says Cyberkill? I'm going to answer that question for you because I happen to like it. It's obviously one of the long-term ones, but we're going to have to go to Adara for a second.
Yeah, we'll talk here about PFE. This one's moving up again. Donald Trump apparently making comments. I'm guessing this is likely just in transit between that announcement for the Army, or I guess it's just speech for the Army, and then his next announcement, which is scheduled. Initially, it was scheduled at 11 a.m., now scheduled for 12 p.m. Now, apparently, he's saying that they'll be reducing prices by 100% and in some cases more. People have attributed that to drug prices. Sounds like he's talking about drug prices. So again, keep an eye on PFE. There are reports that Trump's set to announce a deal with Pfizer involving Pfizer investing $70 billion into the U.S. for manufacturing pharmaceuticals. And then also they're going to be having their deal with regards to lower pricing. So again, Trump touting a 100% or more price reduction here for drugs. Back to you.
Very interesting. I mean, I personally wouldn't mind seeing that. I think the Americans deserve to get some better drug prices because, well, they pay a lot. And just ask myself, because we have quite a few Americans always coming up for drug price. Yeah, well, you know what the drill is. Joey,
yeah, you know the spiel.
That's the situation. So I don't like IXHL, Maracas, at all. It's dropping. It's negative on the day, down 5 2/3. It's also below VWAP, and it's personally not for me. I don't know anything other than just the current price action on the chart. I do happen to like FATE, F-A-T-E though. What's his name? Bovin, not bad. I'm not really a fan of ASST though, but FATE doesn't look bad on the day. Let's have a look at the 5. There's no catalyst though on this Bovin, and I don't want to say it's lightly traded, but it's not definitely a big volume day for it. About 6 million shares trading so far. Thanks for Assassino for that. Let's go back to Costco, C-O-S-T, for the super chat. Again, I want to thank Cyberkill for Costco. Costco's looking awfully good today into the area high. Let me just see where my friend Costco's at over here. COST, because it doesn't update the chart. Shout out to IB. Your charts are fantastic, brothers. But on the daily, I think that's probably what you want to see. Yeah, a bit of a pullback, obviously. I don't necessarily like the fact that we're below the 200 because typically we defend the 200 pretty aggressively. You can see in the outlying areas here during the tariff tantrum, we dropped below the 200 very briefly and quickly reclaimed it. We've been doing that a lot more now. In fact, I am also concerned about this lower high pattern, okay? Area high, another lower high, another lower high. You get it, another lower high. 900 seems to be a great area to buy it. From the tariff tantrum times, you go all the way back as well into January of this year. 900 was a very important area of support in the same way that it was a little bit of an area of resistance. Look at all these areas over here back in August and September of last year. We were basically rejecting 900 by a little bit, right? And we go up above it and then drop below it. So I like 900 as a buy area. And you have a double bottom here on the daily into 900, both of which were bought up aggressively. And then today, you're making a new area high. So we're certainly not making any higher highs on the daily, but that 900 is an important area I perceive. That's the good news. The bad news is we're making lower highs consecutively since the February area highs, and I don't like the fact that we've been dilly-dallying with the 200, a little bit above it, a little bit below it, so a mixed kind of picture for me anyway when it comes to this one. Let me know how it goes, brother. I hope you print up multiple storms on whatever trade you take.
All right, hopefully I'm wrong there, Gorev. Yeah, I don't love the long anymore. You can see we take a little piece out, boom, it comes back to our break even, we get out, and it trades all the way down to 139 flats, and then you're getting a little bit of a bounce off of that specific support level. Now I'm looking at some other names. Obviously, IBIT's on my radar, what the NASDAQ is up to, BBAI, and we'll go through a couple more. Actually, never mind, that we're not going to do that right now. I'll tell you one thing that we are going to do. We're going to take a look at the top performing sectors of the day and see what we got going on. The healthcare, who do they think they are, thinking they can lead today's race? No, obviously being sarcastic. There it goes, up 0.7. Consumer staples, second place, up a fifth approximately. And then technology sector, so hard. I almost want to say technology every time. But there it is. We're up about a fifth. And then also the bottom three, guys, we got consumer discretionary down 1%, financials down 1 1/10. And then we have the energy sector down 1.6%. Yeah, I mean, one thing to note here, Gorev, this is positive, right? So you can see that some of the market has cracked through support levels. But let's take a look at this, right? Boom. Consistent higher lows, and that's exactly what we want to be looking out for. If you feel comfortable buying that support level, it's simplistic. You get out at the break of the trend, and then you wait, be patient, and wait for some more indecision prints. But we got another $10 super chat. Spam calls, iPhone, go settings, app, phone, and selected silence on those. He knows. Best setting I've ever seen. If you don't have the iPhone, just do better.
Oh, no.
Damn. Oh, F-Bombs is his name. Thank you for the $10. Adair, what do you got for us?
Bro, look at this.
We're going to talk about crypto here. We'll do our crypto segment. This is an individual by the name of Hester Pierce. She's on the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, and she actually also is one of the leaders of their crypto task force. Now, why do I show her photo? Because there are some reports coming through here that the SEC is developing a plan to allow stocks to trade on the blockchain technology similar to cryptocurrencies. This is reported by The Information. So again, the SEC considering, just as we have cryptocurrencies trading on the blockchain, they want stocks to trade on the blockchain as well. This initiative is apparently a key part of the crypto-friendly regulatory side of the Trump administration's plans. This would actually allow investors to purchase tokens on crypto exchanges, and they will be representing companies like Tesla, Nvidia, etc. We know Robinhood did announce tokenized stocks earlier this year, even for private companies as well, like OpenAI, which did lead to some pushback from OpenAI. So this concept is not new, but it does apparently face some resistance from TradFi, or traditional finance firms here, because they have established profitable operations within the market structure. They're maybe not ready for the smoke or ready for this new development. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But either way, keep an eye on this story because it is a pretty interesting one. Here's Ethereum. ETH is making slightly lower highs here on the daily chart, but right now supported that 3,800 area is key. Let's see if we can hold it. We'll take a look here at BTC as well. BTC looking kind of similar to ETH. And BTC, again, kind of having a situation with lower highs and higher lows in the daily. Let's see how this wedge-like formation sorts out. Again, it's worth noting both are within the bounds of all-time highs. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna have to figure somebody out to help me out here.
Do what you got to do there, my friend.
Fantastic stuff.
Oh, CoreWeave, that's why you don't listen to me, brother. You gotta you take the trade. Hopefully you did. No, it bounced off of those support levels really well. 139, bang, like a trampoline bounces off it, and now climbing right back to the top end of the session. It sounds like a car when your belt is something wrong with your belt, and you hear that car driving down the road until it starts to warm up. For all those who are familiar with that specific sound, ask me how I know. I used to drive a 98 Hyundai Elantra way back in high school, a hatchback. Love that thing. Put in a boom box in it as well, too. What's up? So your boy was coming through with the old hatchy there. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with that car. Whatever happened? Did I destroy it or did I just get rid of it? That's a great question. I got to jog my memory on what that was. Fun story. We'll get right back into this TQ's trade right here, starting to work hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. But back to my Hyundai Elantra for a moment. First day ever having my G2 driving to high school. Your boy rocks the curb and just destroys pretty much everything on the undercarriage of it there. So yeah, I get a little excited, Nancy. But TQQs, boom, there it is. 102.22. We're going into that level. If we can come back into this neckline, we're going to start piecing some out. Maybe even 102.30s. We'll take a little bit off the table there. Love that print. It's a choppy morning without any question. You can see the first hour and a half of the session. Sideways price action, you get that breakout, you come right back into the middle of the range, and then now we're trying to find a specific direction. So patience, and then we get up to 102.30. We're going to take some off. If we get there, we're right at VWAP. We like it. Be patient. Wait for the opportunities.
I like that. I like that. Where the money at? Da-na-na-na-na-na. All right, you know what? BQ's been good to me today, man. Even though Assassino, I don't like typically these ones with a very wide spread. And I'm sure you've heard me say that many times, Assassino, but this one is good to me today, okay? So 1180 high on my friend BQ. We're long 73. We just wet the beak there at 69. You know what's up. And now we're waiting at 88. So we can't quite hit the dollar club animation quite yet until we get that 88. If we get that 88 print, we're going to pack our patience. But something's afoot with my platform on here because it's not letting me punch out of position or take profit on DPRO. So I don't know what to do. We're flat on it right now. It's showing me 77s. We're in at 77s, but I see resistance at 80. Why do I say that? Well, we saw resistance at 80 here, then we use it as support. Then we come back down, use it as support again, drop below it. Is it going to be resistance this time? Here we go, moving back up to 80. But I've seen this story before. This candle's got another, I think, well, it's closed now. How do we trade? We're trading lower. What I'm waiting for here is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. And we haven't gotten that relative to the candle at 11:25. The 11:30 candle didn't make a new high, and this current 11:35 candle doesn't have a new high either. So I don't want to take it out. I can use my flatten keys. It's not letting me punch out using the gateway keys, but I can use my flatten keys. But if it's the right trade, I don't want to get out. And that's kind of the existential issue that I'm having with right now. So it is dropping here, Joey, and yeah, that's the situation. Anyway, we're going to Adair.
Keep an eye here on WBD, DIS, PSKY, FOXA, any of these TV and media related names. The Federal Commission's the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, is reportedly considering whether to end their merger ban across major U.S. broadcast networks. So apparently this merger ban they have could come to an end. FCC considering ending this ban. Back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, we'll get that sorted out. Tesla breaking through some key support levels right there. There goes Robinhood to the lower end of the support level. All right, so that's what we got our eyes on. You can see this strong engulfing print right here on the 1 minute. So you got that move up into 102.20, and then you sell off aggressively back into 101.80s. So let's see if we can get another little pop to the top side, and that's what we're going to continuously look out for. Let's take a look at the options chain on the NASDAQ itself to see what we got. Don't stop. As you see, remind me, brother, I gotta sit up straight, my friend. All right, so there it is. Let's take a look at some of the activity that we're experiencing throughout the day. 599. Lots of volume coming through that specific level. Nothing outstanding from an open interest standpoint. You got those 600s still currently open right now. 12,500, 84,800 right there. So not too bad of a look. And I mean, if we look at our deltas here, obviously the higher we go on the strikes, the lower that delta is going to be. And that's kind of what the gamma squeeze is, right? So you have so say we have a high concentration right here up at the 605s. You got a lot of open interest there. And then sure enough, the market starts to rip. And it's like, oh, okay, what's going on? Well, the gamma is going to start to accelerate, right? And then also your delta as well, too. So that's when you're going to get those gamma squeezes, and you're like, oh, wow, this is not going to be a good time. So all those short options traders are like, let me get out of this one and reassess the situation. We'll cut our losses and then obviously just look for another potential trade. So that's what we got going on. Back to our scanner. We can now click on Mara to see what it's up to. Not too much Bitcoin. I mentioned inside day on that specific. On the crypto. I haven't even looked at Ethereum today either. I assume it's going to be a little bit weaker than what Bitcoin's up to. Yep, significantly so. But I like a potential bounce right here, right? We got a hammer candle. The volume isn't isolated, but hopefully this print can hold up. And hopefully the NASDAQ can hold this 101.83 level before it tanks and heads to 101.60, and then that's when we're going to have to get out of that trade. So maybe not too much of a bottom picker day, with the exception of Tesla. The more aggressive the selling is, the more I like it. But you also want to look for key signals, right? We got the stopping volume and we have the hammer prints. Those are two things that we're keeping an eye out on. And then also, with the options chain, we had a monster of a short, Gorev and I, on NVDA correlating those three, and it's just like punch, 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 and that turned out to be a really good time. So happy with that one. As for our DKNG, the volume's there, but nothing is saying, hey, we're ready to turn price around just yet. So be cautious for some more potential downside within those names. And there goes Robinhood, cracking through the support level. It tried on multiple occasions to punch through some key support, resistance, but it's like, we're not climbing any higher just yet. Maybe we need to absorb some more liquidity before we continue that path higher. But again, it's intraday trading. It may not happen today. It may take some time for it to come to fruition there, Sharif.
Well said, Joey. Well, absolutely well said. I'm just looking at a couple of small cap gappers here that have weaseled their way onto the scene. They're a little bit light on volume, guys. So what I had to do here, just full disclosure, so I can explain what I'm doing, so you can follow along. DPRO, I did not have intentions to get out, but because I was unable to take profits, I had to use my flatten key. Okay. Now I've set up a script order on this one because I'm still interested in it. Right? It was never my intention to execute in the way that I had to. So I'm looking for a reclaiming of 880. And if we claim and hold that 880, I'm getting back in. Now what I see is a 3-candle higher low setup right now relative to the 1125 that has a higher low. So the 1130 candle has a higher low than the 1125. The 1135 candle has a higher low than the 1130, and the current 1140 candle obviously has a higher low, and here it comes. Now we're triggered back into this one. So let's see if we can take profits now, Joey. Yay!
Oh, yes.
Oh, good boy, computer.
Yay.
All right, so let's see if we can now ride the trend. So we're gonna go ahead and throw some script orders on that. We'll see if we can get some nice executions. Otherwise, this will be a bull trap and we'll be in some trouble. I'm also looking at BKKT, guys, okay? So BKKT put in a nice red candle there after that 32 2/3 area high. And now it pulled back in. It pulled back in momentarily at 31.50. But here we go again, reclaiming 32. And this current candle's got a high of 32 1/3. So I'd like to be able to get in on BKKT somehow, some way. I'm just not really sure how to do it. It's not pulling into the 10 EMA. It's continuing to hold a higher low trend, so I can base my out based on that. We'll continue to watch. Let me, I'll have to mull that over a little bit. All right, DPRO, we're moving back up here, Joey. We just got the first print at 888s. Now it's showing me 91s on DPRO. And we got some shares here, so we're gonna continue to scalp. We're looking for continuation, ideally, into 9 and above 9. Don't forget, it's a 933 area high here on DPRO. Let's see how good we can do on this one, if we can do well at all, and or how high we can get. I want to see a nice clearing of 9, ideally, just to kind of create a bit of a buffer from my entry, obviously, into the price action. So we're showing 91s now. Most of the time it is a 1 penny spread, but I've seen it as wide as 3. We'll see if that spread continues to tighten up as the liquidity comes in. We're about 46 million shares traded right now on the day, a little bit less than 50. So we'll keep tabs on that, Joey Options, and we'll report back. Grunfeld saying BENF. Let's take a quick look at BENF over here. All right, let's take a look. This is a hell of a daily chart it's got over here on BNF, but let's have a look at that. Yeah, so it looks like it was an aftermarket mover from yesterday coming from penny stock world. It was about a 36 penny close. The aftermarket yesterday took it to about 75. We're still putting in lower highs, brother, from that aftermarket high yesterday, but we are also putting in higher lows. So it's a compression pattern. I would play it as a range until it decidedly breaks out. That means you buy it as a long off the lower end of the trend line and you wet the beak at the upper trend line and you hold a piece for the dream, right? Because you want to see if this can break out. So I see lower highs, but I see higher lows. Aftermarket breakout yesterday at 515. Let me know how it goes, brother. Wishing you very good luck and multiple storms of prints.
All right, good stuff there. Where did I see this one? Oh, I was looking just for you, Assassino. I found a cool, oh, here it is. PBR, this one's just for you. Not Pabst Blue Ribbon for my fellow Americans, but Petróleo Brasileiro right there, Assassino. Not too bad. Well, I mean, it's a horrible look. Yeah, it's a horrible look on the daily and on the intraday. Damn. All right, I was looking for a little bit better of some Joey. Premium there, but yeah, that's what we got going on. I like Soundhound. What sound? Where's Soundhound? Where are you? Show yourself. Show yourself. Where are you? Bang. There it is. 5 minute. Do they say that on there? Or you got something?
No.
Oh, you're just doing it?
Bro.
Yeah. You know what? We won. We won. I finally won a game yesterday, man. Yeah. And it was
net?
Twice.
Woo! Woo, this guy's
Bro, I
been
was on
netting
fire,
every
man.
time.
Yeah, I was on
Okay.
fire last night. Twice,
Damn.
2 goals, like 3 primary assists, and the boys take home the W. Finally, man. I was telling the boys, I'm just sick of it. But anyways, Riot. Let's see what we got going. Yeah, Dubs. QBTS, Mara, Cypher. Yeah, a lot of sideways price action in today's session here, guys. So we're gonna be patient and wait for something to set up. I want Tesla to sell a little bit more aggressively so that we can find a potential bounce here. But we did crack through some support levels. Like look at the volume step in here. That's big time, right? Now it is being matched by some buying pressure, but just keep an eye in case it does want to continue that trajectory to the southeast. But now as for the daily, boom, you have this breakout from 355, you climb $100 within a span of a couple of sessions, and then now you're just slowly starting to cool off, all right? So wait for this consolidation, consistent higher lows, which is a positive sign for an additional move higher, but we're still about 8 or 9%, 10% to be exact, off of the all-time high, so discount, maybe, possibly. So not too bad of a look, but let's take a look at what Apple's up to as well here too, guys. You're only a couple percentage points off of that previous all-time high. It's only a matter of time until this name makes a new one, so keep an eye out on that. Now, as for Google, get it, Adara. As for Google, man, this thing's pulling back, but we love it. The deeper the pullback, the more you want to buy on this name. It's unfortunate we did get out of it somewhere around this neck of the woods, and boom, that's just a big mistake. I talk about it all the time. Okay. Cash flow. This thing's essentially an ETF. It's so hard for them to fail. Why? Because they can just pay the fines.
Pay demand.
Pay them and buy their way out of any form of trouble, because that's what money can do these days.
Oh, dang. All right, we're flattening out BQ over here, guys, because it is losing the 10 EMA on the 5. Look, if it sets up again, I'll get back in, but it was good to me. We couldn't quite hit that dollar animation, but that's okay. We'll look to do a little bit better. Guys, alert. BKKT is losing the trend. I was about to punch in on this until I thought better of it. Oh, 10 EMAs coming in. It's time to buy. Oh, my God. And then it just loses the 10 EMA. $31 was a 10 EMA. It's lost it by 50 pennies, 30.50. It's really coming down hard. I want to see if it finds support at 2 different areas here. First and foremost, 30.25. That's this area price spike at 10 o'clock. Let's look for former area of resistance to act as support. That is if 50 penny goes. Wow, this thing is insane. It just popped off 30.15 to 31.15. And then below 30, that 30.25 area, I'm obviously looking at $30, given that it is psychological support. We'll see how that one ends up doing. BKKT has been one that I wanted to punch in at, but I was looking for a strict hold of trend. What do I mean by that? I mean, it didn't really breach the 10 EMA at all on the way up, and now it is. So I need to be alive to that. And I'll see exactly how I want to get in, but it's not going to be as quick as I like, I guess.
No.
BKKT right there, watching DPRO as it drops below 9 now. Now, this current 5-minute candle does have a higher low, so I don't want to take it out too quickly. And this candle is going to close in still like 2 minutes. I'm looking for a continuation above 9, right? We wet the beak here on the price spike up, but what I'm afraid of here on DPRO is this is an area high, and then this over here will be a lower high, and that's what my concern is, right? Because that's how we see the stair step down. Lower high, and then he usually uses VWAP once the shorts are in control. So I'll keep my eye on that. Sir David, look, MTLX, I like turtles. Shout out to my man. We're going to have to pause for a second because Adara's got news, but as soon as we get back, I'm going to look at that one for you. Thank you.
Keep an eye here on oil. I have oil up here, like BOIL, but you can, any kind of oil or gas play here on watch. We do have the OPEC Secretariat announcing via a post on X that they are dismissing these media reports suggesting that countries are planning to increase production. They said they are not planning to increase production. These claims are, quote, wholly accurate and misleading. So oil, we know, was down yesterday on these reports. Now OPEC Secretariat saying those reports are not true. We are not planning, or these countries involved are not planning on increasing production. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Adara. All right, let's have a look at MLTX for Sir David. So what the hell happened with this one. Okay, so I have to look at this because clearly there's a story to be had here that I don't know too much about. So you're going to have to give me a minute here. Oh, boy. So what the hell is this company? Why is it trading like this? Okay, MoonLake Immunotherapeutics. So clearly they had some sort of study that went wrong. I can just tell you that from looking over here at it. I'm just looking for the explanation. So this was the 29th, so I have to go back to yesterday. Downgraded, looking, therapeutics, so there it is, okay. So, MoonLake Immunotherapeutics, oh Jesus, 89, drops, falls 89.1%. The story produced by give me the freaking story, you idiots. What the hell is this? I'm gonna have to keep looking.
Want me to take over while you find it?
No, that's fine. I'm going to find it. Why is it down? Here it is.
Determined.
Shares of MoonLake Immunotherapeutics plummeted after the biotech company reported disappointing trial results. Okay, so exactly as we thought, that's what these ones do. You know, that's just the nature of the beast. Look, I can't comment on the fundamentals of biotechs and therapeutics companies because I don't know anything science related. That's going to be Obi. In terms of the price action, this is very scary when you're trading at $61, $62 on the 26th, and then you wake up and you come into work on a Monday on the 29th, and in the morning you're trading at $6. I mean, can you think of something more scary? Well, I'm sure you can, but you know what I mean? Exaggerate for effect.
That's optimal fear.
This is fear, and this is what it is, Joey. I mean, we were trading, we were doing well into 62.5. We drop all the way back down over here, and there are certain levels, sure, going back to September of 2022, when this level did come into play, but I can't really give you an opinion on this because it's going to require understanding of science, what went wrong in the phase 2 trial. From the technicals, they don't look good, brother. No. They don't look good at all, and that's just what these ones are. If you have a bad phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, typically phase 3 you're on your way, but phase 1 or phase 2, and it fails or it's not well tolerated by the study group, this is typically what happens.
I put it on the downgrades yesterday.
This one over here?
Yeah,
okay, so then you know all about this.
So it was getting lit up yesterday.
It's an ugly look, Joey. It's an ugly look.
That's the destroyer of wealth.
I hate to comment like that.
Yeah, no, it sucks, man. It's honestly, and you know what? We're just gonna call it how we see it. When you have things that happen like that, it definitely sways people away from the market because, like, why would you ever want to put your money into a name or a therapeutical stock like that? And then, as Sharif mentioned, it's trading at $60 one day, and then you come back the next day and it's at $6, and you're like, well, I've been putting my hard-earned money into this, and just like that, absolutely gone. Could you look at it as a speculative name? Maybe, possibly. I think so. At this point, it's not a good time, that's for sure. But as for the NASDAQ, we went into that 102.20 level. I didn't take any off, and then we rejected aggressively. There is some prior resistance here, guys. Excuse me, you can see that across the 5-minute time frames within that first hour. So, I mean, maybe we just take the money and run if the market is really toppy. It looked like Google was ready to start rocking and rolling, starting to cool down a little bit. BBAI, we don't want to look at that right now because we want to pull up Microsoft and see what Microsoft has been up to. Boom, there it is, starting to recover. So if this name starts to rally, you head towards that high of the day. Watch the upticks in the overall market. Now let's get a broader look here. Head towards that daily, and there it is, bang. Let's draw our basic trend lines here once again. We had this there, Sharif. Bang, snaps to the downside.
Get it, Joey.
Guess what? We're gonna do it one more time.
All right.
We have that downtrend. Snaps, bang to the top side. From there, 501 trading at 516. So not too bad of a look. Let's see if Microsoft can continue its move higher and higher. There we go up to 102.22 in the NAS. We're gonna take a little bit off here, folks.
Okay.
Just 20%. Is that a little or is it a lot? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And there we go. What song is that? That was a good one.
A little bit of Monica.
No, I was thinking a different one.
My bad.
You know which one it is? Yeah, the little bit of this, a little bit of that. Adara, what you got?
Keep an eye here on Pfizer and any other healthcare-related stocks. It looks like this announcement, so I'll just pull out the NASDAQ here. Looks like this announcement does have to do with the healthcare and drug-related pricing as we expected. He's on stage here with Robert F. Kennedy, who is leading the Health and Human Services Department, and some other individuals that were on stage with him when he made the Tylenol-related announcement. So keep an eye here on these healthcare names. If I have updates, I will let you know right away. Back to you.
Apparently I'm singing it wrong. All right, so it's all right,
I was singing the, what's it called? What's that Martin guy. What the hell is his name, man? Ricky Martin.
Ricky Martin.
Yeah,
Ricky Martin.
God.
What's up with that guy these days?
I don't know. What's he been up to?
Who's
Mambo number 5.
that's it. That's a classic, man.
And like a little, get it, Chilean Nightmare. He's singing. That's not Ricky Martin?
Not Ricky Martin.
Man, who is that?
Who is it?
Who's that, Fabian? It's a one-hit wonder guy? All right.
Oh, man. I wonder what it would be like to be a...
Lou Bega, everyone's saying.
Lou Bega. All right, one-hit wonder.
Martin,
yeah, all right.
Shows how much I know.
Yeah, we don't know any of that.
Great
we just sing the songs, man. We just know the melodies, and we try to sing them. Speaking of melodies, bang, there goes the NASDAQ, another little pop to the top side. We'll take a little bit off. It wasn't at a higher price, but why not lock it in, right? Considering we're rejecting this level umpteen times now, and we don't want to continuously face it in case it decides that it wants to dump aggressively. We've already taken the majority of it off. We only have a couple more outs, 70% to be exact. So hold the rest for a runner. We got a boatload of news today. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm just going to let you guys know here, we're not going to have it happening now because I am actively listening to President Donald Trump right now, but he did confirm Pfizer agreeing to offer medications at major discounts, that the U.S. is going to be paying the lowest price and actually the most favored nation's price. If I get more details on pricing, I'll let you know. We also heard in these reports that Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, was set to make an announcement of his own. If he is there and makes that announcement, I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
I'd like to be the most favorite nation. You know, if you refer to me as the most favorite person, most favorite whatever, you know, I wouldn't mind that.
In somebody's eyes, you are.
Not even in my mom's.
Yeah, right.
That's my sister, my boy.
Oh,
that's my sister, my boy. She's the family
saint,
star.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right, man.
What is that, Ob? She's a dentist. Yeah.
Yeah, well, hey.
She's a teeth cleaner.
We lie.
I mean, teeth fixer.
Teeth fixer. Well, hey, call her up, man. I got plenty of dental.
You want to go to Orange County?
I would love to go to Orange County,
down to Laguna
Niguel. Do you think she'd hook me up too, or no?
Yeah.
But Obi, for real.
My boy, they don't make as much money as they do in Canada. Canadian dentists clean up. My cousin, who's a dentist as well, just bought a brand new place in the annex. Guess what? The bank gave him 100% financing. And he's going to build out the office there. It's a dual use, commercial and residential. In the annex, he got 100% financing. Had to put none of his own money.
Damn.
It's infuriating. Exactly.
Where
they
is
know.
The annex?
It's like down the road, like right by Yorkville. It's like the next one over.
Is it the next one over? Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, yeah, these dental practices are just bleeding it. Yeah, my friend, my buddy who has his MBA, he's like, yeah, I know so many guys who just went and bought businesses. They don't even really, they're not starting their own. They're not doing anything. They just go buy one. And some guy bought a veterinary clinic and a dental office. And it's just absolutely raking in insane amounts of cash. All right, there goes the Qs, right? We get the break-even stop out, and it takes another pop higher. Man, oh man, these breaths are killing me.
What?
The breaths?
Oh. I'm just making
sure. I thought you said, okay.
That typically wouldn't kill me, but
well, there's no way what you thought I said would kill me. But no, these pullbacks is what's getting me here, guys. Boom, you get the
Get him, Mike. Mike heard it too, Joey.
No, I did not. All right, well, if you guys, hey, man, to each your own. If you want to feel like I said that, then go ahead, man. To each their own. But I did not say that. But anyways, aside from that, guys, there goes the NASDAQ. Nice little pop up. You guys all heard it. Yeah, whatever, whatever. Obviously joking around here.
Everyone loves it, though,
but that's
bro.
what we got. I might even get involved in some Robinhood here again, Gaurav, just in case the market wants to take a little bounce. We went 1 for 1 on that one. We go 1 for 2 here on the NAS on these scalps. We go 1 for 2 on the IBIT as well. I'm not even looking at it. Hopefully it breaks up. Head and shoulders. Uh-oh, Sharif. Uh-oh.
What happened, Joe?
5-minute head and shoulders.
Oh, no.
You see it?
I don't. I see a double top.
You don't see shoulder 1, head shoulder 2?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But what about that? Would we not look at that part over there?
We're going to look at the double top. So we got a bunch of bearish signals on over in this neck of the woods. I do want to buy another contract or so, but it's not looking too good. But maybe when there's blood in the streets, you grab a little bit more. Sharif, what do you got?
BKKT, Joey. We asked Weddick about wanting to get involved here. We're nicely involved. We've got 98s on. It's showing me 45, man. Give me the print, man. All right, I don't want to take out too much too quick here because I think we can get a nice price spike through the $0.50. You never really know, so sometimes you want to wet the beak, but I think I'm going to exercise patience over here to try to get the right trade. Now, we've got a nice double bottom at 30.50 followed by a doji candle, aka a candle of indecision, and now we have a 5-minute candle, a green 5-minute candle making a new high. And just like that, given the spread, it drops back down to red. We were making a new high into 30.57, and now this current new 5-minute candle losing 31. So we're somewhere break even at the moment. 17's on the bid, 82 on the ask. Anything below 30.50 ends the trade. As I've mentioned, that's the only reason I'm in the trade for the double bottom at 30.50 and a possible move back up. Jeez Louise, the price action on these spready ones is crazy. I also want to bring to your attention a new small cap gapper that I said very little about because it really wasn't setting up in the right way, but now it is, man. Buvin, what do you think about this, brother? ZU or ZURA for all my American friends out there. This one consolidated to no end south of 4. It was using VWAP as resistance, as evidenced by the double top candle at 1135 and 1140, both of which rejected VWAP. And then this 1155 candle is where all hell broke loose, taking $4, taking VWAP at 14.15, and now we're into 4.25. Of course, we are still south of that high of day of 465. So my rules are not breached by getting into this. Why? Because these two prints right here, the double top into 465, those are actual prints during regular market hours, not pre-market highs. So I wouldn't mind getting involved in this, but I wouldn't mind this one dropping back down into VWAP, retesting it as an area of support, and then proving to me that it's going to hold up at that level. I just got stopped out of BKKT, by the way, for the last remaining amount. We did take a couple of profit takers, but that one will be negative for me as a result because we're still holding the majority of the position. So we'll go, we're negative on the day as a result, but not by much. We could probably get back into positiveville. So anyway, ZURA is the one that I'm going to be focusing on now, and we're going to take off that hot garbage BKKT, and we're going to put on ZURA, which is trading on the NQ. Let's see what this one is up to now. 431 high. Is the volume picking up? Yes, sirree, Bob, it is. The volume's picking up, and you don't even need to look at the volume on the day. You can typically tell by how the level 2 and the time and sales are moving. So I want to watch this a little bit, Joey, here. Yeah. I know for a fact that there may be resistance at 440, a random area, given its proximity to the $0.50, but that's where both of these candles at 10.15 and 10.20 both ended up closing and opening below. Right? The wicks are the ones that breach the $0.50 and almost into the 2/3 of a dollar, but it is that 440 level. So let's watch here. Maybe we can get in and then ride this one into 440 with a bias that we will sell off into that level. Maybe we'll take profits at that level, and then if it comes back into VWAP, we'll add. Just thinking out loud here, not exactly sure how to execute on this trade. ZURA is the one I'm talking about, Joe.
All right, cool, good stuff, guys. This is what I wanted to say here. It's a little off topic, but aside from that, I think it's my birthday this weekend, and this is what I want to do. Yuri Prohaska versus Khalil Roundtree, Joe Pfeiffer versus Abus Magomedov, Corey Sandhagen versus Merab Dvalishvili, Magomedov Ankalaev versus Alex.
Hold on. Is it your birthday this weekend?
Sunday.
It's your birthday on Sunday?
Sunday, sir.
So you're the 5th?
The 5th.
Because my old man is the 6th. I always thought you were the 7th because I knew you were one day separated from my old man.
Yeah,
I thought it was the 7th, not the 5th.
The 5th.
Hey, there he is, bro.
Trades.
I love it.
Yeah, there's trades. Man, yeah. And honestly, I'm like, hey, Joe, I'm getting all these messages. Hey, Joe, you want to go to the Jays game? Hey, Joe, you want to go to Gusto one-on-one? No. I want to sit on my couch and watch these monstrous fights. I don't want to do anything. And
go out for the fights at least. Go out for the fight.
Brother, there is no place I am happier than in my own household watching the fights. Because I'm like shadow boxing, I'm fighting, you know what I mean? Everything along those lines. Yeah, I'm running. Dude, I told you when I put that bet on when I lost for 13 seconds, I'm like fighting the whole round. I'm like, all right, let's see if I can survive this round. And then boom, my guy gets KO'd 13 seconds. I'm like, no. Yeah, dude,
I could just see you at the bar, bro. Shadow boxing, a dumb drunk guy comes in.
I was like full on going. I'm like throwing knees and everything. It was a good time. And I have a good time by myself. But Robinhood, man, this name looks like it wants to break out. This consolidation is insane. We're also getting a solid one here on IBIT. Head and shoulders, we talked about that. Shree pointed out the double top. Good look on that one as well. But look at Robinhood here, guys. Which direction are we going to go? The support level is holding up relatively well. We have our risk profile defined just in case that it wants to break down. Now, if we start to get into the nitty gritty here, you can see that we're starting to form a little bit of higher lows, all right? So lower highs, so keep that in mind. But then you look at the flip side of that and you're seeing the selling pressure step inside on these 5-minute candles. Sorry, the buying pressure. Boom, sellers press it down, buyers buy it right back up. And there's another instance. Boom, you're getting another pop. So I'm going to be patient just in case we curl over on this 5-minute. Then we're going to look to get involved in a potential retest of the high of the day. That is my game plan on Robinhood. It's looking pretty good. 138.50, you know you're wrong 110%. So that's roughly 70 cents from where we're currently trading at.
All right, Joey, guess what?
What time is it?
Looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without the hidden costs? Well, with plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to actually trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100, guys. With Plus 500's powerful platform, you can access a wide range of futures markets like the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, cryptos, and much, much more, all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan that QR code on the screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen Plus 500. Shout out to the great Float. At Plus 500. Yeah, I know I glitched there at Casasino, but not much I can do. Oh, baby, Joey. Oh, baby. We're back involved with my very good friend here, DPRO, and we're doing it live. We got threes on. We're taking out the $quarter, Joey, options.
All right.
This one does look like it is destined to take out the area high, which is 933. We just wet the beak there at 27s, which is the candle high. The next print goes above the high of the day. So we're going to wait at 34s. That's by definition. Now, I had a whole bunch of dip trades with a bias, obviously, that this was going to zig and zag in front of 9. Why I got back? Oh, no, Joey, this is really going now. Now it's really taken off the top. There's the print at 34s. Now we're going to set up in front of the $half at 48. So my bias was that this was going to zig and zag in front of 9, a little above, a little bit below, hence why I put my dip trades there. Now, why I got back into the trade. This is going to take out my order already, bro. This is crazy here. 47 showing up. 46 is all right. We're going to have to wait a little bit to get that print. So this was the area low. And then I stopped out because we lost the 10 EMA. But guess what? That stop was wrong because it ended up being yet another higher low. So when I saw that, I'm like, oh, bad word.
Bad word.
And then I watched as this thing took 9. I chased it into 9. It wasn't letting me in because the price action was moving much like you're seeing right now, which is very aggressively to the high side. There it goes, Joey, into 950 now, the high of the day.
Woo.
So DPRO, we exact a little bit of revenge on this one. Revenga. You remember that from Scarface? Remember in the parking lot when they're with all the Cuban migrants that were all being housed sadly under the.
Oh, is that when they're running under the?
Yes,
the
and it's the very beginning of the movie, and he's got to. The only way he can get out of there is to get his green card, but he's got to do a hit, and they didn't mind doing the hit though, obviously, because the guy that did the hit on was tortured one of the guy's brothers, right?
That scene was crazy. That's one of my favorite scenes. Hold on here now.
Go ahead, Joey.
Robin Hood,
Okay.
short ski. Was I thinking the long? No, continuous breakdown. Bang. We flip the bias. We get a little pop down right away. Immediately, 138.72. Yeah. I was gonna say something, but I totally forgot. But anyways, regardless, we got one more out here left on the Robin Hood. So let's see if we can break and hold this support level downtrend. No, Caleb Gonzalez, I have not. We're going to Adara. What do you got for us?
Get it, Dara.
Yeah, a lot is being said here with regards to Pfizer. Albert Bourla has not yet taken the podium, but he is there. He's standing in the background as everybody else talks, and I'm guessing he's probably going next. We've already heard from Robert F. Kennedy, Secretary of Health and Human Services. Currently, we're hearing from Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's part of the administration as well. Now, the reason I bring this up is because Dr. Oz just said you're going to be hearing from the Trump administration throughout the fall on other, I guess, drug-related partnerships. Apparently, the negotiators have been very busy. They just clinched the Pfizer deal, and now there are, I guess you could expect more deals potentially on the way as well. So this pharmaceutical space could certainly be one worth watching going forward. And back to you.
Thank you thank you very much for that. Adara, boom, there it is, that short on Robinhood. We go long, we get stopped out. Boom, we take a little bit off, bang, 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 and then now we're starting to crack through some key support levels. So we're just going to allow this last little bit to ride to see what we can gain on it. It's been on an absolute monster run, so I'm not surprised to see a little bit of selling. But if there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, put those tickers in the chat. We're going to do so. The first couple that I see, we'll go right through them. But there it is. Oh, my day.
What happened, Joey?
Look at the selling here on Robinhood.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're going to hold this. I'm going to try to hold this for the dollar club, Sharif, because we will not be clubbing this weekend. So we got to get into some form of partying here, and that's going to be a move to the downside in the hooded one. All right, Tesla. I know you guys like that one. Mike P. DeRider. All right, Tesla. We've been looking at Tesla quite a bit. I'm going to find something, and someone that is D-Pro Sharif's been going over that one. Grizz SMCI seems to be.
Grizz?
You are Grizz.
Oh, my bad.
Grizz, not Riz.
Oh, okay.
No,
My
not Riz.
mistake.
Did you ever like that show?
I like Rizbot. You know about Rizbot?
Yeah, I know Rizbot. That little thing that goes around. Yeah. It just goes around roasting everybody.
I like it. But he asks you, do you want a compliment or do you want to get roast, right?
Yeah,
And so, you know.
Did you ever like that show, Big Brother?
I know about it, but I never got it. I have no.
I have a feeling Adara might like. I could be wrong. I don't want to make any.
Weasel in Adara, are you a fan of the Big Brother show? Have you watched? Do you know about it?
So Joe, I like how he knew this. Yes, so I am. I don't know how you knew that. I think maybe. But no, so
Get
I
it,
actually
Joey.
am more familiar with Big Brother Canada because I think I've mentioned this before. I had to do a reality TV class in university because, as I mentioned, I major in criminology, but my specialist was kind of general media nonsense.
Right.
And so I had to watch Big Brother Canada for school, and then I had a really dark Big Brother phase. You know, I don't mean dark.
You did a deep dive, didn't you?
I just watched a lot of Big Brother Canada for it was at the start of the pandemic.
That's okay.
But yeah, to answer your question, yes, but specifically Canada.
I'm a good people reader. That's the thing, right? I know.
Well, you and I have talked reality TV shows before too, so
yeah.
it's an easy
So
guess.
I had a little hunch, right? I had to put some probability in my favor there. No, but in all seriousness, I was honestly not going to give it too good of a compliment. But now that Adara says you like it, I'm going to hold those words back. No, I mean, I don't like the show personally. I think it's low budget, but again, what do I know? I'll stop now, all right? I don't want to come across as a hater. But in all seriousness, there goes, guys, I'm obviously being sarcastic as well, too. Sounds like there's a lot of Big Brother fans in the chat. But there goes Robinhood. We got that move down to 138.40. That short working out really well. Yeah, it's not that good. But so anyways, SMCI, that's what I was about to go over. Sorry to kind of get distracted from that. We're having a good time here as always. Now, as for SMCI, intraday, nice hammer candle off of those lows. Bang, you're heading back in towards the volume-weighted average price. The opening drive was extremely strong. 5-minute orb traders, 5-minute opening range breakout is what I'm referring to. You play the break of the 5-minute candle, and you're off to the races. Now, to look at this name from a daily perspective, oh, wow, we're doing our TA. Hey, I mentioned this before. Someone was talking about it, and I'm like, hey, watch out for the consolidation. Then you have that V-shaped recovery with an additional consolidation. From past history and us going over other names in the likes of Google, Tesla, and some other ones, it tends to be bullish. So is the bottom set here on SMCI? I don't know, but I like the current price action from a daily perspective, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joey. Guys, I have an apology to issue. I just don't know who to make it out to. Somebody asked me to look at MLTX earlier today, and I didn't crap on it. I never crap on any of these names, but yeah, it's looking real good right now. Now, obviously, because of this down move, I mean, I couldn't really have a whole lot good to say when you're trading at $62 on Friday and then you're trading at $6 on Monday, right? So I'll have to excuse myself. But when you look at this, Joey, this is intraday. Can you see? This is beautiful. This is absolutely good looking right now. So we're going to have to see if we can get anything in here on MLTX. Now, you're going to be like, Sharif, bro, don't you think people are going to be looking to get out now that they've had a bad phase 2 trial? Well, most people are not long from $7. So unless they're okay taking profits if they punched in at 50 and getting out at 7, I don't know if this is really going to encounter a whole lot of short selling or panic selling, let's put it that way, by former longs who are holding the bag. I just think we're way far removed away from that. So let's see how this dilly-dallies with 7. Let's watch a little bit over here, see exactly what we can get. But MLTX is not looking bad. Put some dang respect on this little price action here off 610, and now we're knocking on the door of 710. Keeping an eye on MLTX. Go ahead, Adair.
Yeah, keep an eye here on HIMS, hims and hers, as you guys can see, dropping to new lows of day as we get comments from the director of Medicare, Chris Klomp. That is his real name. He's basically saying that this U.S. drug website, which is being called Trump RX, as reported earlier, is soon to be launched, and people can find drugs often at most favored nation pricing. Now, apparently, Pfizer is going to have a large selection of their catalog, for lack of better terms, of treatments available at these prices on Trump RX. Now, they said they're not viewing this as a price cap, but more just a way to give a discount to the American people. If I get more details of this plan, I'll let you know, but it looks like Chris Klomp, as far as I can hear, is the first person to have mentioned Trump RX directly. It was one of the things that was reported here by the Washington Post. We still have at least one more person from the Trump administration in the health sphere who might say comments, but after that, we can probably expect Albert Bourla. I've been keeping an eye on things. When Albert Bourla begins speaking, that's the CEO of Pfizer. I will certainly let you guys know, and I'll be keeping an eye on that stock. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So yeah, that's what we got going on, right? It's starting to get a little bit of a pullback. We're gonna hold it. If we get back into 138.50, maybe we just go get all of it. Boom, and there comes the aggressive selling, stepping right in once again on Robinhood. I was like, uh-oh, I know Gorev is looking at this. Los Pollos and Jag themselves are looking at it, and I'm like, okay, hammer candle through support levels, but no volume supporting that bounce whatsoever. Aggressive selling meeting it immediately, and then now we're heading right towards that lower end of the range there, my guys. So yeah, that was, excuse me. There's one more thing that I want to talk about on a personal note, but I completely slipped my mind. So once it comes back to me, I'll bring it up. But Sir David of
yeah, that's for me. That's for me. Because he's the one that was talking about MLTX, right? Yeah. And I was like crapping on, like I could trade it at $60. Now it's $6. Yeah, look, Sir David. I want to say his name properly. Sir David of Smooshalot. Yes, my man. Apology accepted, bud. I can't be mad at the peeps that make me love trading more than spaghetti. That's my man right there. And let me tell you, I love spaghetti.
You do?
I mean, I don't eat carbs as aggressively as, that's not spaghetti, but that's some carbohydrates there. Love it. I love it. That's going to be some good. Take it easy, Adara. What's going on? We want to know.
Okay, so Pfizer, as you can see here, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla just began speaking. The reason I started laughing was because he starts talking, and then Trump kind of cuts him off and says, you have a beautiful office, but it's not as beautiful as the Oval Office. And I'm sorry for the laughter and interruption there.
Well, Joey.
What would it be?
You see that video? Is she here?
Nope.
Did she come? Or is she from home?
From home.
She's from home, eh?
Ram,
nice.
are you watching?
Nice.
Are you watching, Ram?
See the video she dropped yesterday about our little banter on the Oval Office?
No.
Yeah, it's good.
Pull it up.
Yeah, pull up. We'll pull it up in a minute.
Speaking of pull up, guess who's coming to Toronto later in October? World boss himself, Vibes Cartel.
Oh, no way. Straight out of jail and ready to world tour.
Ready to world tour.
I love
He's
it.
been out for about a year now. I used to drive by
jeez.
the penitentiary, the Kingston Penitentiary.
Seriously?
Yeah.
He was in for murder one, too.
Yeah,
right?
13 years, man.
Jeez.
13 years, and now he's on tour.
He's
so what my
back
boys
out.
are doing, what they did is they grabbed a bunch of these Vibes Cartel tickets and with the intention of selling them to get into the Jays game this weekend.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I want to go to the Vibes game, but yeah, that does make sense. Yeah.
Right? But I mean, at the end of the day, so shout out to World
Dude,
Boss.
are they selling those tickets?
Yeah,
Okay, I might want to buy a pair.
The Vibes Cartel ones?
Yeah,
all right, man.
Absolutely.
All right, there you go.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's
Vibes
coming in
is
September.
back,
Yeah, he's back. Adair, what do you got for us?
What I have here, Joe, is exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders because Beta Pro by Global X Canada is or has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure and provide performance that might more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. So, if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily. That's betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
Adair, thank you very much, as always, letting us know
What's going on?
you're a sophisticated trader and you're in Canada. What? You've got an obligation over here. No, I'm playing. There's no obligation. All right, guys, I'm back into DPRO. I'm seeing some higher lows start to manifest again with that $9 area coming into play. But DPRO is what we all said it is. It makes a new high and immediately comes back down. Case in point, we got in at 902, got out all the way up at 949, and then it dropped right back down to 880. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. Here we go with 9 again. Let's see if we're able to break through 9. I've layered the orders into that one. Now, as much as I do like this ZURA trade, as much as I am alive to the fact of lower highs over here, we're going to pause for a second because Adair's got breaking news.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Spies are getting a little bit of a pop here, as you can see in the 15-minute chart. Why? Because Albert Bourla, CEO, just announced that the Trump administration gave them a 3-year grace period from the Trump pharma tariffs. Now, as I mentioned, Albert Bourla and they actually mentioned this during the announcement as well, Albert Bourla met with Trump privately prior, but the other CEOs that reportedly met with Trump included the CEO of Regeneron and David Rick, CEO of Eli Lilly. So keep an eye on any of these companies when you get other tariff announcements as well with regards to potential exemptions. Again, Albert Bourla says that he doesn't want to rely on these exemptions. They want to keep putting the work in with regards to getting factories underway. But either way, he did acknowledge that they did receive a 3-year exemption. That could be significant for some of these pharmaceutical names, guys. Back to you.
Thank you. All right, yeah, we're all out of Robinhood right there. So a nice little short off of that consolidation. And then you can see the strength in some of these buying candles. The pressure stepping right back in. So a really good look. But Derek, Celestine, thank you for the $5 super chat. My friend,
Derek.
You didn't write anything in it. So, as we say, just tag Sharif and I or comment in your own super chat and we'll be sure to go over it. But once again, thank you for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated. There goes the SPY. Off to a new high of the day. Oh. Bang. We like that. What is XLF up to? Ooh, wow. Okay, selling. That's some aggressive selling in the financial ETF here. So XLF not too good of a look, except for it's bouncing off of the low. So we'll take that into consideration. XLC, that's going to be the columns right here. Bounce being led by the way of Meta and Google, half decent. And then we'll take a look at XLF before we send it over to my guy. Bounce. Well, all of these ETFs aren't doing so well, Sharif. We got the TQs performing significantly better, and we have the SPY performing better as well, too. It's XLRE. Was that at the top of the list today? And it's still coming off of those lows. That's the real estate ETF right there. And then XLK, we got one more.
Which one, Joey?
Sideways. This is the Technologia one.
Technologia.
Yeah, that's the Technologia one. But anyways, yeah, sideways price action. I think the Qs and the SPY are the way to go. As I just mentioned, SPY new high of the day, guys.
All right, guys. Let me ready SSino or no? Not yet. Okay. All right. No problemo. Let's just put that one there so we're ready for that. Yeah, okay, guys. New position, MLTX, we're in at 18. Show me 14s. Obviously, getting in at highs is always a little bit risky, but I'm going to defend into 7. I like that 7 level. 690 is the 10 EMA. We're doing it live as well on DPRO. We're back in 97s. We just wet the beak there at 11s. Next profit taker, 23. So we'll see if we can get that nice price spike back up and continue that higher high, higher low situation on DPRO. But guess what? Trade the pool, baby. Beat Ackman live trading competition is absolutely here. October 8th to 10th, Joey. Every day, Ackman makes his move. What's your mission? To outperform him. Beat his return. Prove you've got what it takes. Then what? The grand finale, October 13th. It's going to be broadcast live, yes, on Trader TV Live exclusive with the Trade the Pool team live in studio, baby. Mitch and company. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. We're talking about $25K, Joey, $50K, even $100,000 evaluation accounts, plus surprise giveaways, all live during the show. Don't just watch. Compete, baby. Beat Ackman and crew. Win big. Scan that QR code and start trading today. Shout out to Mitch and everyone at Trade the Pool. Joey, what do you got?
Are you going to be competing in that?
Am I going to be competing?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I can compete.
We're not allowed to?
Remember?
Tina Man, are we allowed to or no?
I have
okay,
no
maybe
idea.
I won't even ask.
We got to ask the Brendo. See what the situation is over there.
Maybe that would be fun, man, if we can compete on that other, on one of them, maybe see what
we can use Ackman's name as much as we want. It's called fair use, okay? We can say his name as much as we want.
Well, who said we can't?
Some pseudo lawyer in the chat.
All right, so yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, anyways, see you later, pseudo lawyer. But there it is, guys. Pro shares, Ultra Qs, nice inverted hammer candle right there. So maybe we'll wait for a pullback. If we can hold half of this candle, we'll look for another short to the downside there potentially. So that's what we got going on. With that specific name. Amazon inverted hammer candle right at VWAP as well too. So keep an eye out on that. Google printing one. So this is the more that I'm seeing across some of these mega names, the more I potentially like it. We can start relatively small, and if it doesn't work out, guess what? We get out. Okay. We get out immediately right away. To jail. Exactly. And then we don't worry, we don't fuss, we don't cuss, we don't do any of those things whatsoever, except for all upstairs. But yeah. All right, guys. Anything else in particular that you guys want to look at? We're going to be going to Adara here momentarily. We're going there now. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, sorry guys, more pharmaceutical-related news. Just keep an eye on this sector in general. We have the FDA chief in the U.S., Marty McCary. He's saying that drug makers are going to be getting faster review if they equalize their prices. It looks like we have maybe one more individual speaking now from the Trump admin. Once that's done, I'll let you know if there are any questions. Yesterday, uncharacteristically, there weren't any questions yesterday with Trump and Netanyahu, so we're going to have to see if there's questions today. If there are, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Here for that. All right, Joey, we're continuing to watch over here on this MLTX trade. It's defending 7 for now, but it's a current candle of indecision. Ahead of 7, we're long at 18s. It's showing 9s. I do have a dip trade into 03s to defend that level. But I want to bring to your attention another trade, not trade, but another name that is making a move currently that I haven't taken anything on, but that's showing up right now. NUVB. Now, this one did lose VWAP. I want to say kind of as we started the show, right at 1110, it lost VWAP, but it's been doing quite well since losing VWAP at that time. And I would have said I'm not going to trade this until it makes a move above 380. Well, it has, and it has plenty. 389 current candle high. And why would I say 380 there? Because I always worry about area high with lower lows. So that would, to me, would mean a bit of a downward channel. but that got broken, right? Because you cleared that 380 area with these prints. So this one could be on its way to 395, if not 395, obviously, is the high of the day. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. The ticker is NUVB, and it's up 20.5%. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but it had a really nice move up right at the start of the show at 9:30. It had some decent price action moves in the pre-market. I mean, not really. It closed at 322 yesterday, and then by the time we were ringing the bell here at 9:30, we had gotten up to about 339, 340 area. So it was kind of making a move in the pre-market, not the biggest I've ever seen. So we'll keep tabs on those. So for me right now, it's just DPRO at 889. It's showing me 890, so we're flat on that. And MLTX, I'm looking to defend 7 on this one, Joey.
Good look, good look, good look. So yeah, there goes SMCI. We were talking about this as a potential break up here as well. Boom, moving to the top side. So not too horrible of a look on that one. Now, as for some other names, guys, put some in the chat. We'll touch on them. Let's see. We'll go through here. Number Bria. Let's see some more. Oh, sorry. This is what I actually wanted to do first. So we have Cecile Webb. Having some issues with trendline trading, bounces, and breaks, particularly on entries. Could you give a quick word of advice? Yeah, so for me personally, is that when you're drawing your trend lines, respect them. We can take a look at some basic ones right here. We'll go through a couple of names in the likes of Robinhood. So I was short here at the top end of the range, right? But you can see once that trend line was broken to the downside, you get that continuation. But one thing to note, obviously, the higher the time frame, I think the more weight that the trend is going to hold. You get a lot of whipsaw moves on the lower time frames, 1, 5 minutes. Even though they are highly respected, higher time frame, the more respected, I believe, in my opinion, it is. Also, keep an eye on the volume, because if you're looking for breakouts, you want to see the volume step in. So what are you going to do? You're going to be keeping a gauge on this to see, hey, is there an increasing amount? I don't know if you have access to level 2 in time of sales. Then you want to see the clear flushes at the ask, above the ask, if you're looking for moves to the top side, and below, at the bid and below the bid if you're looking for those flushes to the downside. And just keep an eye on what they're respecting, right? So this is what we're drawing. You want to have as many touches as possible. I think 3 is kind of that base case that you want to look for, and the more, the stronger it's going to be. So yeah, again, eyes on the trend. If it breaks it to the downside, what is the volume telling you? If it breaks it to the top side, what is the volume telling you? And then just respect it. If something's continuously rejecting a level, next time it comes into it, look for the potential fade or the pop if it's off of a support or a resistance, all right? So that's the best advice I can personally give you. I'm sure Sharif, Obi, and Sean have some other good words of advice on that one as well, too, because I think focusing on your trends are extremely, extremely important, all right? Yeah, big time bounce right there. Glad we're not short on the NASDAQ because you are starting to get a little bit of a move through those wicks that we were referring to earlier. Microsoft is coming into play. So there it is, nice move off of those lows, opens up south of the volume weighted average price, sells off all the way to 509 and recovers nicely, puts in a new high of day right around 517.50s, and then now you have this inverted right here that's I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. Yes, there is one at the at VWAP as well too, so keep your eye on that. But boom, see if that move comes into VWAP for MSFT there, Sharif.
Great call out, Chuck of all trades. I was trying to message you there, but yeah, I got cut off because Joey's passed it to me.
Ooh, do you want me to
No, I just look at it over here. NCNA. Oh, Assassino. He's got to create beef, bro. Assassino. Oh, my goodness. This is a great call out, dude. This is as good as it's going to get, man. NCNA is the ticker. Let's go, baby. 23.75%, and there is the breakout. 475 high, and this is a trade de novo. This really only started doing volume, guys, at 11:35. Look at that. So this candle right here, that's 11:35. This right here, that's 9:30. So from 9:30 till 11:35, it did bupkis, and now it's doing plenty. We're going to cover this and many more when we get back from Madera.
Yeah, we have Donald Trump saying now he's taking questions. He said specifically he will only be answering questions about this announcement with regards to Pfizer and medicine, so only that. But yeah, what he's saying here is that Eli Lilly has been fantastic. Eli Lilly breaking to new high of days. But the bigger thing here is that he said that if these drug companies don't lower their prices, they will be tariffing them at an equivalent amount. Not clear what the equivalent is going to be. I guess the equivalent to the amount that the price would have been lowered. But either way, he said there will be tariffs if you do not actually lower prices. He said they'll be tariffing all pharma companies 5 to 8% extra if they don't strike a deal. Back to you.
NCNA is really going here, okay? So we have to cover this. It's going to take out the high of the day, which is 484. It's already showing 84 on the ask. It's spready at times, okay? I think that will probably tighten up as we get a bit more volume, but right now it's 10 pennies. I did not expect this. It didn't really look like that when I initially looked at it. Still 10 pennies, 81 on the ask, 71 on the bid, tightening up now 3, 76, 79. So as the volume does come in, we're likely going to tighten up on the spread. It's just about being able to stay involved and having the compunction to be able to kind of see that and to pick the right levels, which I think is going to be the deciding factor in this case. So look, I see some resistance at the $0.50. Obviously, anybody could see that. You kind of topping tilled multiple times into the $0.50. It looks like we're on a breakout right now. How we get in is going to be a little bit of a tougher endeavor, at least for me over here. So 484, we're showing 70s. Current bar low, 60s, right? And prior bar low, 46s. So it's not like you can place your stop at prior bar low. It'll have to be at current bar low. Dropping down now into the 60s, so it's forming into a topping tail of sorts right now. Let's see, do we get a bid over here? Now the spread's really opening up. 14 pennies now on the spread on NCNA. It's over 1 million shares. As I mentioned, this one just started doing volume at 11:35. It did almost nothing for 2 hours and 5 minutes. I don't say nothing, but it did very little. So this is an ugly topping tail candle right now that just closed on the 5. But as we know, and as we've talked about many times, topping tail candles on small cap gappers are not the same thing as seeing a topping tail candle on a Meta or an Apple or an Amazon, whatever. It's not the same thing, right? People are taking profits over here. These are intraday trades mostly. So let's see exactly what we get. We're dropping down a little bit more. I'm starting to see 58s come in on the bid side of the level 2. Now we're dropping into 60, 61. We haven't had a bid quite yet. Let's see what the $0.50 does. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put a dip trade at the $0.50. We're going to front run it, obviously, true to form. We'll sit at 54s, come what may. If it prints, it prints. It doesn't, it doesn't. The idea here is really going to be to defend the $0.50. As I mentioned, and as you guys can see over here, bottom chart, on your screen, the $0.50 was an area of actual resistance intraday. Now, whether or not it maintains itself as an area of resistance, we'll have to wait and see. So, Joey, I think I might have to actually punch in at a little bit higher of a price here because it's not making a new candle or a candle to make a new low. So I want to punch in, and then I'll DCA into the $0.50 if it'll allow me in. We're going to try to get in. We're not getting in here. And I put a 4 penny offset. We're still not getting printed. That's the kind of spread we have to deal with over here, or the illiquidity, at least on the bid side. It's not letting me in, bro. So we'll watch over here, and we'll see if we can get in. I'm talking about NCNA up 22.75%.
All right, good look. Did you go through some of these?
No, I've been.
Okay, no. I'm just asking you. I don't want to go over them again. Views. Okay, so Prash.
Goodness gracious.
And I apologize for the absolute butcher, and nor do I have any idea what kind of currency that is. But 40 of them. We like that. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah. Views on Electra Battery Materials Corp. Okay, what is the ticker of that? I have no idea. We're going to find that out here for you momentarily, and then we're going to take a little bit of that. I don't even think I can. Electra. What is that? Battery Materials Corp. Let's see if that pulls up here. Oops. Is that a TSE? TSE? Nope, that's not it. Okay, we're going to get back to that. I promise you we will. I'm just going to go through the other super chats first, and then whenever I send it back to Strafe, I'll look that up for you there. I'm not going to, Mr. P, we'll go with that. And then, yeah, so, all right. Now, SPX Surfer. Watch out, Mike Peter Ryder. We got another surfer here. Thank you, Adara. Adara, again, catching all of the love today for all the work of you that you do. Great work on Open. Thank you very much. $20 American. So that's
big boy money.
Yeah, it's 35 snow peso. Right there, printed on BENF. Thanks for covering earlier, Sharif. Love the show. Have learned so much listening to you guys while I trade. Says Grunfield 2312. $5 super chat. Thank you very much. BENF. We'll take a look at that one here momentarily just for you, and we'll take a look at Open Door.
Joey.
Boom, it's gone. Have you traded that today, Sharif?
Open Door. No, I haven't.
BENF. Boom, off to the races. 60 cents, almost up to $1 there. Beautiful look. We like those types of breakouts. You get in at the lower end of the range, and you let it Mike P to ride, as Sean said this morning. We like that one. And then now, as for Open Door, let's take a look at Open Door. It's been starting to cool off lately here, guys. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. How far off of those highs are we, to be exact? 25%. That's bearish territory right there, folks. So keep an eye out on Open Door. One positive thing here, though, guys, is that it hasn't sold off extremely aggressively. I understand that 25% may be a lot, especially if you're pumping in or jumping in around those highs. You're not going to have a good time being down 25%. But if you really have faith in this name, you grab a little bit more. If it breaks $7, get out of the trade. Adara, what do you got for us?
And just a quick update here. We know we're waiting to hear about the government shutdown. Trump just said very casually, we'll probably have a shutdown. So again, as Michael Noss went over yesterday during the recap, the market actually usually performs pretty well during shutdowns. But regardless, an update here. Trump seems to think that the chance of a shutdown is very likely. Back to you.
Adara.
All right. Yeah, so as for that, guys, NEVA, let's take a look at that one for you. Asks Nader QA, and Nader QA again. All right, asking twice.
Get it, Nader.
Yeah, Nader. I was gonna say Brooks.
It's
Nader.
probably Nader.
I was gonna say it's probably. I'm probably saying it right with an extreme Canadian accent.
That's okay.
Point, so,
how else are you supposed to say it?
I have no idea. Right?
It's like not your fault.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an Arabic.
How was it?
Nader. Nader means infrequent.
Infrequent?
Yeah, or rarely.
Rarely. Ooh, okay. Rarely. We don't want that.
Because most Arabic names actually have meaning.
Have meaning. Unlike the Canadian names.
Lots of Canadian names have meaning. Right?
But a lot of them don't. But as for Tiva, I have no idea. Here's another pharmaceutical name, Sharif. That's a big time move, all the way from 1935 to 2010. I mean, from a dollar standpoint, nothing crazy, but intraday, moving really well. Curl over, holds the base, and then sure enough, right above the volume weighted average price, you're now off to the races. Let's take a look at it from a daily. Okay, I really like this. One, you're breaking through that $20 level, we'll call it flat. It seems like a really strong bullish candle there, and you're entering into a gap. So keep an eye out on a potential full gap fill right there. Have about 50%, I meant to say, to 2060. Look to take some profits before you experience somewhat of an aggressive pullback.
All right, NCNA is being good to us here. Joey, options, it takes out the area. High, boom. We got 70s on. We just took 5s there on NCNA. Very strong. Here we go. $5 resistance. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. We're going to take out another beak wetter right there. We're waiting at 505. We got to take out some more here, Joey options. We're going to wait at 512. It's showing me 5s on the bid, on the ask. 505, that is, on the ask, but it's not clearing on the bid. But look what else is breaking out. Oh, no. MLTX is breaking out, too. Don't say it. It ain't so. I don't know why I'm getting all excited like
why
this,
not,
bro. I'm not
get
gonna
excited.
lie.
Get excited, man.
Katina. Katina Man.
Whoa,
Today, I remember that. That negative Nancy was trying to hate on the Katina Man earlier for being all pumped up, and we had to let him know.
Don't let him dim
like,
your light, guys. Don't let him. I'm always curious to what Katina Man's got going on over there.
I don't know, bro. He's always. Are you returning your iPhone there? What's going on over there, Katina Man?
He's got something.
He's always doing something over there.
We never something.
The taxes. It's a box, dog. All right, Joey Options, MLTX. Into the high. He's paying his taxes with a gold bar. Say it ain't so, Katina Man. MLTX is taking out highs. NCNA is taking out highs. They're both at highs right now. Go, you little buggers. All right, so now we're waiting at 12s on NCNA. It's showing me 8s, 10s now, 13s. Boom into the high. We're going to go ahead and wait a little bit higher here. 523 we're posting up at. 513 high day. Okay. Back now to MLTX. Seller at 31. Run for your life, bro. They're coming for you. All right, we're going to look for 32. Here it comes. We're waiting at 33. Keeping an eye on MLTX. This one's a midday mover. It only really started going, guys, at around 11:30. And here we go. And boom into the area high. We take him out again. It's a 738 high now. We're waiting a little bit higher as well. And guess what? We're going to wait in the 40s as well here, Joey Options. So we're going to wait at 46s. We're posting up there. We'll see what we get. And my man, Neil, I know you are not with us today, but we will not get upset. We're going to stay emotionless. Clearly, I'm emotionless right now. No emotion whatsoever. So shout out to you, my man.
Never mind all that. Don't let them dim your light. You keep doing you. That's all that matters. As much as it may frustrate other people, it doesn't matter what your name is. It doesn't matter what your name is. All right, we're in a different name here than we usually are, guys. Trump on shutdown. Nothing is inevitable, but it's probably something. I missed that last.
What do you say, Adara? Just weasel in, Adara. Weasel in.
Someone put the headline up.
So Trump is really indicating that there's probably going to be a shutdown. Someone asked him, is it inevitable? He said, nothing's inevitable, but it's probably likely. And that is a quote. So, yeah, earlier he just said, like, mid-sentence, randomly, we're probably going to have a shutdown. So, I mean, yeah, just keep that in mind. Also, just a quick update as well. He's mentioned Regeneron and Eli Lilly quite frequently, so keep an eye on those tickers.
Thank you, Adara, for that. Always giving us the goods. Adara LePage. It's not the same around here without her. We know that. We need Adara. She brings us the goods. She lets us know what Donald's doing and what the market is doing at large, obviously. So shout out to Adara. Okay. All right, MLTX. Joey, we did it again. It took out yet another high of day. We got 03s on MLTX. We just wet the beak there at 46s. A high of the day is 48s. So we're going to keep a piece over here. We're holding several pieces, quite frankly, here on MLTX. So we're not in grave danger of running out of shares. But NCNA, 518 high. It loses the bid, drops below 5, Joey. But what is keeping me optimistic about the trade on NCNA is the current 5-minute candle has a substantially higher low than its predecessor. Its predecessor has a low of 474. This one has a low of 491. And there is the print again. So now we're going to be waiting at 5.25. We will not take profits on NCNA until and if it hits 5.25. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out at 469. I'll probably put my stop a little bit below that, like 60, give it a bit of a buffer. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. I've neglected to mention anything about the DPRO trade because it's clearly hovering below 9, and I don't know why, and I don't want to keep taking shares out over here on DPRO because I feel like this could be a flat top breakthrough 9, right? It's zigging and zagging with 9, but there's clearly a seller of note at 9 on DPRO. We've been ranging in this way since we lost 9 at around 12 o'clock. So I just wet the beak there super quick. I know it's a quarter to. We got to start the news. I can flatten out my trades now, Joey. But, you know, let's just see if we can run a little bit here and get some more money. What do you got, my man?
I'm riding, man. We got to ride.
Riding dirty, though?
Yeah, we got to ride through the shout out to, what's that guy's name again? Oh, got to catch me riding dirty.
Want to catch me riding dirty?
What
Adara,
was his name? Oh,
I didn't hear the song from...
Riding dirty. Trying to catch me riding dirty.
Is it not Chameleon Air?
It is Chameleon Air. Yes, it is. It is Chameleon Air. Way to go.
Yes. A really good Weird Al version of that, too.
Is there actually?
Weird Al?
I like how she just leaves when she says that.
Weird Al.
She just shuts the door. Like, we can't even say anything back to her.
Get Weird Al out of here.
Oh, my God.
Sorry, Adara.
Get it, Adara.
Crash hand.
Yeah.
Crash hand. Thank you for the additional 40. I have no idea what currency that is. Maybe.
Is that the what, Adara?
Yeah. So let me know.
Yeah. I don't really listen to him, but my sister's like a fan, so I know some of the songs. Yeah.
All right. Assassino, let me know what currency this is if you could, please and thank you. What is that thing there? What is that here? I don't know. Yeah, we have no idea, but we got 40 of them. Well, we got 80 total of them. So thank you for that. Guys, you can see that we're short a name that we're usually not, but I like some of these hammer candles. Maybe we get a move into the volume weighted average price, and there it is. Bang, straight to the downside, 663. We're going to be holding that. As see, I'm still waiting to figure out what currency that is. But anyways, aside from that, let's go to Electra Battery Materials Corporation, the good old Canadian company right here, and it is not performing too well. So, I mean, off of these lows, you're all right, but the chances of getting in at that specific level are obviously relatively low as well, too. You zoom out, this is not a good look whatsoever. Oh, my days. It's an Indian rupee? Okay, thank you very much for that, Assassino. So there it is, right? Like ELBM, absolutely horrendous from a daily standpoint. Even though it's Canadian, we love it. We're not going to hold any form of biases. We're going to give it to you just exactly how we see it, whether you like it or not. Because what would you rather do? Have someone lie to your face, or someone just be straight up and honest and say, hey, I don't like it, I like it, whatever it may be. Okay, I don't like this, even though it is Canadian. We can go into the 5-minute standpoint. There's big time liquidity issues. If you're looking to get involved in some Canadian names, check this one out right here. Bang. Daily. What? Who do we think we are over here north of the border? The TSX composite right here, guys. Bang, bang, bang. Off of those April lows, that's a move for the folks up here in the Great White North. We love seeing that 60%. No, that's not right. Don't get too ahead of yourself there, Joseph. 35%. Okay? So that's the look there on the TSX. As for the Electra battery materials, put a couple bucks in there, $1,000, whatever it may be, and just sit on it to see if you do get that inevitable bounce. So I shouldn't say inevitable, sorry, just in case you do get that bounce that you're looking for. But there's another Canadian name that I want to pull up and see how this thing is doing. Wow. So these guys are dealing with some, I believe, like gold futures and something along those lines. I have a really good friend who's been involved with this for quite some time. So this thing is looking like it's going to want to continue to the north. He's like, Joe, you want to get involved in this from years ago. He was telling me about this name, and I'm like, you know what, I'm okay. But congratulations to him for absolutely just killing it. But it's Party P. Happy birthday in advance, Joe. Oh. Who's winning the main event, do you think? Thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend, and much appreciated for the Earth Strong wishes. All right. Yes, Sunday is my Earth Strong.
What does that mean?
It's a Jamaican thing for
birthday.
For like birthday. It's like your happy birthday. It's like your birthday. Yeah.
So saying Earth Strong is birthday?
Yeah.
Okay.
So happy Earth Strong.
I like it.
Big Earth Strong day. So yeah, who's winning that main event? I think Ankalaev is. But if Pereira isn't as timid as he was in the previous fight and opens up, I think he has a chance to knock him out. So yeah, but I
His name is Ankalaev?
Ankalaev. Magomed Ankalaev.
Interesting.
Why?
I just hear ankle.
You know an ankle?
All I hear is ankle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what we got going on. Man, it's an absolute stacked card. I can't wait for this weekend.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, it's a big time card.
I'll be watching that.
Two championship fights. Yeah. Probably one of the best bantamweights of all time fighting, and then you have some light heavyweights going at it for the gold as well too, and then some big time contenders as well too for the light heavyweight division. Yuri Prohaska.
What's light heavyweight in UFC?
205. 205. Yeah. 205 there.
Substantially different than boxing, obviously. Right?
Yeah, big day. I mean, there's a every half pound there's a weight class in boxing. It feels like.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Sarcastic on that.
No, but there is in the lighter ones. Yeah, and then it gets a little wider. Yeah.
I think that's too much, right? I can understand 2.5. Right, but it has to go like 2.5 to 5 pounds. You can't have a half pound.
Yeah, but those are like in the 130s, 120s, Joey. Once you get into the 140, it's 140, 147, 154, 160, 167, 175, 190.
It's like 142.5, 145.
No, it's 140, which is welterweight, and then there's super welterweight. Sorry, junior welterweight is 140.
Yeah.
Welterweight is 147. Super welterweight or junior middleweight is 154. Right?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right. So there you go. You know your boxing divisions.
Oh, I love
more
boxing.
Than I do. Yeah, you love boxing. So
I love.
There's too many divisions in there for me. But in all seriousness, yeah, this name's looking really good. We're still short the SPY here as well. So we'll keep our eyes out. If we can get that break into 166, or sorry, to $663, then we're going to look to piece them off. VWAP would be even better considering that, I mean, the SPY is relatively choppy, right? We got a low of around 661.50, and then we have a high of around 664. So we're trading within that $3.50 range, right? So there's nothing substantial going on from a appreciation standpoint. A lot of sideways price action.
All right, Joey. We're going to start the news, but I just want to say what's up to a couple of people. Tofu, shout out to the OG Tofu, dropping $1 super chat in the chat, but no message, my man. Tag myself or Joseph if you want to pass on along a message. Shout out to M499 dropping cash in the chat. Reads as follows: will there ever be a pullback on gold to 3,600? I'm down so much. I should have just got out last week. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't sleep. I'm assuming you were shorting gold. So let's have a look here, brother. And from what I'm reading, I'm not hearing about a whole lot of institutional buying of gold. What I'm hearing is central banks and treasuries buying gold. Now, make of that what you will, obviously. Let's have a look at the, should we have a look at the, what's it called? Futures. So not the E-micro, but we're going to go with the regular. We're going to do the continuous contract, Joey, just so that we can actually see the price action. So 3,600. I'm assuming you're looking at 3,600 because it's where this area topped out in late April. I'm assuming this is when the market started turning because that is the tariff tantrum. April 22nd is typically when the market started turning. That's also where gold topped out momentarily, of course. It dropped back down to 3,200, so it lost about $400 right there. Now it's on a rampage. So I do like your thinking, okay? You're looking at a previous area of resistance and you're looking to see if price action will revert back into that area for support. So I like your thinking outright. Now, whether or not we get that pullback, I don't know, right? Like, it's so nuanced, this gold trade. It's a lot more complicated than taking the fundamentals or technicals of a company because there's just so many different dynamics at play. It's hard to say, but one thing is for certain, gold's not going to go up in a straight line, right? It will pull back. There will be pullbacks. It's just how deep. So we're basically knocking on the door of 3,900. Today's high is 38.9920, essentially 39. So you're looking for at least a $300 pullback off the highs that we made today. Is that unusual? I would say no, because you already got that pullback like we just spoke about in April. You topped out at 3,600, albeit, a couple of dollars shy of that. It was exactly 35.95, so let's just say 36. And you did drop down and you held strictly to 3,200. So you got a $400 drop. That would be basically less than what you're looking for. You're looking from a 3,900 to a 3,600. So that's a $300 drop. I just don't see it happening immediately. It looks like we are on a bit of a bull run. How far and, when the pullback comes is a bit of a different story. Let's see where this one found support. So there does seem to be generally respect, at least on this chart, for the 50 moving average on the daily for gold. This is the continuous contract, by the way, so it blends in multiple contracts together. There's math to this that I learned once upon a time with John J. Murphy's book, but I've since forgotten it, how to blend in the contracts and make a continuous contract. You can figure it out, though, if you'd like. So yeah, I do like that. The 50 is exactly where 3,600 is. That doesn't mean that when the pullback comes, the 50 will still be at 3,600. I hate to leave you off like this because you look like you're not, I don't want to say not in good shape, but you're clearly not happy about being out of the money like this. That is the problem also, and you probably don't want to hear this, of going short, is that theoretically at least you have an unlimited potential loss because in theory the price can go up an unlimited amount versus when you're long, you can only just go to zero and lose your entire investment, not more than that. But I wish you the best, brother. I think the pullbacks are coming. Look for a close below the 10 EMA. Since the breakout started happening after this consolidative level, I want to say from April to early September, we were basically in a consolidation area with 35.50 being that resistance. If you get a pullback, I would say look for a closing print below that green line. That's a 10 EMA. That would probably be your first hint that we may be on the way to pullback, because since that that early September breakout, we haven't lost the 10 EMA once. Even when we tested it over here on September 18th and September 19th, look how we ended up closing above it. It was only on a wick basis where we lost the 10 EMA on the daily. So I hope that helps, brother, but let me know how it goes, obviously. And I'm wishing you the best of luck, Joey. Any comments about gold before we start the news?
Yeah, I don't want to, again, I'm just going to give it to you as real as possible. And a lot of people in the chat have been saying it as well, too. Why, I don't know, I just don't understand. I need to know a little bit more in depth of how your thinking was going shorting probably one of the strongest assets out there. It's not a good look. Sharif's already brought up the charts. I can bring up the ETF as well and take a look at that to just tell you what I see. But again, yeah, 3,600 is what you're looking for. I don't know, man. Look at the length of this consolidation and it breaks out. This is a genuine asset. Go back in history. This is the daily. If we go to the weekly, this is what we talk about standing in front of this is more than a freight train. This is a military train carrying every form of
military
with tanks and everything along those lines. No, but in all seriousness, I don't want to shed too much humor on the fact.
No,
it's just that
that's not what we mean to do.
No, it's not. It's you're gonna learn your lesson. If you do have the chance to get back to break even, just get out, cut your losses. I'm not going to tell you to DCA into this buy more at the highs because that can just accumulate them more and more and more. A lot of people are saying cut your losses. Are you going to get a deep pullback? We'll go back in the history of what gold has been doing and what is the deepest pullback, right? You're not getting that much. You're not going to see that 25, 30% currently right now. So, yeah, you really got to start game planning. I don't know if you're familiar with options, your futures contract, so it's not even going to really help you that much. And I wouldn't be like, hey, start buying some puts or selling some puts or something along those lines. Don't do that. Well, I mean, you could go back. You can look to mitigate by buying calls or buying puts, right? But I'm not going to try to get you more in deeper than what you currently are. You got to come up with a game plan and strategize for yourself. But Sharif, what do you got?
Guys, each year, sadly, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. New York Stock Exchange listed Orgenex, trading under ticker OGEN, is trying to change all that, guys, with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. And with the concussion treatment market actually projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So if you're interested to learn more and schedule a meeting, check out Orgenex, OGEN on the NYSE. Thank you to Ogen. And thank you to Vaughn Clark Buru. Fantastic look on BURU. Asesino, is donkey, is it the same in Spanish as it is in Portuguese? What is it called? Okay, no. Is Chilean Nightmare there? Burro, right? Is that? Burro. Burro, that's what. Yeah, I was just making sure. All right. Well, shouldn't you be telling me that, Mr. Duolingo?
No, I wasn't even listening, brother, to be honest with you.
I'm playing, bro.
Yeah.
BURU, guys. This is breaking out. Make a long story short, this is a really good look right now. It's a 17 penny name. BURU is a ticker. I'm trying to throw that on there. Basically, did very little volume until right here, 12:45. I'm looking for the reason why this is moving. I'm seeing nothing. I'm seeing a couple of headlines from yesterday. New Bureau quarterly strategic update poised for growth in defense security. This is just a headline from yesterday. There's nothing from the 30th today. There was another headline, sees Q4 billings of about 500,000. Again, that was yesterday's headline. So not anything today. So the fact that it's breaking out right now, I don't know why, and I don't have anything on my blotter to account for it. Needless to say, traded carefully to sub $1 name, and until, a few seconds ago, it was trading at around 14 and a half pennies. It has now got a high of almost 17 and a half pennies. Let's look at the daily on this. Obviously, we've seen charts like this before. They make area spikes. Is it a former runner? The answer to that is yes. So it has these outsized days where we see huge topping tail candles. When you typically see these huge topping tail candles in smaller bodies, like the one we're seeing here on the 27th, that's an intraday runner that ends up, maybe going back red or going back break even on the day. So it has a propensity to run. It looks as also when it's been running as of late, like for example, on the 2nd of September, it had a big boy day as well, where it, got off the schneid to the tune of almost 60%. And then it ended up rejecting the 50 and dropping back down. So I would be biased that this might find some resistance at around 18 2/3, maybe 19 pennies, maybe 20, and then turns back around and it'll have a red day tomorrow. Did it on September 2nd, September 3rd. Traded carefully, guys. BURU, the ticker. Joey, anything you have to say before we start the news?
Absolutely. That is going to be the short on the SPY there, guys. SPY, short, bang.
Okay.
Pure liquidity grab this was right here, and I'm glad that we held on to it. So it does rip about 30 cents higher, but we're like, nah, you know what? Bang. We're going to wait, hit that 1-to-1, take some off. Now we're starting to grind a little bit lower. There we go. And the NASDAQ, the SPY, starting to take another nosedive there, my friend.
No.
We'll take one more off. Bang, and then we have one more out. So there's the short on the SPY, 5-minute candle, giving me the green light to go. And there it is. Volume print, inverted candle. This is obviously the ideal entry, but we'll take it at the lower end of the range, now south of the volume weighted average price. A really good look on the SPY short.
All right, let's start the news. So we'll start talking about Intel and the fact that they completed their $2 billion private placement with Masayoshi Son-led SoftBank. So on the 26th of September this year, obviously, Intel completed the issuance and sale of almost 87 million shares of common stock and was given to SoftBank Group. The shares were priced at $23 a pop, totaling about $2 billion in cash in proceeds. The sale was executed under the securities purchase agreement as a private placement. The deal provides Intel, obviously, with additional liquidity as it continues to scale its foundry business and invest in manufacturing amid, obviously, the rising interest in semiconductors for AI. Also, separately, KeyBank Capital did, this is not in my notes, guys, because I couldn't find the article, but KeyBank Capital did look at Intel's 18A node. Now, we've been talking a lot about Intel's 2 nodes that they're trying to build out in their foundry business. There's the 18A, which is very similar to Taiwan Semi's 3 nanometer chips, and the 14A, that's similar to the 2, that's a more advanced. The 18A node, I think it's called Silver Lake or something like that. They have a code name for it. it looks as if it might be delayed yet again. Now, that's not surprising because a lot of the foundries that are under construction, like the one in Ohio, is also being delayed. So I feel as if maybe the foundry business, we still haven't bottomed, despite the fact that Intel's getting a lot of liquidity to help its foundry business. But as we saw, Joey, and as we've talked about before, Intel, AMD, as well as others, they both tested and passed on the 18A, the 14A node. They knew all about it. They chose not to take it, and they chose to go with Taiwan Semi instead. Okay. In addition to that, the $5 billion that Nvidia just threw Intel's way will have nothing to do with Intel's foundry business. This is a product deal. It's about PCs, CPUs, and nothing to do with their AI chips. So we're still having trouble with the foundry business with no clients.
Absolutely, and I was just about to say that, Sharif. That's been the biggest issue with Intel, is just they don't have a broad customer base. They don't have any of these hyperscalers. They're getting these investments. That's positive. Obviously, the timing is definitely, what's the word I'm looking for? The timing is... What's the word I'm looking for there, Sharif? Anyways, it's convenient, essentially what I'm getting at there, considering that Donald Trump taking the 10% stake into Intel. Okay, and then sure enough, a couple of days later, you're getting the investment from the likes of Nvidia, now from Masayoshi Son and SoftBank. Not too bad of a look there. And from a technical standpoint, the name is breaking out. So for me personally, if there's slow, I think what we need to focus on here with Intel is that it's accumulation of small wins, right? So they're getting these investments, another win here, deal with SoftBank, and then now from a technical standpoint, you're seeing that breakout be sustained. I think that it's going to continue on this path, especially if they continue to accumulate small win after small win. If they can get the foundry business slightly better and acquire some more customers, I think you'll see a big-time breakout in Intel.
All right. I hope for the best, obviously. I'm never really pounding the table against Intel or anything like that.
And I mentioned before, right, in kind of in the environment that we're sitting in with the AI boom, and you're seeing these chip companies just put in insane valuations, and Intel not participating, that's highly alarming, right? There's something else deeper going on behind the scenes. If they get it right, things can slowly start to turn around. Lip-Bu's only been in, what, for about 2 quarters now? Two full quarters, 2.5, whatever it may be. Give the guy some time. Let's see if he can acquire some big-time customers and get everything going right with the foundry business.
All right, Adara, you're the one that threw in that KeyBank Capital note in the watch list. Give us more information.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, basically what I put in there was what I saw. I saw like a little kind of snippet of an analyst note there with regards to that. I don't have too much more than what was on the watch list, truthfully, for it. But I mean, we'll talk here. I want to mention this as well with regards to Nvidia, because now that Trump is kind of implying that they could invest in this company, U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer apparently was asked if the Trump administration discussed taking a stake in Nvidia. He said, quote, Trump would love a stake in every company that's doing well. Now, Trump, for the record, has previously said that he doesn't feel they need to invest in Nvidia. Nvidia is doing incredibly well. The stock just made new all-time highs. But I do want to mention that regardless. Yeah, I mean, I think with Intel, I want to wait. What's the next shoe to drop? Who's going to invest in them next? You know what I mean? So that's really the take on that. I think the story here is kind of the same. And I do suspect, as I've said previously, I think we're probably going to get more reports of, oh, so-and-so company invests in Intel, X, Y, Z company. And I think, as you were saying yesterday, I think it's a good point. What I want to see is I want to see any of these companies that are really going to be in big trouble with regards to these one-for-one chip tariffs.
Yeah,
those are the companies that I think should be investing in Intel. I don't think it needs to be a TSM or an Apple. We both know those are going to be in Trump's administration's good books. Let's see people who are struggling, who are going to need that help. I think that should be the play.
Well said, Adara. Let's go on to another chip story. Yes, it's another chip story. Excuse me. So the U.S. is actually putting pressure on Taiwan and Taiwan Semiconductor, obviously, to share chip production 50-50 with America. Let's get into more detail. So the Trump administration is urging Taiwan, the country, don't come at me, to shift parts of its semiconductor production to the U.S. with a goal of producing 50% of America's chips domestically. So Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick made the comments yesterday, and he said that they want to cut the reliance on Taiwan, which currently manufactures about 90% of all the world's advanced semiconductors. Dang, Intel. The U.S., by the end of President Donald Trump's term, wants to be able to produce about 40% of their domestic chip production. Well, yes, domestically. That would require about, according to this report, more than $500 billion worth of local investment. So Taiwan's dominance in chip making is which is led by TSMC, has been looked at as a protective shield. Some people called it the silicon shield, protecting the island from Chinese aggression because they're so important to everybody else because they make all the semiconductors, all the advanced semiconductors there. Lutnick downplayed the shield's effectiveness, saying he argued that Taiwan would be safer if chip production was more balanced between the U.S. and Taiwan. His opinion. TSMC obviously has expansionary plans in the United States, namely in Arizona. They've been building the U.S. manufacturing facilities since 2020. And they recently announced another $100 billion investment, bringing the total spend to about $165 billion in building out local U.S. Foundries to build out advanced chips. The Donald Trump administration proposed 100% tariffs on semiconductors, but exempted, as we know, Joey, companies investing in the U.S. from these penalties. Taiwan, they want more produced in the U.S. They don't think that it's protecting them in the way that they think, the silicon shield sort of theory.
I think so. First of all, Sharif, read what Sports and Stonk said there, because it's what I was about to lead into.
I mean, I jokingly call him lunatic, but that's love it. That one is deep.
That is crazy.
That's deep right there.
No, but in all seriousness, he you know, it was on the table, right? It's like, okay, yeah, you want to get a share of the American economy. It's going to cost you a lot more. They're going to be investing significantly more than what was initially put into the States, and I think that's something positive. It's going to add more protection, I think, in my opinion. The more money that they spend so that the Americans can onshore, it's going to benefit TSM. And yeah, I think that's where it lays. Is China always going to be a threat? I think so. At some point, some things will start to cool down. How immediate is it? I don't think it is whatsoever. It would cause a lot of problems, obviously, like what's going on with Ukraine and other unfortunate events in the world. They would just get tariffed throughout the wazoo, and then eventually it would just really, really hurt the economy. So yeah, for TSM, fantastic look off of those April lows. And then you have this pullback that's only 9%. So if you go back to April 7th to where we're currently trading at, you've doubled your money. You're up 104%. That is a big time move. I like Taiwan Semi, just considering the environment that we're currently in. It's AI, it's semiconductors, it's chips. I think that this name is going to be in play for the foreseeable future until that CapEx starts to cool down. I love Taiwan Semiconductor.
All right, Adira, had you heard of this silicon shield before? Because this is my personally the first time I'm hearing about it.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. I think we do have to acknowledge the elephant in the room, which is that these comments are coming from Howard Lutnick, and we know, I've noticed at least a trend of like Howard Lutnick, to a much lesser extent Jameson Greer, and then Scott Bessent. Usually the most kind of reliable commentary is going to come from Bessent and maybe Jameson Greer. A lot of the things Lutnick says are then immediately kind of undercut or denied by other members of the Trump administration, sometimes including Bessent. So I will definitely put that out there. Like, this is the same man who said, oh, you know, they want to get back to like all the Americans putting the phones together with their hands and everything. So I always like to keep that out there. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. TSM, just get to specifically to TSM, like we mentioned, they've already committed quite a lot here to the U.S. with regards to investment. I think either way, they are going to be doing that investing in manufacturing in the U.S. regardless of this situation. But yeah, the silicon shield is something I need to look more into. And I wonder at this point if the silicon shield does unfortunately face a bit of a risk. And I say that because I heard like later today, after this came out, I heard commentary saying that China like making some kind of statement like, hey, like Taiwan is not, you know, not supposed to be independent, right? And they said that.
Oh, they've been saying that for a while.
This story, right? So I think the silicon shield that'd be great if it lasts. Hopefully it does. We'll have to find out, though.
Did you hear that when President Trump He's slated to meet with President Xi, I think in Korea, Dara, maybe next month, maybe the month after that. I'm not exactly sure, but they are slated to meet this year, not on anybody's turf, so neutral territory. Apparently, according to reports, and I know how you feel about speculating, but apparently President Xi will ask President Trump to make some sort of statement on Taiwan. Because there's sort of been that, ambiguity with the U.S., are they supporting their independence or whatever? I want to see how that all works out, because that's going to be, well, they're in the middle of negotiations there. Let's just talk, let's call a spade, right? Can we really separate politics from business? I don't know. So we'll have to wait and see. Great take on that. Thank you, Adair. Let's go on to the next one.
Let me touch on the markets here real quick, guys. There, SPY short. We're all out of that one. A big time move to the downside. Bang, bang, bang. Inverted hammer candle. We talked about that with the supporting volume. You take it, we piece it out, we get south of the volume weighted average price, and then now we're all out of that short. So a dollar club exactly on that one there.
Oh,
yeah. There you go. Dang.
Fabian. Someone wants to know what's going on with your hair fundraiser. Dangerous. What's going on with Fabian's hair's fundraiser? Okay, he's coming in. He's coming in hot, so we're about to find out.
You got to answer the poll first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Enjoy the show.
Let him know.
You vote on the poll?
I did, of course, bro. By default. All right, Fabian, give us the goods. What's going on?
We just got to pick a week, and then we'll just start the fundraiser, and then we'll set some goals. Maybe you guys can do some stuff.
Absolutely.
You want me to fade it for you? You want me to get you want to fade?
Afterwards? Yeah, that'd be fun. I'm open to that.
You can fade, eh?
No.
Okay. It's really easy.
Maybe we'll get a barber to come in and do it for him as part of the whole fundraising.
I'm going to try to get one from the donation.
Yeah, that'd probably be more ideal.
That's really good.
I'm going to get them to come in and maybe
So we just need a date and we need a cause, right?
Yeah, we have it.
Do we have a cause?
Yeah, it's going to be like a charity for hair donation. So they make wigs for kids.
That's fantastic. I'm assuming, obviously, with
because it actually costs money to make them. The donation of hair isn't enough.
Amazing, man. Amazing. Okay, so let's get a
back
date.
to you.
We'll organize.
No, I want to ask Fabian this. Are you ready to have your hair cut, though?
Oh, 100%. I've been ready for like over a year.
Yeah,
I just needed a reason,
How long you been growing it?
Like 3 years.
Hey, because I know when you started here, it was not even close to being that long.
It was like
till like maybe a little bit lower than your neck.
And what, you're 26, right, Fabian?
He's 28, bro. He's turning 29 end of November.
All right.
December.
My bad.
No, you're not December, are you? End of November, are you?
I'm like
December 1st?
December 6th.
December 6th?
December 6th.
Dang, man, I thought I had it right, man. All right. I know you're a Sag, but I thought you were an early Sag.
I should have been a Capricorn.
Oh! All right. Shout out to Fabian, man. All right, we're going to let you guys, we're going to get that date, we're going to get everything set, and we're going to do it live, obviously. Let's talk about Canaccord Genuity boosting Tesla's price target to $490 on the delivery momentum as well as their energy storage outlook. So let's talk a little bit about that. They raised that price target from $333 up to $490, reiterating the buy rating based on Tesla's current stock price. That's more than a 10% upside from where we're currently trading. The analysts at Canaccord cited stronger delivery checks across 30 countries, showing a positive reversal after several quarters of slowing growth. We saw that in Europe, we saw it in North America, we saw it in China as well. So basically we saw it everywhere. According to Canaccord, they've done checks with now 30 companies and it looks like we bottomed. We'll wait and see. They're also liking the new product pipeline, Joey. They're saying Tesla's commitment to new vehicle models is expected to bolster global sales momentum, and let's see the launches helping offset the loss of the U.S. EV tax credit, which is today, the last day you can get 75 hundos off an EV is to get that bill of sale signed today and drop at least a $1 down payment, a nominal down payment today. You can take delivery subsequent, but it's all going to be signed and sealed today. That is the last day. They also like their energy storage business. They say energy storage is seen as a critical sort of for that behind the meter solutions in both the residential and the commercial use cases. So we'll see how that works out. They also like the leadership that Musk has and his compensation package. They say the new compensation package is obviously tied to very aggressive long-term performance goals, which is aligning with the shareholder returns and values. The plan is also indirectly linked to indirectly linked, I should say, investors to XAI's venture, adding, a bit more of a speculative upside. And let's not gloss over the robotaxi, Joey. Tesla just got approval from Arizona to begin road trials for the autonomous ride-hailing service. There will be a safety driver, as there has been in both Austin and some of the other, I think they're in Silicon Valley as well, even though they don't have fully the license yet from California, Joey. So yeah, another jurisdiction where robo-taxis is weaseling into.
Yeah. I mean, just increasing that geofence, I think that's really big. But as for
shout out to the Austin geofence. Anybody who knows.
Yeah. Shout out to that. Anybody who, which is insane. But that's what happens when you're essentially almost you're a multi-billionaire and you can just do what you want. You do things like that. But I mean, to each their own. Okay, but in all seriousness, we know that these autonomous vehicles in the likes of Zoox and Waymo, they're still about 5 years plus probably from being profitable. I think something that Tesla has in its favor is the production. Sharif and I were talking about this briefly yesterday. Autonomy is hard on Tesla software, great for the hardware. Production-wise, all right? The inverse for Waymo. Costs a lot to make the vehicles, but the software is slightly being favored. Now, forward-looking, I think that Tesla has a great opportunity to grab a large amount of market share, probably the largest, considering it cost Waymo $230K to make a vehicle, and Zoox just isn't producing them as much and doesn't have the production capacity that Tesla has. None of them do. That's where he can lead this race and take advantage of it. So I like the fact that Elon is starting to expand his geofence and getting in more and more cities, because we know that Zoox is heading into San Francisco. They're already in Las Vegas. They're going to New York and Miami. So some of these other names are starting to expand theirs, and this is what we need to see from Tesla. And I sold that stock a long time ago in April, a while ago. But one thing that I'm starting to learn is that the Magnificent Seven, these hyperscalers, these trillion-dollar companies, it's so hard for them to lose at this point. Stick to the guns. They may be volatile, but Tesla, autonomy, robo-taxi, robotics, a really good forward look.
Sounds good, Joey. Adara, this is multi-comment or a multi-view, I guess, by the analyst here. Take whichever angle you like. New products, energy storage, leadership, robo-taxis, the gauntlet.
I'll talk about the leadership, and what I really want to talk about, I think, is what the best, or not the best, but I think the clearest bull case for Tesla is right now. Think about when we started getting all of these positive analyst notes for Tesla. When did Tesla break out? So it's more or less around when we had the Elon Musk pay package, and then Elon Musk make that massive, $1 billion purchase, right? I remember that day we were like, what's happening with the stock that day? Why does it keep going up? Robin Denham, the chair of the company, was advocating for Elon Musk and his pay package. And then we get the announcement, he bought a whole bunch of shares. So for me, the reason I bring that up is because I think this pay package really forces Elon to work very hard for the company. Since then, we've seen him, daddy is very much home, as he said, and I think we've really seen that reflected beyond the share purchase, just in the decisions and the tweets that he's making. I mean, sure, he's making announcements like Grokpedia or whatever that came out today, but he's also generally a little bit more focused, I think, on Tesla and those core brands. The political focus or emphasis is dwindling a little bit, which I think was one of the bigger issues that Tesla shareholders had, or at least certain Tesla shareholders. We know the bulls were always on his side, but the reason I bring all of this up is because I think that with all of these other catalysts, right, with energy storage growth, with new products, all of that relies on a strong leader who's committed to the company. So any sign that Elon is committed to the company, I think is a great step in the right direction. Now, short-term catalyst, of course, the biggest one is going to be the deliveries, which we are expecting. I was seeing Thursday we might get them. I think the deliveries are going to be key, of course, as well, but the shorter term, but I think longer term, November 6th, the day after the election, or be like the 1 year of the election, 1 year anniversary, ironically enough. But the biggest thing here is, can Elon, on this 1 year anniversary of his political ascent, be like, hey guys, I'm here for you? Can he get the votes? I believe he probably can, and I think it'll be a good look for the company going forward.
Sounds good. I like it, Adara. I'm going to be looking personally to see how much they beat by, if they beat at all, because we know that there's going to be a lot of pull forward because the EV tax credit ends today, $7,500, right? So a lot of the deliveries that they're going to ink in will have to have been signed today. So I'm assuming that, they're waiting for the numbers to release the numbers because today is kind of the last day of the quarter as well.
Uptick you
yeah,
might see.
and today's the last day of the quarter.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense. Now, what I want to see is if there's a sell the news event here where the deliveries, even though they're supposed to be substantially higher because of the pull forward, they don't end up being as high as maybe some investors had hoped, and then we sell off a little bit once we get that. I'll be interested to see how that works out.
I think I think a lot of people sit in that same space as well too. Have they priced in a positive delivery coming in with maybe a slight coming in line or a slight beat of expectations? Yeah. Is that priced in? Obviously, we know Elon was buying back stock, but if that is priced in and then they miss, watch out, you might see a pretty deep pullback that you're not expecting therein. Just to touch on, before we go into that next that next headline there, Sharif, touch on the SPY. It's still selling aggressively. We're all out of this one. And I was looking at Bitcoin starting to rally. So someone made an interesting point. Yeah, are we starting to price in a government shutdown? And then with that being said, in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, well, government shutdown, are you going to see a slight rotation into some of these crypto names? So as the SPY and NASDAQ are selling, you have IBIT holding up relatively well right at the volume weighted average price and moving higher at some times as well, too. So that's just in the back of my mind. Are we starting to see a rotation out of the overall market and then maybe a little bit of inflows heading into the crypto space?
Yeah, it looks like there's like a little bit more than 10 hours left until the shutdown begins. We're going to have to see. I think this is the stupidest crap that we have to keep doing multiple times per year.
It's every year, man.
God. All right, let's go on to Alibaba because Baba's been rocketing up lately anyway. So, another 5% day for Baba yesterday, driven really by optimism around AI and cloud computing, especially their expansion. The stock is up, at least at the time of the writing of this article, 112%. It's 110 and a quarter now, year to date, of course. Way ahead of the NYSE's composite of 13%. Currently trading at or near 52-week highs of 181.34. It's currently trading at 178 and a quarter, making September's best performing Chinese stock. There's also XPEV, which is also 98% on the year. There's others as well. Futu, we've talked about that. It's like a brokerage, a Robinhood-esque, 117% year over year. So there's some great looking Chinese names lately. And I've been watching Squawk Box at night, Asia Squawk Box, and apparently a ton of money is coming into the Chinese equity markets right now. They're saying it's possibly a fad, but apparently the Chinese markets are booming. Have a look at that for get it. All right, so obviously there's been some AI breakthroughs at Baba, especially with their Qwen 3 Omni model. It's a multimodal system, meaning you text, reading, pictures, everything, right? Now topping the Hugging Face's trending models list. Anybody who knows anything about Hugging Face, well, you can know. It's also outperforming, I would hope, the Qwen 2.5 model, since this is the 3. It's also outperforming ChatGPT 4o, Google's Gemini 2.5 Flash, as well in an image, audio, and video comprehension test. And they're also expanding, Alibaba, that is, their global cloud strategy. They raised its cloud growth forecast to 32% for full year 2026, 40% for full year 2027, signaling that accelerated international expansion. We talked about them building new data centers in multiple new countries and expanding the data centers that they currently have in countries like Mexico. I didn't know Alibaba had a presence in Mexico, but there you go, and they're going to expand that data center.
Brazil too.
Brazil as well.
Yeah. Brazil, they're starting to get it. I mean, we talk about the overnight risk of trading some of these ADRs. But with this AI build out that we're starting to see from Alibaba, it's almost hard to sway away. And if you look at it from a technical standpoint and head all the way back in time, you're not even relatively close to, not even close to the previous peak. So, I mean, is it still at a discount? Let's figure that out right now. But yeah, they got a lot going on. They're spending the cash. This is what you want to see, especially from when the largest publicly traded companies in the country. So there's Alibaba Group. I mean, from July, it hasn't even looked back. You're up more than 70% to be exact, 73%. And again, just understand what the risk profile is here on Baba, is that you're subjected to what goes on overnight. but now you also have the ability to kind of mitigate that with the blue ocean and the overnight trading as well too. Obviously, you don't want to be up all night, but there's ways that can be mitigated from here on out. I love the AI build out. I love this race. I had friends that just came back from China and they live in Austin, Texas, and they're like, watch out. These guys are making big time moves. It's 10 times more advanced than you could ever imagine.
That's very interesting. I wouldn't be surprised about that at all, quite frankly.
Ever imagine.
All right, Alibaba up a big year to date, 110% in a quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great look. I think that the CEO of this company, we know previously, I think maybe even a week or two ago or less, said that they're going to be beefing up their AI spending. I think, let's put it this way. We know how well AI has been received here, right? NVIDIA just made new all-time highs. Now, Jensen Huang always says you cannot underestimate China. So with that in mind, it makes sense that if AI is really big here, it's going to be big in China. And as I said before, kind of echoing comments made by Jensen Huang, I think the greater, restrictions that we have with regards to U.S. being able to send things to China, the faster China has to accelerate. So I can expect to see continued AI acceleration. It makes sense that Alibaba is expanding their growth because they're also probably going to be getting more cloud customers locally as well. That would be my guess anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy how many pies Alibaba is involved with. Like I mentioned earlier, I was reading that they were in talks with Costco at one point. Unclear if that actually went through with regards to e-commerce. And when I say at one point, that was in 2014. So Alibaba has been established in a variety of businesses. I think they are able to manage them all pretty well. They almost give me kind of Amazon in China type vibes with regards to the e-commerce aspect and the cloud aspect as well. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not shocking that this is done super well. Their Quen has been really well received too. Every time you get a Quen announcement intraday, the stock goes on a little run. So I think if they keep doing what they're doing and keep accelerating what they're doing, maybe the 100 plus growth gets higher.
And Adira, let's not forget that Apple Intelligence still has no presence in China, and that's for a reason. The Chinese government has insisted that they have a domestic partner. Well, Adira, we know from your reporting that they've chosen Alibaba to do that partnership with. So I'm expecting more from Baba on the AI front, and obviously by extension of that, of course, Apple, with respect to that. So more announcements to build on your point, more announcements AI related with Baba in the future.
One really quick thing too that I just remembered. So I remember last year we had a really nice run in Chinese stocks in September. And they kind of dwindled. Keep an eye on this guy short term. I just remembered that and I share that. Short term, I would say keep an eye on these Chinese ADRs in case the buying dwindles a bit. Because we know, I remember I went on vacation for a couple of days. It was like a week ago. It was like 53 weeks ago. The point I'm trying to make is I remember as I was leaving, there was a giant fever pitch. Everybody's running in AI in China. Oh my gosh. And then it all dwindled really quickly after, so just keep an eye on that.
I remember David Tepper went on CNBC, says, buy everything. I'll remember that very specifically. That was a year ago. That's crazy. I'm complaining to Brendo all the time that time flies by here, but no time has been as quick as David Tepper said, buy China, and now. I mean, it feels like it was a few weeks ago to me anyway. I don't know about Joe, comment.
We already.
I thought you had something to say about the Baba.
I did. But no, I was going to say, no, but as for that comment, we know our guy, as to buy China, our guy JB was buying K-Web a while ago as well, too.
Same time he was, David Tepper was pounding the table.
So he's
JB.
He's buying K-Web off of the lows. So not too bad of a look there. Yeah, Shreve, you can read
Did you see your friend there?
I've seen it.
Oh no, Big Spile's back.
It's my birthday, brother. Show some love, man.
All right, Big Spile, just before we read, you gotta,
read it, man.
It's his birthday on Sunday, Katina, man. So Big Spile, your boy Joey Options got a birthday on Sunday in case you want to drop another comment there. Little Joey Smalls, up reading that, might not want to be up all night, but every time the big one is, you better believe he's hitting those bangs.
I don't even know what that means. I don't even get it.
Think about it.
Yeah, what?
Come on, you're hitting the bank.
How do you not get that?
I don't get it, man.
I got nothing to do with this. I love China, but country is nothing but 1,000% hype, says Chicago 1807. I respect your opinion, brother, but I also respectfully disagree. I wouldn't count them out. Let's go on to the next topic, though, Joey Options. Let's go on, talk about NVIDIA getting a price target increase here from your great friends at Citi. They bumped it up from 200 to 210. They kept that same buy rating, obviously, on NVIDIA. And here's what the analysts are saying. The analysts walked away more positive following the release or the explanation of the Rubin CPX GPU launch, which is kind of designed for generative video creation at scale. It's slated for release, Randy, late 2026, so we're not even talking about anytime soon. Citi did revise their estimates, Randy, higher. They're talking about Q4 sales now, model at around 54 billion, Katina, man. And Randy, you're tripping me out. And Q1 sales, geez Louise, of 62 billion in revenue, Joey.
Pocket change.
Pocket change here, dude. This is why they're 4.5 trillion now, with 2026 and 2027 earnings forecast raised by 1 to 10%. Oh, this is his investment right here on Nvidia. The Rubin CPX positions Nvidia as a core player in the next-gen AI hardware, but we also know about that 100 billion that they threw OpenAI's way, and we know what that's about. It's called an infinite money glitch. I give you 100 billion, Randy. You take that 100 billion, you buy back my GPUs, and all of a sudden, I got my 100 billion back, but I also booked $100 billion worth of sales. I love it. Who could say that that's a bad thing, right? Infinite money glitch. Yeah, I like it. Something smells. It smells like GPUs. It smells like money, you know, but that's what it is, Randy. NVIDIA confirmed it will invest $100 billion into OpenAI. They're targeting massive new data centers. The move is seen as a major industry catalyst as NVIDIA strengthens the ecosystem for AI. Analysts emphasize this partnership does not alter NVIDIA's ARM commitments, but adds that x86 flexibility. And just to give you an idea, Joey, we are expecting the GOAT himself, yes, CEO Jensen Huang. He will deliver a keynote at the GC Washington conference in late October, right around Halloween time.
Yeah. We're seeing NVDA kind of start to fuel their own demand in some way with the likes of CoreWeave, and then obviously this deal that we're talking about right here, OpenAI. Yeah, it's very interesting stuff, but that's not going to faze me, I don't think, in the long run. I think the chips are going to get better. He's going to come out with the best chips continuously. People are want to get their hands on those ones, whether it be the likes of Meta, who's going to spend a boatload of money on it. You have the Meta is what I was referring to, Amazon, and everyone buying these chips, the hyperscalers. I think that NVIDIA is going to be just fine in the long run, even though in a sense, I get what Shreve's getting at. They are creating their own demand. Is that a recipe for disaster? I don't know, but with their customer base being so broad, China, you have the Gulf countries as well, too. It's looking really, really good for this name. I wouldn't be surprised if it continues. It put in a new all-time high. And I think for the foreseeable future, until that CapEx, as I mentioned before, starts to cool off, we really, really, really love NVDA. All
right, Adara, this is an interesting take here from your friends at Citi. They like the CPX GPU launch for this Rubin, and they're projecting big boy increases in their Q4 and Q1 revenue, Adara.
I mean, like, I'm not an analyst by any means, but I think maybe one of the biggest catalysts of note right now for NVIDIA is just like their recent kind of M&A bend, right? They've been investing in a lot of companies. They invested in OpenAI. They're investing in Intel. And so I think with that in mind, like you're seeing that this company is expecting more growth. And I think that's a good look as well, just for how, like, you always like to see how a company views themselves, right? You can get the sense, like, when people are buying shares, stuff like that, or when you've got companies announcing share buybacks or repurchase programs. With NVIDIA trying to invest this much in other companies, you get the sense that they're like, hey, we have the money and we're going to make more money. So I like that in general. I think that's a good sign of NVIDIA's outlook for themselves, and so it gives me a good outlook for them. Now, I think just with regards to the CPX GPU launch, let's see how it goes, right? I want to see, once we get kind of more circulation out there, we know there were a lot of concerns with regards to supply issues for the Blackwell. Let's see if the Rubin CPX GPU is able to kind of keep up the supply with regards to demand. Now, also, we know they indicated, I believe it was earlier this week, yesterday, robotics-related updates. I want to see NVIDIA more robotics. Jensen was chilling with his little robot earlier this year. I want to see Jensen hanging out with more robots, and I want to see more, I think, things being furthered there. And GTC conference, Washington, Could be a place for that.
No, what I was saying, Jetson, Adara. That's the name of their. Yeah. Remember the.
It's way too close to his name.
That's what I know.
So it's hard to hear. Yeah.
Exactly. That's their robotics GPU for everybody. I know you know, but like.
Yeah, I like because it's a shout out to George Jetson and the Jetson family and stuff.
Ah.
But yeah, no, I think either way, like doing more with robotics is probably going to be a good place for them. So they can kind of show that they're continuing to push forward. That being said, if you're still doing well with your GPUs or CPUs, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, good point. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Shopify and ChatGPT, well, they're integrating for instant checkout integration, baby. So what are we talking about here, Joey? It's not just Shopify. There's others. It's Etsy as well. But so OpenAI announced U.S. Etsy sellers can now sell directly through ChatGPT, expanding into agentic commerce. That's what they're calling it, agentic commerce. Shopify merchants, for their part, including Glossier, Skims, Spanx, and Viore, will join the program soon as well. As we know, Shopify stock jumped up about 5% in the pre-market. Etsy's was about 12. I don't know where they're both trading right now, but here's how it's going to work. So users can ask product questions, for example, best gifts for a runner, and then buy instantly within ChatGPT. It's going to be powered by an open source checkout product. The products are going to be enabled with instant checkout, and they can be purchased directly inside the chat. Merchants, for their part, they're going to pay OpenAI a small fee for having their products included in ChatGPT, but it's going to be free for buyers, so users. There's not going to be no product placement bias. No product placement bias, aka AdWords. Yeah. What's up, Google? So how are they going to monetize this thing? I kind of gave you an idea there. The merchants are going to pay a fee. The instant checkout represents a push towards monetizing free users, as OpenAI obviously skills investments and covers their growing losses. They're having to spend up a storm buying these data centers and GPUs, and they're still not enough. Joey, they've got about 700 million weekly active users. However, most of them, if not like a great majority of them, are still on a free plan.
Yeah.
So they need to make money somehow, and the monetization efforts are kind of tied to this Fiji Simo guy appointment. He's an ex-Instacart CEO, an ex-former Meta executive, and they're using this guy's expertise to kind of push e-commerce and advertising within chat.
When you told me this story first thing in the morning, what was it? What was the first thing?
You loved it. You immediately loved it.
I was like, monetize.
Yeah,
This is how they do it. And I think it's going to continue to grow, right? Like you can just directly check out, sell things off of the app, and then watch out for more ads to come on, right? We talk about some of these private names coming in at valuations that are insane. I think the top 5 are coming in at about $1.3 trillion, which is absolutely insane. And I was listening to what Vlad Tenev said about OpenAI and how it's a non-profit, so that it was a little bit more difficult to tokenize. But aside from that, watch out, right? When YouTube first came out, there wasn't an ad in sight. Now you can't watch 4 minutes of a video without being an ad in between.
Remember that?
Right? But now that's all it is. And I think that's what you're going to lead into this free platform with ChatGPT. Eventually, they're going to be signing deals. 700 million weekly active users is insane. So watch out for that digital ad revenue to come in aggressively. 100%. And once it ramps up, it's like whatever prompt you're typing in, it's like watching a video. Prompt, cool, ad.
Yeah.
Right? Prompt, ad. And I think that's the direction that it's going to be headed towards.
I got to agree with everything you just said. Adara, I like the fact that there's going to be no product bias in this, where I'm not trying to say Google is product biased, but we all know how search engine optimization works. We all know how Google AdWords and AdSense works. You can get to the top if you pay more, Adara.
Yeah, I like that they're trying to avoid that pay to play or pay whatever situation there. What's interesting too is I think between the two of them, Shopify had a very delayed reaction. Like this news came out around here. Shopify kind of chilled. I even remember when I said like the news, which came out yesterday during the midday around 1 p.m., Etsy made the massive move, and I was like, Shopify is involved too, but you can't really tell. And then Shopify had the later reaction. Etsy, meanwhile, had, I think, the much more immediate reaction to the upside. They closed near highs, but today they've given it all back, right? So it's always interesting to see how two stocks with the exact same catalyst perform in markedly different ways. And you know what I would posit as the reason for this different reaction is Etsy gets the immediate pump because this is the less closely watched stock, right? This is, I guess, the more novelty type stock. But then you've got Shopify. I think it's something that's a little bit more hot. It's a bit more 100%. On watch. Perhaps they've recently, they're in the NASDAQ now. They switched their listing to the NASDAQ. So Shopify is something I think we're going to watch a little bit more closely. And so with that in mind, sure, maybe it'll have a delayed initial reaction, but I think the long-term benefit for Shopify could be a little bit greater. Etsy is, I don't want to say it's a dying breed, but I think it's like maybe the stock. I don't know for sure the company, but I think at least the stock, they're going to be watching a little bit more or a little bit less closely. Either way, this is another win for OpenAI. OpenAI certainly stays winning. I will say that on their Nvidia announcement. I just want to know who else they're going to team up with next. Because at this point, I think the OpenAI ecosystem of companies is getting wider and wider. And I wonder if there is a point where, I don't want to say a monopoly, but I wonder if at a certain point at our good FTC friends get a little miffed that they're trying to make deals with everybody and they're trying to make the head honcho with that in mind. Now, I'm thinking way in the future. I highly doubt that's going to be immediate if it happens at all, but something to think about.
I don't think you're off on that at all. In fact, Jensen was on an interview with Brad Gershner, I think a couple of days ago, and he said OpenAI is going to be the next hyperscaler. So getting into that sort of, I don't know, obviously,
it comes with the territory.
Exactly. They're going to be under the microscope. He's counting them as the winning horse. We'll have to see if they end up being the winning horse, but that's what Jensen is saying. Thank you, Adira. You go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, let me add this. And I'm just curious on your guys' thought. As for a monopoly, what Dara was saying, but don't you think that their playing field is a little bit more level than the likes of when Google first started coming out and some of these other names that hold what we would like to call monopoly?
Joey, I can name you a bunch of search engines that existed when I was using the internet. Excite, Lycos, Ask Jeeves, Yahoo, obviously, which is still around. There's more. Alta Vista, thank you, Assassino, web crawler. There's a ton that no longer existed. Google was not the first, and then they killed everybody.
They killed everybody. But I mean, were some of those search engines, did they ever have any valuations like some of the companies?
No, not even close. Maybe Yahoo.
Right?
Yahoo was the big one, and then that just kept making lower highs.
I'm just thinking out loud, right? Because
you're right, dude.
I think at some point, I'm not going to say the playing field's level, considering how much money that OpenAI has raised. I just think it's a little bit more broad than some of the previous competition that some of these other bigger names seem.
I just want to mention, guys, that the short interest on Etsy is quite large. I just did a quick Perplexity search here. So barely a little bit less than 20 million shares are borrowed. 19 2/3 million shares are borrowed for short, which represents about 28.3% of the float is actually borrowed for short. Obviously, these numbers are as old as September 15th, okay? So just keep that in mind. So when Adira was showing you that breakdown there, before we go to Adira, I just want to show OKLO is breaking up. Oh, go ahead, Adira.
So I was just going to bring up the news on this. OKLO, stronger here. Department of Energy picking the company and Triso X for nuclear fuel line projects. So OKLO, one of two companies, it looks like, suggested or selected by the Department of Energy for nuclear fuel line projects. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira. Let's go on to the next topic. Google to merge Android and Chrome OS for laptops in 2026. So what are we talking about here? We're not talking about Chromebooks. Similar, though. So Google confirmed plans to merge Android and Chrome OS starting in 2026. The goal for Google or Alphabet is to broaden the ecosystem and bring the AI capabilities across all devices and form factors. This is going to be the first Android-based notebook expected, of course, as we mentioned, next year, maintaining the Chrome OS interface, but with Android at its core. Interesting take. I'd like to see how that works relative to the ones that they have out now. So there's supposedly, according to the company, going to be seamless device integration. So Android boss Samir Samat emphasized a seamless integration between laptops and the Android ecosystem. AI advancements made on Android will extend quickly to laptops, according to Mr. Samat. Chrome OS has been successful in education and productivity. We see that with a lot of schools adopting these Chromebooks. one little caveat about these Chromebooks are not upgradable. So once they're old, you got to throw them out. It's kind of crazy. The hardware and partnerships aspect of this. So the announcement was made at Qualcomm's Snapdragon Summit, suggesting, of course, that Snapdragon chips will power the Verse devices. Potential use cases could here either be the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5, which is for the smartphone, and or the Snapdragon X2 Elite, which is a new notebooks chip. Google is likely to partner with Acer, Samsung, HP, Lenovo to offer devices at multiple price points using Android. And the unveiling, Joey, could take place at Google's I/O 2026. We're not exactly sure. And the tablet and the form factors also play a part here. Google paused development of new Android tablets, possibly to focus on this sort of Android Chrome OS hybrid, Joey.
Yeah, I think it's a really good look. I remember listening to part of the keynote, and they were talking about this a little bit as well too. And I was listening to another podcast where they're getting a little bit more in depth of this. And I mentioned to you before that some of the other cell phone providers were not happy about what was going on in regards to this. Boom was, never mind this. Yeah. We got a big time pop in Weeble. It just broke through. Been sitting in this for quite some time. So a nice little move there. But yeah, aside from that, I love this merge. I think it's going to be great for both Google and Android. And it's going to be really interesting as well too, because we know that Google's at the top of the list for Apple operating system iOS as well too. So yeah, I like the move that Google and Android are making here.
Adira, you're going to sell that nice, shiny, beautiful-looking M3 MacBook that you got?
No, it's awesome. I'm not going to lie. I feel like the battery life is maybe not the best, but that could also just be because I used to use like my old MacBook constantly while charged, and I've moved around things in my house, so I'm charging my MacBook less consistently. I digress. Other than that, it's great. It's perfect. And I am not getting rid of it. But with regards to this Google tablet, I mean, we'll have to wait and find out. Truthfully, I don't know enough about the differences between Chrome OS and Android to see how this change is actually going to hit. And I think this is, honestly, if you're in the chat and if you're a user of either, comment on how you think this is going to go in terms of the merger, right? Because we're going to have to wait and see what happens. They're from both companies, right? Google's involved in Chrome and Android, obviously. So I think it should be a seamless merger. Let's see if it's actually of note. But you're right. The fact that this was announced at the Qualcomm Snapdragon situation already implies Qualcomm's going to be involved. If anything, I think this is probably a nice catalyst for them rather than Google, because GOGL has way too many things going on to really care, I think, about a tablet in the longer term. It's an interesting catalyst for trading, for the morning watch list type thing, but I think longer term, this might be a better story for our friends at QCO.
Yeah, I don't see this being a huge needle mover for revenue. It's a good supplement, but definitely not a needle mover. Good take, Adara. Let's go on to Spotify. New CEO transition happening here with the founder, Daniel Ek, set to step aside. Now, I know Daniel for different reasons. At one point in time, I was very displeased with the way that Arsenal was being run by the Kroenke family. Of course, Stan Kroenke owns the LA Rams. He owns, I think, the Denver Nuggets, as well as a few other teams. One of the other teams, of course, he owns is the Arsenal. And he owns the Emirates Stadium, as well as SoFi Stadium. And he was not spending any money on Arsenal. We were not competing with the likes of City, Chelsea, even United was spending more money than us. So then Daniel Ek started floating the idea that he wanted to buy Arsenal, which was obviously rebuffed with prejudice by the Kroenke family. And then after that, they started spending. So I dropped my reservations about the family. But that's who Daniel Ek is to me. To you guys, you're going to know him as a Spotify CEO and founder. He's now going to be replaced by the co-presidents, the current co-presidents of the company, Alex Nordstrom and Gustav Soderstrom, who will become co-CEOs effective the 1st of January of next year. As we said, Daniel Ek, who's only 42 years old, but has been at the helm of the company for 20 freaking years. I feel like a bum compared to this guy, and he's a year younger than me. Ek will still influence strategy, even though he's not going to hold the CEO title. He's going to influence capital allocation and the long-term planning while focusing less on that day-to-day management aspect of the company. Just to give you an idea of who these new guys are that are going to be co-CEOs, Alex Nordstrom, he oversaw subscriptions, advertising, and content strategy for Spotify. Gustav Soderstrom, he managed product design and engineering, and he's driving Spotify's innovation track. So both are bringing complementary expertise to the CEO role. But that's not the first time we've seen these dual CEO setups, Joey. We see it working with Netflix. We saw it at Oracle before Safra Catz. We're seeing it at Oracle as Safra Catz transitions out. And we also saw it in BlackBerry, man. Shout out to Jim Balsilis and the other guy. I don't know the other guy's name, but I know Balsilis.
No, I mean, dude, let's see.
Lazaridis. Thank you, Adair.
There you go. Yeah, very interesting with this dual CEO. I know that was the first thing Adair said to me this morning. She said, "Good morning, Joe. Spotify, bang, 2 new CEOs, some new CEOs little shuffling around there, so not too bad of a look." But from a technical standpoint, I mean, how many monthly active users does Spotify have? Because I'm pretty sure it's blowing Apple Music.
Joey.
Yeah, it's blowing.
Keep going, I'll find out.
It's blowing Apple Music completely out of the water. So it's a really good look. This from an investment standpoint, I mean, in April, you didn't even get that aggressive sell-off. Spotify has just been a fantastic trade. Let's get into it right now. July, August.
696 million monthly active users as of the second quarter of 25, Joey.
And I'm pretty sure that Apple has, what, around 20
I'll find
million?
out.
Yeah, let's find out Apple as well, too. But Spotify has been absolutely fantastic. I think it's going to continue to grow. They had they're paying Joe Rogan insane amounts of money. And some of these podcasters insane amounts of money when they were on YouTube as well,
124 million.
So there you go. It's like 7 times bigger than what Apple Music has got going on. And that's exactly why I like Spotify personally. If you have a company where there's how many iPhones on the planet, 3 billion, 1 billion, whatever it is, something along those lines, and you have the ability to grab share off of these phone holders and get them to download your app and pay a separate subscription, I think is a really, really good business model.
Absolutely. I can't agree more. And I've been a loyal Spotify subscriber since 2016, despite many attempts by Apple to lure me over with 3-month trials. I got one right now, Joey, on my iPad. I activated it, and I've downloaded nothing on it, even though they've made it easy now to export your playlist from Spotify into Apple Music. I still haven't done it. Bro, it's a habit, man. I like going in. I know how to use it. I don't want to learn anything new. I'm old AF, and I don't want to.
No, that's fair. Rightfully so.
He also likes a Spotify rap.
Well, we already know.
Like the year wrap. I got you. You know, at the end of the year. When
You get that on Apple Music as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you get that. But it'll play it'll give you a list of your top tracks that you played.
Fair enough.
We already know where Adair lays on that one.
Oh yeah.
And I know where Katina Man's laying as well too. I'm pretty sure he's a big Apple Music guy as well.
Is he?
So I think so.
I think Ram is as well.
Yeah. So there is, but I mean, 700 million, that's some big time numbers, grabbing share off of Apple. That's how you build a solid business if you have the ability to do so.
All right, Adair, what do you make of this dual CEO setup?
Well, I think it's actually beyond the dual CEO thing, Sharif. I like that you mentioned Oracle, because Oracle is just doing the same thing here with Safra Catz leaving, 2 C-suite executives stepping up, identical to what Spotify is doing. But Sharif and Joe and people, this is not the only similar transition where you've got a CEO stepping into some kind of chairman or executive chairman role and letting someone else from the company take the helm, because T-Mobile, same day as Oracle, a couple minutes before Oracle, announced the same setup. Also, these are the Spotify men from left to right: Daniel Ek, Alex Nordstrom, and Gustav Soderstrom. Those are the 3 dudes. Just blonde dudes from Sweden. But anyways, with regards to Spotify, nothing is good. Like, these 3 guys are not going to make me switch to Spotify. I'm sorry. I'm still iTunes all the way, and I will accept the necessary.
Did you know? Hold on. Did you see your friend Daniel Ek there? He's a shiny one too, like your other friend Brian Armstrong there.
He's got the shiny head. But yeah, I mean, with regards to just talk a little bit more about this CEO strategy. I wonder what company's next. T-Mobile. You know, they've got the CEO still in the new cushy position of executive chairman, helping with strategy. In this case, they specifically said Daniel Ek is still going to be their boss. They're going to report directly to him, right? So it's a bizarre strategy, and I kind of wonder given that we've had 3 of these announcements in literally like 1 week, I wonder if there are going to be some other legacy CEO announcements where someone who's been at the company for a long time, widely respected, decides to give somebody else the reign, even if it's a pair of people. And on the flip side, with regards to Oracle and Spotify specifically, if you've got this co-CEO thing, does it mean that you trust one of them less? And I'm just speculating, I have no idea, but it is an interesting setup, is it not?
The way that I read this article, and that's the extent of my information from the article that I read, the 2 CEOs bring different things to the table.
That's also fair, yeah.
In a complementary sense because they have different backgrounds. We'll have to see, obviously, Adara, how it ends.
Same with Oracle, too, yeah, but I just, I always like to play devil's advocate.
That's fair. All right, guys. It is now 2 o'clock. Thank you, Adara, for chiming in. Joey, thanks, obviously, for being on. Send him off.
Well, no, I was curious to see with Adara who she would like to see step in as CEO if she was ever going to transition from Apple Music to Spotify. But
trick question. I'm also not on Apple Music. I'm on iTunes.
She buys music.
That is crazy. She
doesn't
buy that. I thought you could buy it on Apple.
Like last night. Like this is just how I live my life. But anyways, like I pick a song, I pay money for it, it's on my phone, and I own it. But yeah, no, honestly, Joe, no CEO is gonna make me step down from Spotify or step towards Spotify. What I would love though is if and this is a complete nonsense, but if we have iTunes split up, become its own company, and then it has its own CEO, and I want it to be a rapper if that is the case. Dr. Dre, where are you at?
All right, guys. Shout out to Adara, man. I like that take. I like your take, Joey. Leave him with a thought.
Yeah, I mean, I hope everyone has a fantastic Tuesday. The Jays are playing this weekend. That's going to be fun. We got some big-time UFC fights, but
Joey,
it's not quite. Yeah.
Who are the Jays going to play? Is it going to be New York or Boston?
Who do the Jays want to play?
No. Who are they going to play?
I know, but who do they want to play? Boston? Okay. I think they're going to play New York.
They're going to play New York?
Yeah.
Katina Man. Who are the Jays going to play? New York or Boston, Katina Man? The Katina Man, he said it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't think he doesn't got the read right now, and we'll have to wait to see. No read, he says. We'll have to wait for the first game. Maybe he'll have a better read.
He's fibbing to you because he's already probably got some money laced on that one.
Is that true?
Yeah.
He doesn't bet baseball, says the Katina Man. You're going to hear it from him in a second. Peace.
Oh boy, why does nobody ask me these questions? That's what I'm asking. Like, why, New York or Boston? Come on, I want to pick a city.
I'm gonna ask you a
I
question.
love New York.
Name 2 Blue Jays.
Name 2 Blue Jays? What do you mean, like a player?
Yes, not the third.
There's that guy. There's that guy.
And then he wonders why you don't ask.
There's that guy he went crazy last game. You saw that guy?
Oh, that
What's his name again? He has his last name. That guy. Yeah.
That's the guy.
That guy.
Okay.
That's one. And then the other guy
there's another guy who didn't go crazy. The other guy who was caught.
No, he was too busy running.
Right,
he was
that
running the bases.
There was a guy running and a guy hitting.
Yeah,
those guys.
those guys.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
Yeah,
nobody asks me these questions around here, man. Come on. New York. It's definitely going to be New York. Something flew.
No, you're trying to move this mic cable here from Randy. I don't know. This guy. Welcome, everybody.
Right. Trading. Go trading.
Yeah, we're back into Nvidia here. Long. Nice. Oh, it doesn't show it on there, but here, maybe if I get out of a little piece, you can see the position there on Nvidia. Yep, there it is. Okay. And then we wrote down as well TQQs. I was showing this to Obi. We have on our note here that we wanted 103 short. We canceled it as we went to the gym. And as soon as 11 o'clock hit, which is when we basically get out of our seats, 103 came in, and we haven't seen that since. So we're having a great day today. It's going to be an awesome afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We do have Nike earnings coming after the bell. We do have Brian Shannon joining us tonight as well. We'll talk to him. We'll figure out what's going on with all of that as well. But, yeah, just after 2 o'clock, 2:04 right now. Yeah, Jays, I think it's Cleveland, Detroit right now with playing. And Major League Baseball World Series, I was going to say World Series playoffs. They don't call it that. Just World Series playoffs, I guess. Yeah, on right now. And we're excited to see that. Blue Jays finally back in the playoffs. And we've been in there a lot. It's just we never seem to win, get by that first round this year. Hopefully it smells a little bit different. Yeah, I need Nike to go back up. I'm invested into Lululemon as well. I've got my On shoes on.
Oh, nice.
Right now. Yeah,
how are those?
Really super comfortable, dude.
My parents got a pair of those as well. And I was debating. I was like, I want one as well.
Yeah,
but, I don't know which one to get. There's so many. There's like the Cloud Tech something. Yeah.
Yeah, these are the Cloud Surfer Max 2s.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they're big. They're just, they're nice. And they fit.
Super comfy?
Yeah, super comfy.
I've heard
like, they look
so
like
comfy.
you're like, oh man, I've never cloud surfed.
Like my mom has like plantar fasciitis and stuff, so she has like issues like walking and like straining her
so
feet.
that's
she says they're absolutely amazing.
That's part of why I got it, because my knee has been reconstructed. So it's like I get pressure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Long story short, they are super comfortable. They were pricey.
I also saw this Instagram post at like art galleries being like, you know who's actually going to buy a painting when you see their shoes and they're all wearing all the buyers are only wearing the On shoes. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, no, for me it's like I wish they were. Obviously, they're expensive for I think what the build is, but I feel like they're more like orthotic, like more.
It's really cool actually how they make them. Have you seen the video? It's like some of the stuff they just have like a mold of a foot and it's sprayed. The shoe is sprayed on. That's why it's so light.
Yeah, it's Swiss engineering. It was
really cool.
Roger Federer, right? I think.
Yeah, I think he blew it up. Yeah, he definitely blew it up.
ON, isn't that the symbol? Yeah, there it is. On holding right here. So this is what it looks like. And we talk.
Oh boy.
I know. Yeah. It's kind of.
It's getting cushioned to the downside.
Yeah, there's a nice cushion here. But no, it's topical because we have Nike coming tonight. So that's why we sort of started talking about that right there. They're going to be, again, should be a good quarter. We have Vietnam and everything figured out as far as tariffs and whatnot are concerned. But Nike's at a very, very interesting inflection point right here, trying to fill against that gap. All right, I think it's Obi with a read now. I don't know who it is. All right.
All right, guys, are you looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hidden costs? With Plus 500 Futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100 with Plus 500's powerful platform. You can access a wide range of futures markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen Plus 500.
All right. Yeah, let's go. Thanks, Obi, for that one. Go check out Plus 500. And let's go check out what Sharif's all about there. Oh, not ready yet. Okay. Right. So government shutdown, moments away.
Still warming up. No rundown just yet, just a warm up right now.
Yeah, we're just warming up right now. We're getting ready to rock and roll. Government shutdown. You know, there hasn't been, I think the last, 2011 was shut down maybe for 35 days?
They shut down during Biden, I think, right? Once or no? Am I not?
They might have only been 2 days. I mean, the big thing is that we worry that there's going to be no reports coming out, so that jobs report may not come out there on Friday. Obviously, I think when you're talking about some sectors that might get hit, I would think retail potentially, as people aren't getting paid a little bit less money to go out there if there is some sort of a shutdown where checks aren't going out, right? So that
people
could be it.
2019 for the last.
Oh, was it 2019? I can't. I'll have to. Again, I'd have to look that up. There hasn't been much 2018 in 31 days. Maybe that's the one from What's Up Agent ad right there. So I think we can look back at that. The thing is, I feel like the market was reacting way heavier to the government shutdowns before it actually happened than when it happened. The talks obviously started, and then we started to build back the thought of it reopening again. So I don't know. Right now, we're not really getting a drift down here for the government or for in the NASDAQ or in the S&P 500 really at all. I mean, this is what the S&P 500, if we just look at the SPY right now, looks like. So we're trying to figure out where this market's going to be if we do get a shutdown. And I was just going to say the short-term risk obviously is volatility and delay in economic data, right? But weaker confidence maybe. We'll look at the U.S. dollar. We can look at the long curve there for bonds, maybe heading to the upside right there. I think it gives us this situation, though, for me, I mean, I would hope that it gives us a buy the dip situation, which is what I would be looking for there, because I think that we've had a great earnings season, obviously, that we've just been through here. With I think it was 84% of the S&P 500 wind up beating there. So I think any sort of a dip down into the 50-period moving average on worries that maybe we don't get resolved, that to me is a buying opportunity. So that's kind of what I was going to see. It's the past history of, and again, maybe we have to Google this or whatever, but the past history of government shutdowns has been one of quick, sort of short-term pain and then long-term gain as far as stocks are concerned. I mean, the trajectory of the market is straight up. So any kind of a dip down right now, I don't think the government reaction will affect earnings and will affect AI, will affect what we're seeing right now in the market. I think it's a confidence thing, and just needs to get figured out, right? I mean, and right now, I think President Trump, no matter what you think about him, you know, he's pretty hard line in the stance. So what I'm worried about is if they do get shut down, how long does it take? You know, to get resolved? Can the Democrats and Republicans come together and get that all figured out? But here in Canada, we don't have those similar issues, so we don't deal with.
We got our own whole.
We all
set
have.
of problems.
Every country has their own set of issues here. But I was just going to say for that one, a little bit of short-term pain, which I think is by areas. So if you do think the government's going to get shut down, Obi, I would say raise some cash now. Get into some cash, find some cash under your bed, wherever, and get ready to put it to work if there is a shutdown. Like, I would like to see the market down 2 or 3% on a shutdown worry, or even if they get shut down, because I think that's a buying. We're always looking to get our money back into this market.
Right.
And if you've got your money out right now, there's nothing wrong with sitting on the sidelines. So that's sort of my advice. It's very basic. It's just, if you're nervous, pull a little bit out, wait for those dip buy opportunities, and I think they'll come. So that's what I'd be telling people at this point, but I'm not his financial advisor, and everybody's got to do their own work. I'm not getting anything out right now because of that kind of a worry. I'm looking to buy more. So, all right, by the way, Nvidia right now, oh
boy. Here we go.
So there's the long, there's the outs, there's the 150, 150, 185 break, 150, what am I talking about? And then right here, there's the reload at VWAP again.
Nice.
So yeah, man, we sat down, we grabbed our coffee, we reloaded that bad boy, and now it's 70 cents back in the right direction. So, all right, Sharif is ready. We've got all the names ready to go based on what you voted for. So let's go over to the big guy at the big desk and figure out what names we're covering for you right now.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where we decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked and loaded, and Obi is in for Neil. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but the only way to get those tickers right there, get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It is super simple. Throw in that $sign, followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's first start by looking at all four major averages. Oh, wow, the ES went just flat on the day right now, still defending that 6,700 point area we've been talking about, though. Below 24,900 is the NQ, down 0.11, not faring all that badly. It's more of a flat day on all four major averages, for the exception of one here. The Dow also down 0.12, but the Russell kind of taking it on the chin, down 0.5%, but certainly off the lows. We'll have to see how the Russ does on the day. The first ticker, though, as decided by you, Nvidia. Sean's long right now as we speak. Multiple headlines today for Nvidia. Specific to it, though, is the KeyBank Capital price target upgrade from 230 to 250, maintaining that buy rating. They see good growth for Nvidia ahead. Separately, we also had CoreWeave with a big deal with Meta, where they're going to be using Nvidia's latest GB300 chips. In addition to that, UiPath also with a deal today for Nvidia to integrate AI. So no shortage, guys, of Nvidia headlines.
We got you there in the chat, Unique Trading Group. We got you. All right, you want us to look at NTLA. We'll do that once we are done the rundown. If you want to get NTLA on the board, you've got to make sure that you vote for it during the midday show. All right, look, I mean, NVIDIA, again, those of you that are looking for this, we talk about this all morning, and it's right here. There's the NVIDIA 185 long, eyeing an all-time breakout. 356 area key. I don't understand why I wrote that down there. Must have been, wait a minute, what's on my sticky note here? I don't know. But anyways, it's a big move there. That's what we liked. We liked the NVIDIA long. And there it goes. I probably wrote down 186. But there it is, a nice move higher for NVIDIA. There's that initial take. We let this thing go early, and we didn't really get involved until 10 o'clock. So what wound up happening was it was down to 182 when we opened up. And then all of a sudden, boom, right? It ripped right there. It breaks up to 185, which is right into there, and then fades off of that. Then we bought that dip, which turned out to be great, down there at 183.70 or so, and then there's the punch in through 185. It never really went against us. It came back in and retested 185. It might have gone, I think it might have gone against us in the 30 seconds or in the minute that it wound up breaking. But a lot of volume went through, obviously, at those levels, and then boom goes the dynamite. We wind up getting out at 187.54. Let's props it up, man, for about $2 there on that one. Then we got some out once we broke back down below 186. Came back up 187 again, props up. These are all great fills. These are about $1.80 or so and change. Then it came back open and we rebought it at VWAP. So I just think the story is the story, and that already. Okay, the story is basically buy strong names. And I think that with all this news, we got the CoreWeave ideas today. I know you're short UiPath, and the UiPath short was fantastic, but again, on AI kind of derived news, as long as we are not over right here, like this is now $1 in the money, by the way. I got to get some out. This is like starting to go a little ham right now to the upside. So this is what I'm saying. As long as the AI story is not over, which I don't think it is, and there's our 45 fill, then we just continue to go long. Pretty easy trade. It's now above its all-time highs. I don't think we'll be going short this name until we break back below 180 or so. So I love Nvidia right here. We bought some more $10 ago. Thought that might have been a little early, but turns out that we're okay. So go Nvidia, go to the upside, one of the strongest names, and a perennial mover on the show. So all right, those are my thoughts on Nvidia.
All right, guys, so BTCC, 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive, scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. All right, so oh boy, what a technical breakout on Nvidia, man. Bit of a miss on my part. I was watching this one over the past couple of weeks, but when it finally came in on the day today, I did not have any piece of it. But you can see here, this reminds me a lot of that Google 200 push, that Apple I think Apple also 200 push just a few weeks ago as well. So those consolidation breakouts, we've been seeing them happen more and more often in this market, pushing its fresh all-time highs, and we saw it once again today through that 184 and some change. What was that high? That was 184.55 prior highs right here. You can see the shelf that's been forming since about July 20, at the end of July 2025. That was just a few months ago. So finally getting that breakout. The question now becomes, Sean, can we effectively hold that 184 and then continue higher on a bigger time frame? But intraday, oh boy, we saw Sean have it. That was the trade today. Prior day high breakout, 184s, all-time high breakout, 184 halves, and then 185s, the size that went through the largest volume candle on the day is through that 185. And since then, guess what, guys? We have not been able to break back down. So holding a nice consolidation within the upper quartile of today's range on Nvidia, this is looking really, really strong. I don't know. Soon we might see that 200 mark, man. Who knows?
All right, guys, let's go on to the next one over here. Robinhood, what a fantastic last couple of days it has been for HOOD, up another 2% today. There's really no new catalyst on this one other than to say Vlad Tena very happy with the event contracts option that he's put on the platform. He's saying 4 billion traded since inception. It's going to add about an annualized revenue rate exceeding, guys, $200 million a year. Separately, the company is exploring international expansion. We know that they started on this side of the border with the acquisition of the Kevin O'Leary linked SoFi, guys. So Robinhood, another 2%.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. We, again, around here, Robinhood is a very, very common talk. And I am just very, very impressed. And we had said this earlier today that you may want to take a little off the top here. I mean, I don't I just think this is such an extension right now. Like yesterday we were at 123. Today we're at 139 as Robinhood just continues to outshine the competition. We have Webull going to the downside today. We have SoFi also going to the downside. Both of these names look like they're being dwarfed right now by Robinhood. So it's funny, I got someone message me a couple weeks ago and asked me about this exact name, and I told him the same thing. I thought it was overdone, and he's like, bro, these things are going to keep on going. This guy's in pharmaceuticals. It's nothing to do with stocks, just looking at momentum. And he also likes SoFi continue going as well, but it looks like it's Robinhood. Great move to the high side. You always want to look to see like some of these topping wicks right here tend to lead us back in just a little bit. I don't really see one here, but that is interesting to me. So I would just say if I'm looking at Robinhood right now, I don't think I would push the long until we break that most recent high right now in this area. But if you can come down into here, the 50-period moving average, then that's a long. That's it. Like this 200 period, forget about it. But when you're going to look at a stock that was $35 in April and it's now September, so October 1st, let's just say tomorrow, you're getting quite the move up. April being the 4th month, October being the 10th month. So you're up here in not very long of a time, half a year, you've now quadded up. So yeah, more than that, 33, 66, quad is 4 times, right? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. You got a problem with that, Joe?
Right. About 4.25, I think. Said quad up.
No, I'm just joking. I thought he said quadded up.
Is that like a quad up? Is that kind of like a squat up or like?
Yeah, I feel like I'm just creating like.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I'm happy that our squad is who it is right now. We got one of the strongest squads in the game. You are not going to find. I challenge everybody. Go find 5 better traders, or they're talking about the market live for you guys every single day. Go now, start now. But anyways, I will quad up with Robinhood, and I just think that I'm not even in the name, but it's been an absolutely monstrous trade, and I don't know what to do now other than wait for pullbacks. That's about as far as I know right now.
Yeah, it was definitely quadding up in the morning session. Let's say that. Bit of a miss on my part as well. Aggressive strength all day yesterday. Guess what? Coming in today,
quadrupled is the right way to say it.
Maybe.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, quadruple. I think that bid quadrupled as well off of the open there. But yeah, look, after hours high, even prior to close. Pre-market highs, you could have looked at anything and been like, okay, well, if buyers show up through this level, maybe it's worth a look, maybe it's worth a shot. And oh boy, did it definitely shoot up to the upside there. So 135s, 136s right off of the open, all the way up to a high of 142.45. And yeah, I was just talking to my buddy at the back about this one. I was just like, yeah, the move was in the morning. The reversion already happened. But guess what? Since about 10:30, this thing has been doing absolutely nothing. Absolutely bupkis, like Sharif likes to say. So about for 4 hours, this is just bupkis price action on Robinhood. But bigger picture, higher time frame, guess what? Leg consolidation. I don't know. I'll definitely be watching this tomorrow for potential another extension leg up, maybe continuation as well. I think today's range is going to be important, looking for that continuation coming into Toronto. But oh boy, have we had some aggressive buying both yesterday and off of the open today. So when will it stop? No idea, but maybe with a little bit of market tailwind, maybe some sector tailwind as well, Robinhood can give us that 3-bar pattern on the daily here. So that's what I'm watching on Robinhood. It's great for continuation, I think.
It's funny to Dane Generous. I was making money with puts. Here it is in the chat. I was making money with puts at Robinhood 110. Need to rethink my life. Yeah, you show it down here. I want to make sure everybody gets into the chat. I mean, we have some great participants and some really funny stuff going on right there. Rethink life choices. Yeah, I think the Robinhood short right now is making a lot of people rethink their life choices. But we'll keep going on all of this. But I did want to talk a little bit about SoFi going in the opposite direction, as well as Webull. But we'll run through this right now. CoreWeave. Ooh. Let's go find out the story.
Big day today, Sean, as you know, for CoreWeave, up 12 1/5. A little bit off the highs on the back of this headline right here, inking a $14.2 billion deal with Meta. You guessed it, for AI and data center build out, essentially. So here's the deal. This is going to be a contract that runs through 2031, and it's going to give Meta a 1-year option or an option to renew for 1 further year. And guys, specifically the GPU, the AI processor that's being spoken about here as part of this deal is a GB300. That is NVIDIA's latest advanced AI GPU, which is not yet available to the market. So this gives you an idea that this will likely be starting in the second half at earliest of next year.
Just really enjoying, I'm just reading some of this right here. Thank you so much, Axe, right here. Please don't lose the positive vibes. Celebrate wins and analyze losers. Dude, your hype is the best show on trading ever. Thank you so much to all of you guys as I was just reviewing some stuff here on Twitter. Sticky Note Nation #1. I mean, thank you. So I don't do this enough. And look at on all this. Trader TV is #1. So yeah, open door down. Okay, yeah, we'll look at that in a minute too. I'll like all those posts. So thank you everybody for your continued support. OB and I and the whole team here really appreciates that. So we were talking about CoreWeave when I said when there was a rip today, and this story, of course, happens right at 8:30, breaks out, as Sharif had just mentioned. We waited for some dip buy opportunities, and I feel like we found them pretty good. We took that 140 break. You can see here on the daily, 140 looking pretty nice down here on the break. So that's what we took. It went upside. We got to 142 and change, so that was like $2. We were really cruising and loving life there again, and then it fell right back in, and we bought some more off the 21 period. That was good until it wasn't, and it broke. And then we got more at VWAP. Again, another really big trade, man. These are 138s, 137.50s. That's a 142.50. So again, in this world, like, it depends on what world you're in, right? Like in this world, a $5 winner is enough. And so that's what I just wanted to say. Like, you know, when you're buying some down here at 137.50 and then you're getting out here at 142.50, like these are all pretty good outs. And we're always waiting. I'm always trying to hold 20 to 30% for the dream. And unfortunately, in this case, we had to put our stop in. We went to the gym and we put our stop in at 139.50. So we still wind up making about $1 and change, almost $2 on our last little piece. And we haven't really touched it since. But yeah, CoreWeave, again, a great trade. And I think it's going to continue to be like that. I mean, very aggressive, taking out some levels right now, just sort of justify the AI trade. It's one of those things. Sharif had mentioned this before. It's like I give you $100 billion, you give it back to me, and it's just kind of an evolving cycle. But that's been happening with stocks forever, right? I mean, back in the day with Cisco and some of their routers and switches, things like that, selling them to Nortel, getting the money back. So there's lots of stuff that's part of how it works in the tech business. But anyways, CoreWeave continues to prove all the haters wrong with another 12% update. So yay CoreWeave, and let's go figure out what your opinion is on this. I think almost a backside trade maybe now.
Yeah, I think so. I think we talked about that push through that 140 in the morning session, and I was watching this pretty closely. I liked the long, but yeah, that reversion doesn't necessarily come in until I would say about the strong selling that starts to happen in and around 11 o'clock. Here you can see we've broken that morning trend as well. Absolutely beautiful continuation off of the open. We actually pretty much lick grab that VWAP area right off of the open. Yeah, sure, it's a little bit of a quick extension to the downside and then rip right back up. But that VWAP reload, that was nice as well. That pre-market high hold, if you want to call it that came in right at that 137 in and around 10 o'clock. So if you didn't have the push off of the open, it definitely gave you a little bit of a chance here to take another attempt at higher days. Didn't really go through it. False break or failure to follow through the high, break of the uptrend as well. Both factors, strong confluence for a bit of a reversion down into VWAP, which it's done, and now it's trying to go a little bit lower here on CoreWeave. But yeah, a lot of buying happening in the morning session coming into the open as well. But it seems like only stragglers are left on this one, Sean, as it starts to bleed and start to curl over a little bit, as again, distinctly different from the rest of the market. The market is pretty much back at its highs, pushing it a little bit higher. We saw what Nvidia is doing, holding up pretty well as well. But CoreWeave, maybe a little bit of a breather to back to the downside here. I'm looking at this consolidation low. That's coming in at 136.50s. We're currently trading at 136.79. So pretty close to coming into this breakdown here. So I'll continue watching this one, but great opportunities off of the open. A little bit of reversion for the backside as well, just into VWAP. So it was great opportunities for sure.
Perfect. Here comes SoFi. We're going to talk about the government shutdown after we're done all of this. What's up, SoFi?
Yeah, you're bang on, Sean, because that's one of the reasons that SoFi is down. Yeah, that looming government shutdown right now, which could result in a blackout of data, which could affect, obviously, the Fed Reserve's decision on interest rates, which is crucial for these financial companies. So speculates this article. Separately, we know yesterday, Morgan Stanley did raise the price target on SoFi to $18, but they still maintain that underweight rating. Since that high, guys, that we put in at 4 a.m. on the 22nd of September, that is the high into 30.75. We're down about 15.25%.
Oh, we got some out. Hey, what's up, everybody? We got some out of SoFi at 24 and then again at 29. So we did that on the show. We're obviously not feeling very good about getting out of our long at 24, right here when it was bouncing around it. We got out on the day that it ripped through it, which is fine. I think this was one of the earnings days. It went up to, I think, 24.50, came back in, and I was like, oh my God. And then it breaks high. Excuse me. And then it breaks higher there through 24, all the way up through 30. Then we got out at 29 on the way back down after we maybe saw a 30 high. So I don't know. I still think we like the game here that's being played on SoFi, and that's going to be, I guess, a 50 period. I mean, the last time we saw that was all the way back in April, and we took it out. We tried to come back in there. We tried to come back in here, and now we're trying again. This seems like a little bit overdone to me to the downside. If this is worries about government shutdown and spending and maybe losing a little bit of money, these are all temporary relief. So again, Robinhood is different than SoFi. Robinhood's an app that we're all basically glamoring over right now. SoFi is an actual bank. They have SoFi Stadium. There's big sponsorship, a lot of money being spent by SoFi. I like the financials moving into our interest rate situation like we are right now into the cutting situation. I think SoFi can benefit from that. They do have a lot of customers as well, probably more than Robinhood, but I'd have to double check that. But I really like SoFi here, and I think it's time to buy. You're getting close to that time, $24, $25. So I think at the 50 period moving average, you're not going to go too wrong with SoFi. Take that advantage. Today was a huge move down. I just didn't see that coming. Breaking the pre-market bottom right there on SoFi was the trade today. But just talking long term, I don't think you can go wrong with some of these banks, especially a new one like this. So SoFi, I think, continues to work. I'm going to have to do a little bit more research on what the bull versus bear case is here. But I know I like the name, but I have lightened up on it for sure. Each year there is over 3.8 million concussions that are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. There is NYSE listed Oragenics, which of course is symbol OGEN, and it is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. There is over 8.9 billion market projection for the concussion treatment market, and Oragenics is very uniquely positioned to lead the way. Please scan that QR code, go to the link in our description to find out more about Oragenics. Anything you're thinking about here with regards to SoFi?
Yeah, I mean, so far, SoFi does not look so fine. So 25.70 is the day low, and if you've been watching this name for a little bit, we've been trending a little bit to the downside. We'll go to a higher time frame here. Let's go to the daily. You can see that we did kind of top out a little bit here at that 30.30, and we've been pulling back here for about 5 or 6 days. Obviously not every single day. We got a little bit of a green day here last Thursday, but overall the sentiment has been to the downside over the past roughly week or so on SoFi. So today we got more of the same, but with some relative volume coming in as well. So aggressive sellers coming in. Missed this one. Didn't really have it on my watch, but you can see that yesterday, Monday, pretty aggressive sell-off, and then bid kind of consolidating, not really doing too much. But coming in on the day today, prior day low. We've seen that this has been in a bit of a multi-day downtrend, a bit of a double bottom happening here as well. Oh boy, see, I didn't even see this. That makes it even better for the short. Day low from last Thursday, day low from Monday, that's yesterday, coming in at a little bit of a confluence at the $27 level. You can see we do consolidate there for about roughly about 10 minutes-ish, and then crack down a little bit lower. So I think that 27 was definitely a little bit of a decision zone for SoFi Technologies. And yeah, since then, it's been kind of selling off and trading sideways. But yeah, the move once again, we're seeing a lot of the move that was a good opportunity happening in the morning session. Since then, we've just been kind of consolidating side.
We got a question here just quickly from 2NY Send, then we'll go back to Sharif, and then we'll do D-Pro, and then we'll get out of here. Would you sell the majority of your hood if you were in on hood on this massive run up and invest in Bull or SoFi, right? So thank you 2NY Send, and I actually answered the question right here. Yes, I already said that I would sell the Robinhood. I just think Robinhood, I don't want to sell it all. I'm just saying, like, if you were to get out of 50% of your position, if you still liked it, so I would say yes, but I would split it up 4 ways. Why not go, that meant to say hood, SoFi, Robinhood, so keep your money in Robinhood. So let's just say you have $1,000, take out 500 of it out, then put 250 in SoFi, put 250, this is not gonna work the math, put 170 in SoFi, 170 in Webull, and 170 in JP Morgan. That's what I would do if you still want to get some financial exposure. My biggest holding in the financial space by far is JPM. It's literally not even close. I have that and then some Canadian bank exposure that I've had for 20 years. So for me, it's definitely JP Morgan and SoFi and Robinhood and Webull. I think they can all work. And here's a little look at the Webull chart as well. So what you're getting today is you're getting a 3% bump in Robinhood. So you could take that 3%, put it into Webull. That's 8%. You're getting 5. -5 plus the 3, so you're kind of hoping that something changes here and the wind blows the other way for your trading. So I still like all of these plays, but there is always a risk, Obi, in switching from the strongest over to like a market leader into a lagger, right? So if Robinhood continues to fall down, probably Webull and SoFi will also fall down. So you just gotta make sure you like the space. But yeah, that's what I would be doing anyways, is splitting up, taking some money out, or you can also do this strategy, sit on the cash.
Yeah.
If you're worried about this government shutdown and you think the market's just running a little bit too hot right now, which I do, then yeah, sit on some of that cash and see what winds up happening over the next couple weeks. And all you're going to do is put it into, especially if you have a Robinhood account, you could put it into cash, which I think is 3.5%, 4%, 5%, depending on what tier you're in. So high yielding cash accounts right now, I think are worth something. So anyways, I'm not a CFA or a whatever you need to tell people what to do. I just manage my own money. So, back over to Sharif.
DPRO, guys, up 17.25% on this headline right here. They struck a deal with the U.S. Army for their Flex drone system. So under the initial order, Dragonfly, that's the name of the company, will deliver its Flex FPV drones designed for high-performance operations, as well as establish, or help establish, I should say, on-site manufacturing of these drones for U.S. Army operations overseas, as well as accelerate the deployment and to reduce the supply chain timelines. The company will also provide both flight and manufacture training to enable Army personnel to sustain operations, and they will manage the logistics to ensure a secure supply chain practice. So we've been talking about these guys, drones, eVTOLs, they're all in focus. DPRO up 17.5%.
Yeah, a bit of a,
you go ahead. I mean, I don't trust any name that spells Dragonfly, D-R-A-G-A-N, like two A's in there. I thought Dragon's supposed to be with an O. So if they weren't able to acquire that name, then I'm.
And like, where does the Pro come from? That's another thing. It's like, is your full name Dragonfly Pro? I don't think so, because it's Dragonfly Inc. So Dragonfly, a little bit of an attempt at flying here, but it flew just as well as it's spelled dragon this morning. So nothing too crazy. $8 all the way up to $9.55. So yeah, decent opportunity, I would say. But nice little backside happening there as well. So a little bit of opportunity for both sides. The long, I guess, was there off of the open. Maybe some pre-market supports as well. That's where the bid kind of came in. And then big break of trend. It seems like supply is coming in and around the same areas over and over again, with a high of $9.55 currently, trading all the way back to the day's range low. As of right now, that range low is at $7.85. It's currently trading at $8.12. So not on my radar necessarily, but shout out to anybody who had any good trades on Dragonfly today on the day. So it wasn't on my radar, but it seems like it was very tradable, definitely in play, as it is doing some decent relative volume on whatever catalyst may have happened on this one today.
I just tweeted this out here because again, I just looked, asked Grok. During the 2018-2019 shutdown, 35 days, the S&P 500 surged 10%, and it gained during all 4 of the last extended shutdowns. So limited impact across stocks, bonds, and Forex markets. So that's from JP Morgan's analysis. So I just wanted to tweet that out there. There's obviously some comments on that, probably all bots. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's too much of a risk here. Just looking out there, it's a shutdown subtract just like 0.1 to 0.2 percentage points from GDP growth. So it's not a huge GDP issue there, as we talked about. Maybe some consumers not getting in there and buying as much as they may have in the past. But again, a 0.1 to 0.2 percentage point move. We saw GDP get reassessed 1%, and the market went up on that, but it wasn't a huge move anyways. Limited consumer and business disruptions. So if those disruptions last, but again, the 10% gain back in 2018, 2019, it tells me everything I need to know. But again, we're in a little bit of a different situation right now. That's sort of the bear case is that you get the data. I mean, I'm just reading what it says here, data blackouts. So for example, we may not get the jobs report, if it's suspended for 30 days, you may not get the next job report either, which would hinder, of course, the Fed's ability to cut rates because they don't have the data, and they're supposed to be data dependent. So there's some sort of weighing in on that as well. So it's just really spending that we're worried about as people become less fluid, I guess. They don't have as much cash on hand. And there is a percentage of North American population, both in Canada and the US, that unfortunately, I mean, we probably know people that are living paycheck to paycheck. And when that check doesn't come in, it does at the end of the day affect your buying pattern. So, and then as far as regulatory and everything like that, it says the SEC and all that can operate at, minimal staff capacity. So we're not too worried about that. The last time, the furloughs of 800,000+ workers is a potential problem as Trump's, headed to that a little bit. But some of those cuts with Doge and whatnot have either already taken place or already included in that 800,000 number. So we'll see exactly where the ebbs and flows of this are. But there it is. Trump warns of irreversible. Maybe this is what Adair is going to talk about. Okay, so Trump warns of, here it is. I'll just show it to you then because Adair is not going to talk about it. This is on Polymarket right now, but there it is right now. Trump warns of irreversible consequences as shutdown chances reach 85% on Polymarket. So as some of these markets, we talked about Robinhood and Kalshi. Yeah. I believe Robinhood uses Kalshi for their odds. So I think that's there as well. But yeah, the Senate's pushing back. There's news here, man. Chuck Schumer, Democrat, obviously, very large differences. And here it is right here. The shutdown follow could hit jobs, IPOs, and food aid. So I think it affects many people, but not as much the market. I mean, it sucks when people can't receive the food stamps to pay their families. This is all, I get really emotional about this kind of stuff, especially when it involves kids and families. So I really just hope that this gets all resolved and resolved quickly. So let's go back over to Adair. She's got another story.
Yeah, Zillow is tanking, is what I was wanting to say here. Zed sharply to the downside. Keep an eye on RDFN here. Redfin as well. Bloomberg reporting that the FTC, I guess I can't pull up Redfin on this chart, but either way, keep an eye on Redfin and Zillow. Zillow sharply to the downside. FTC suing both of these companies, alleging that there was a pact to suppress competition. Open Door could be something to watch here as well, potentially in sympathy or antipathy. OPEN in a similar field as Zed, but Open a little bit weaker. Zillow, though, the main one to watch. FTC suing Zillow and Redfin due to allegations of a price suppression pact for their competition. Back to you.
Oh boy, that's
this is the Blue Jays hat, by the way. So this is their oh shoot, I forget, Connect hat that they wear. So we're out here supporting the Blue Jays, of which, of course, you can name easily two players: this guy and that guy.
This guy, that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you see how he was running the bases?
That guy or this guy?
I mean, that guy got struck out way too fast.
That guy's really fast runner.
Oh, he's.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But the other guy, not so fast.
No.
And then we have this one pitcher throws the ball pretty fast. Then we have another pitcher that throws it slow. So we have.
And there's another guy who I don't know if you know, fast, slow, and curves it.
Oh, the guy that curves it?
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
And then there's the guy that also has a changeup. So you got to be very, very City Connect. That's what they're called. Yes, City Connect. So we're supporting the Blue Jays, and I think their first game is this weekend, Saturday or Sunday, depending on what happens with the Red Sox.
First official game of the season.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we are not in the playoffs. That's right. This is the beginning of the season, Obi.
Nice. Okay, so normally season starts around this time? Yep.
Baseball
October?
is a summer sport.
Right.
So we're at the end of the season.
Okay, so that's why I was confused. I was like, I don't know.
Sometimes I don't know if you're being
like
serious
indoor.
or
No,
not.
I'm being serious.
Like, I'm trying to look
I don't
directly
know.
into your soul.
I don't know.
I'm like, is Obi pulling my chain
boy.
right now, thinking that baseball season's starting today?
No,
No,
you're right though. You're right. Now that I think
You were
about
literally
it,
at a game. I think your very first Blue Jays game.
yeah,
was
because
this
that's why I was so confused. I was like, wait, how are they starting? What didn't they just have a bunch of games? I'm like, okay, maybe they just loop right away. I don't know. I don't know. How am I supposed to know these things, Sean?
I don't know, Obi. I mean,
I ask you.
Just look outside. I'm not sure how you're supposed to know these things, but there's a lot of. But
That's what happens in Toronto. You look outside the window, and of course, a Blue Jays. There's a
no,
dude.
but there's tons of Obi. If you turn on
dude
anybody that's living
outside your
in
window.
a city that has a playoff team right now in baseball, I mean, it's like literally the number one news story. But it doesn't matter. Who cares?
What is interesting to me are some of these betting markets.
Right.
Sports betting, like even though like I'm realizing I might not have to know anything about sports and everything about market making in order to run some of these books.
Oh yeah, I mean that whole Kalshi and Polymarket. They also predicted the S&P 500 editions, things like that. I mean they're all over. You can bet at the most recent South Park. You watch South Park?
A few episodes here.
Yeah, the season. This recent season, episode 5, which aired last week, is all about predictive markets,
Really?
and they're actually making fun of Robinhood.
Yeah, that's
it's like
funny.
they're literally talking about all these kids are putting out different odds, and they're sitting at school betting it all and running the odds up and down. Anyways, it's really funny. Everybody should try to watch that. It's pretty funny. So South Park is crushing Trump every single episode. It's hilarious, but just all in good fun.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, check out South Park if you're into that stuff. For sure. All right, so UiPath and Amazon, you're still on the Amazon short
Yeah,
there.
it's looking like it's close to stopping me out. That's fine.
And again, Amazon could be getting hit again on something like a government shutdown, could be again for retail side of things here, as we are now 85% on that. You know what I did want to talk about? Fannie and Freddie, because Fannie Mae...
Yeah, how are they doing?
Not great.
I mean, bigger picture, they're still holding
Bigger
up now,
picture,
right?
I mean...
Like I know both Mateo and Wayne were in this from like
you're dropping names.
a
Okay.
while.
I never drop their names, but okay.
No, what do you mean? We talk about them all the time.
Do we?
I mean, the chat knows about them.
Okay, good. All right.
You've definitely name dropped Mateo before, at the very least I remember off the top of my head, Sean.
About Fannie Mae, though?
About DocuSign.
Yeah, DocuSign, exactly.
I'm saying the boys were talking about this. Like,
oh yeah, no,
a while
100%,
back, and I was like,
right.
oh
That's
boy,
why
what a trade they're in.
I've been talking about this front with them too, and the problem was that I wasn't able to get in because I tried to buy it in my registered account, but you could not down there. This was a Trump trade. This is one of the best Trump trades, period. I don't think you're actually.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a better one.
Actually, I don't think there's been a better one.
Other than the market bid itself, but
no,
still, even that
it's
percentage.
not even close to the market.
Yeah.
This is when Trump got elected, right here. Fannie Mae was $1.40. All right. The very next day, the whole market went ham. So even if you got this under $2, this went to 15. So it went 7x. And now finally pulling back. I said to Mateo and to Wayne that I would want to buy this on 50-period moving averages, and we almost got to it right there, and we didn't. That was about 950 or so. So this pull back in right now is coming back in. I think this is another lever that Trump could pull to bring some funds back into the government right there. But again, with government shutdown looming right now, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac coming back in. So this could be another one of those good take right there, and you'll be able to see it. But don't get this. This is basically just a government play right now. This is not something that I don't know enough about Fannie and Freddie, but if you're going to look over this because I've been trading pink sheets for a while, if you look over this on an extended period of time, this has been pretty hot garbage since 2007, 2008 when we had the housing crisis, and this basically went to zero, which is where the government had to step in and save the interest rate or Fannie and Freddie there with the bad debts and the loans, right? So this was basically left for absolutely nothing. It's low as 109, it's high as 1599. So you're talking about getting involved now. You could maybe, if this does come back, Ackman, talk about, I believe it was Bill Ackman, had a piece out basically as Trump was being elected and as he became your president. that Fannie Mae, he put a $30 price target on it. So yeah, back in, wow, nice little bounce off right now in Fannie Mae, getting there back up to the upside. But home price growth in moderation there should help Fannie Mae. So what's up, Adara?
Yeah, thank you very much to our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because we have exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. We've got semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries, but even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily. That's betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
We just got out, I'll throw it over to Obi in a second. I just want to show everybody, we just got some more out of Nvidia. As it came back in, bounced off, came back to the 200 period moving average. So I'm actually going to change the colors, although it looks more green on here. The green is the 200, this position, this line right here, the, it's supposed to be like a gray. That's 21 period. I may get rid of that. I'm not using it exactly. I like it as, you know, a push, and you can see once it breaks that maybe it's a trend change, but that's kind of what I've been using the 50 period moving average for. So anyways, yeah, it's the green one right here that is the 200. I may make that even more green so it stands out even a little bit more, because on my screen it's a little different than it looks like on yours, because we have the dimming set up right there. But okay, Obi, what do you want to talk about?
Nothing much, man. I'm just getting a little, I guess, got stopped out of that Amazon as it bid back up. You can see the market's pushing back up once again, but I mean, I still kind of like it, so I got right back in a little bit there. Did get slipped a little bit more than I thought I would. I thought I had my stop closer to 30s, and it hit me out just above 40. So I was like, all right, well, you know, that's some strength for sure. And what is that? Oh, okay, we flipped to a 30-minute chart. We don't want to do that. But yeah, no, so just being patient, have it tight as well in terms of a stop. So let's see if that potentially comes in. But if we're going to catch a little bit of a bid going into the end of the day, that's perfectly fine as well. You can see that Amazon's, again, similar story to a lot of the stocks that we've been covering. A lot of the aggressive move and the range has happened already in the morning session, and since then, pretty much a sideways consolidation, nothing too crazy overall happening. But you can see the market's been kind of dancing around within its opening range. We haven't gotten anywhere, but we've had to move to the downside. We've revisited the upside, revisited the downside. So pretty much kind of pinballing in range here on both the ES and the NASDAQ. The ES is trying to break out now a little bit here on that push, but let's see if we kind of trade back below this. What is that prior high? 67.18. So if we can get back below 67.18, maybe it's just an expanding range, and supply and demand are just coming in at wider points as time moves forward. But I don't know. Just a range nonetheless. So just watching that as of right now. Wow, Zillow Group. We know that that this was brought to us by Adara just a few minutes ago, and the FTC was suing both of these, and a bit of a reversion happening here. So I've had eyes on this for a potential continuation. I like the move on 75. But guess what? 75 holds really well, and we revert all the way back to 77.40s, which is VWAP as of right now. So nice reversion on Zillow Group there, but didn't really quite participate in that one, as again didn't really think it was going to revert like that right away. But sometimes it is what it is. Sometimes you get these intraday news events, and the market's just like, all right, no, we're just going to go back to doing what we were doing before. And the reversion is actually quite beautiful in that sense. But let's see what else is going on here. Micron taking a little bit of a dip to the downside. SMCI as well. Nvidia still holding. So yeah, I'm just looking at the chip basket right now, or my chip basket. Intel's been trading a little bit to the downside. We saw that AMD flush coming in off of the open, but trading sideways since then. TSM relatively strong, looking closer to that of Nvidia's price action on the day today. So decent stuff there when it comes to the chips. And Softy, oh boy, Softy coming into day highs as of right now. So about to print some fresh day highs on Microsoft. So that's really strong. And Tesla as well. Oh boy, I didn't see this one. Tesla is pretty much, it tested and broke out of its day high. And now we're kind of chopping around this 442s, 444 or 41s is the day high as of right now on Tesla. But other than that, I don't really have much else going on. Throw it up in the chat. What are you guys looking at? What are you guys trading? People in the chat saying gold. Let's see what gold has been up to. I know that gold, this pre-market had a bit of a sell-off. So let's see if that had any sort of continuation. This is the sell-off that I was talking about here. When was that? Yeah, that was 11, 12. Okay, yeah, so about around coming into midnight maybe. But yeah, decent recovery there, kind of holding that trend to the upside as we've seen gold do. And let's take a look at quickly, was it, I think it was Barrick Gold? Yeah, Barrick Mining. That one was on my list today as well. Oh boy, so I was looking for a continuation. I saw this selling yesterday. It came up on my scanners last night. So I was looking for a potential continuation, and oh boy, we didn't continue through prior day low, but we did continue through some significant levels where we did step down from yesterday. So 3350s day highs, and we've been kind of selling off and consolidating since then on Barrick Gold. So that's a good look on that one. Arun saying Lily on fire today. Let's take a quick look at our friend Eli.
Yeah, I think that's starting to go up on that government, Trump RX.
Yeah.
What?
The RX.
760?
760s. Yeah, look at that. I mean, this was when the news was? What's up, Adrian? Yes.
They got name dropped quite a lot there by Trump during the event. He said that, he really likes the company. It's a good company. He also said we're probably going to expect some announcements from them soon. He indicated they're going to lower their prices, basically to get along with the administration, more or less, to get along with this initiative of the Trump RX thing.
I mean, it's good.
I mean,
they're catching a bid on complying with the government.
Yeah, I mean, apparently also part of this Trump RX thing is also supposed to be the fact that they have, sorry about that. Random Scenes asking where you could pick one of these up. Unfortunately, we no longer sell these.
Oh boy, it's like they don't sell them at all.
They? Yeah, we. No, not the hat. These.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
looking at my hat. No, they sell these. They sell these. Yeah. We used to like. So I gave all the past hosts. I gave them out like it was candy. I don't know if you ever got one.
I don't think I ever got one.
Yeah, it was too bad.
I think they were done by the time I came.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
They were long
stopped.
done,
So basically, we're just a trading show, and unfortunately, it was just a little bit of work always dealing with these orders coming and going. So unfortunately, we have scrapped that. If someone wants to. I don't know. I don't want to start a new business here or anything like that, but maybe
I think that's great. Like, what if you could accumulate all the orders? Be like, all right, everybody, send in your orders. We're going to be doing orders at the end of the month or something like that. And
it's just part of the problem was just that we don't have enough manpower. That's really what it was. And dealing with the margins on all this, like one person returns one of them, and it's like.
No returns.
Yeah, no return. Yeah, maybe.
Returns.
It's the point of no return.
Yeah,
on that one.
Yeah.
Look, I was just going to say, actually, as we're still on Nvidia and it's doing fine, the name that we just dropped, I think Darren mentioned it, you might have mentioned it as well, and it was Microsoft. And it's just like, it's starting to go again. I think Microsoft, especially with this EA deal announced, like Activision Blizzard is Microsoft. They took that out, right? So Activision Blizzard, I think, is that Call of Duty or Black Ops or one of those? I'm not sure. But as it continues, I thought you were a game.
Call of Duty. I am, but Call of Duty is not really, like, I have played Call of Duty.
Maybe it's not a big game anymore. I don't know what
No, it definitely is. I'm just trying to remember. I think it's Activision, but I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, no worries. They have the Xbox as well, going through their LinkedIn, just some Office 365, the Copilot here right now, and of course their deal with OpenAI, and hopefully being able to monetize part of that at one point if and when OpenAI ever becomes public. They did that $30 billion investment, I think 2.5 years ago, maybe. I don't know if it was that long ago. But they'll look to realize some gains on that. And obviously, you've seen the way Microsoft reacted off of that tariff. Like, this does not even look like a stock. It just looks, or not like a multi-trillion-dollar company, the way that this thing just appreciated, and now you're getting a little bit of a pullback, but you've been holding this 50-period moving average, and this break rate now of 520, oh boy, I really like that look right here for Softy. Getting this garbage out of here, and I say that all the time, and we got some questions on the chat about this, which is why I'm talking about it. like all of this, forget about, this is uncertainty here, went through earnings, had to pull back in, definitely looks like it found a base, and right now looking to break above 520. This could be the next purchase right now. We bought Nvidia on dips, which now is working. I'm not scalping out of any of this, so it could also be a loser. But this is not a horrible situation right here. Not going to be affected. And I keep talking about government shutdown, but again, that's just on our mind because it's an active talk right now. This is not going to be affected by that. And then Azure continues to grow. Like it's one of, I think it was 24% growth or something last quarter for Azure, and that is their cloud business. So yeah, Microsoft looks like it continues to win. I don't know if there's a story today on it or not, but it's up 0.61, market's flat. I really like Microsoft here, and I'm a big holder of the stock, and I like to get more. I don't think there's anything wrong with averaging up into great companies like Microsoft. I don't know if you have any opinions on Microsoft right there, but $75 billion in cash is what they're holding.
Yeah,
so,
I think
you're gaining interest on that money every day as well. Not that that matters, but
I think we spoke on this last time I was here. We were talking about like long-term investing. Like what rejected orders? What?
Oh, you want? I can let
No, that's fine. That's okay. We talked about like investing and buying things that you use and that you like. And Microsoft, if you've ever used a computer,
never.
If you guys didn't know,
okay.
Microsoft is.
These things are connected to computers.
I mean, PCs? I don't know if this is probably from Dell or someone.
Oh no! Oh, but your keyboard's not actually connected. That's just a prop.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Just keep pretending.
It's a prop. It's a prop floor. Come on. We knew this when we were coming in. It's a prop floor.
Yeah, right? Yeah, we did.
I'm joking.
33. Anyways, keep going. 33p.
Yeah.
It's not great. Maybe we'll wait a minute.
Oh boy! All right. So I think we have some breaking news.
Hour.
We got some breaking news with the day.
We've got breaking news.
Oh boy.
From a day.
Nice little pop here for Target with volume. Fox Business apparently flagging this one as a potentially a possible takeover target. So keep an eye here in TGT. Back to you.
Yeah, I like Target actually, and if it's a target of an acquisition, it's getting absolutely crushed. Look, we saw what happened when EA Sports had their realistic talk of a buyout. Thing halted, went up 10%. Now the buyout is for real on EA Sports. But with Target getting that word coming in now, I would think this is a very, very depressed stock. It's not a horrible idea that somebody, whether or not it's a takeout candidate, whether or not it's an activist stepping in here, there needs to be management change, because if you're looking at Walmart, you're looking at Costco, Costco's a little bit on the way down as well, but you're looking at all these names and wondering like, what's up with that? Well, don't look at Target. I mean, Target v. Walmart, it's not even a thing. And every time we're in the States, my daughter and wife are like enamored, love Target. They love some of the deals that they've made. I think they had one with Ulta Beauty. I think they might have got rid. I don't want to show the split there. But Walmart looks like this, and Target looks the way it does. So I still feel like has to be some love for TGT, and thanks for that story, Adara. Maybe there is a breakout potential right now in this name. It's not even back to where it was today yet at open. So I think in order for this thing to really get going, maybe we take out this day high of $89 where we opened up at. So we can continue to watch Target, but thanks for that quick little update there, Adara. And then Costco, I think it was even downgraded off of their earnings. Yeah, now down to 929. This kind of looks like it's catching a falling knife a little bit, although today up 1.3% finally gives you that one candle to the upside. But Costco, another name, Obi, that's getting lower instead of the other way around. So retail is not the strongest right now, and I just feel that that's the case. And tonight we have Nike earnings coming. An expected report for Nike today is EPS of 27 cents on NK. Oops, that's a New York name. On Nike, they're looking for revenues of roughly $11 billion and the implied move of 9%. I'm not going to make a call on it, but it hasn't acted necessarily great. We did, whoopsies, I'm still on that ellipse. We got to get off of that. It hasn't really acted great off of that last earnings report. I mean, it's gone back to the upside, and right now you're at risk of closing that gap again. So Nike could be on its way a little lower here into 55.50 area. If they miss, it's a 9% expected move. So $70, take away 10%, that's 63, 62 bucks, right back into where we need to go. So I think it's a buy if we can get back into there, but if it's back into there, things aren't going right for NKE. So watch out for them coming through tonight. And yeah, good point there, Eduardo. Yeah, Target does. That's why I like Target. They do pay a nice dividend. That dividend's probably like 5 or 6, 7% right now. So if you like the name and you want to sit around in it, fine. But yeah, just be wary of that. And then if you guys know of any good websites to show you historical PEs, I guess I can try to Google it as well. But I do want to look up what the historical PE of Microsoft is over the last 10 years. Because 33 seems expensive to me. Market PE right now of about 24, 25, I think the S&P 500. So just watch out for that one. But yeah, Target right now, that might be the one to watch. Moving forward, as there it goes, a nice little bounce higher there on takeover rumor potentially for TGT.
Yeah, I'm just I'm watching that Target as well, and I think there's a couple people in the chat. They were like, "Oh, Sean Obi, how can you guys not even be talking about Bloom Energy?" Well, here you go. We're talking about Bloom Energy now. I mean, it's going crazy. It's up on the day. There's no doubt about it. It's done a decent move in the past couple of hours, about 18, almost 19% the past couple of hours. So thank you for pointing that out. A bit of a push on a higher time frame. It would seem definitely missed my radar here, but yeah, are these all-time highs? Oh boy, Bloom Energy potentially. Let's just go to a higher time frame real quick and see on the monthly. Oh boy, yes, those are definitely all-time highs here as we push in a little bit higher. So that shelf kind of made at 87. So currently trading at 83.35s with this aggressive strength. So yeah, looking pretty decent. Shout out to anybody who had this long. I definitely kind of missed that there. But yeah, I think when you do even see it later, like I'll be looking at this something like up here at 78s and be like, all right, this is probably done. But look at the extension this has had, man. Absolutely crazy. Almost 20% intraday move on Bloom Energy. Now, again, there's a few stocks that can kind of do similar things. There goes Target continuing to the upside. Target is now breaking its high day, 89.29s on Target there, Sean.
Oh, it did break 89.
Yeah, it did get in. We got a super chat right here, so thank you very much to Video News saying, I acted on Adara's Z News within 15 seconds and made double my daily goal. Best team ever. Thank you very much. Yes, definitely. Shout out to Adara. She definitely has it. We'll bring it to you here first. We're doing it live, and we bring it to here first. And yeah, a lot of times, even sometimes I miss sitting like near the studio because I remember when the floor was still here. Someone would call out the news, and we would definitely be some of the first people to know, even before the squawk as well. So yeah, good stuff there.
Yeah, thanks.
Congrats, Video News, on the double daily goal there. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's always nice to see all that kind of stuff. So again, thanks to Dara, thanks everybody for doing that. And the stock was
Zillow.
So let's have a quick little look to see what Zillow's doing right there.
Conversion. Yeah, it came right back.
Of day beyond. There it is. Yeah, there's the breakdown right there. So this must have been the move Video News was talking about. Bang, bang. Nice move there. And again, you want to try to get out. And honestly, man, just reacting to this Target news. I mean, we were talking about this at 88.20. You know, you could have doubled your daily goal. You could have made your monthly goal. Just take 1,000 shares long, whatever, make 60 cents, that would have been $600. That could be your daily goal right there. So, yeah, thanks to Dara for Target. I mean, again, potential buyout situation there for Target. So we like it. Yeah, the Eli Lilly story is pretty interesting to me. This is what's been happening across the board today, right? So if you're going to look, I mean, the NASDAQ right now, 0.1, ES 0.13. So pretty flat market overall today. But there's some strength, right? And as we talk about Trump RX, gonna look what that did to the space. I mean, one of the ETFs that I'm in is XBI. We've been talking about XBI probably for a year or so now, and I don't remember the last time we talked about it. I haven't been buying it recently, but it's in the account. There's Pfizer, good deal with them. So that Trump RX now being talked about with Pfizer and sort of the connection there. So let's just wait to see if Pfizer continues to go. Pfizer's been in a little bit of a slump, and we can double check that stock in a minute. Eli Lilly, again, as Adair mentioned, a lot of positive talk during the presser with Trump about Eli Lilly. So doing good things, making a lot of their drugs stateside. So that's going to appease the president, as it should, as well as there's that tariff being put on companies that are making drugs outside of the United States and bringing them in, which, again, makes perfect sense to me. The tech space today getting hit again. Look at Oracle, man. What the hell is wrong with that name, honestly? Oracle just continues to go lower. Google lower. Meta lower. Microsoft, the one that we want to talk about. I'm going to ask Brian Shannon about Microsoft. I know he tweeted something out about a potential breakout on Softy as well. So we'll wait for that. Nice to see Palantir and IBM up today. Netflix down. We had the Netflix story the last couple of days about Netflix losing a little bit of steam there because a certain percentage, of course, of their, let's look at Salesforce. Netflix losing some steam there as President Trump talked about tariffing or taxing and tariffing, whatever you want to use the word there, on foreign films. So we're gonna. I just wonder where if you film half of your movie in Italy and the other half in New York, is it quarter? I don't know. You answer that the way Trump answers it. I think he thinks about it, then just gives something out right there. So
yeah, pretty much.
In that situation, Obi, 35%. Quarter on that one. If it's filmed, usually what I do. Half in Brussels, half in quarter in Italy, quarter in the United States, 75%. Something like that.
Yeah, I think they just have a numbers guy, and they just throw problems at him, and he throws numbers back, and that's kind of how it rolls, I think.
I think you're right about that. I mean, even that whole thing with Kenvue and autism, he kept on dropping these random stats. He kept on going, I think that's true.
Yeah, it's just weird.
Adair's asking which?
People in the chat are asking.
Are we going to have?
If we're going to have tariff on Trader TV. Oh, boy.
Yeah, sorry about that. I missed that, Andre. Andre looking for a raise. He wants to put tariffs on the stream.
So I'll tell you the tariff. The tariff is that you have to pay your likes.
Yes.
The tariff is that you have to pay your likes. So you guys
buy the likes.
You guys want a tariff?
Yes.
Pay your likes, and
5,000.
If you don't do that by the end of the month, then you're gonna have to subscribe. So.
I'm gonna assume that's not right, but this could be right. We didn't even ask for likes and subscribes yet, right? 368. Come on, guys.
Oh, come on.
We may have to apply tariff on the stream. If Ramin was here, she would just turn the stream off, but she's not here right now. So, hit the like, hit the subscribe. If every single one of you, there we go. Oh, she showed Andre how to do that. But there we go now. So we're already getting some more likes right now. Yeah, that's the tariff right there. So, let's get going on that one. And then we'll talk more about some of the stocks. It's 310 right now. We'll see if we can get into something. I'm still in Nvidia. Maybe we'll talk about that position when we get back from Madeira.
Just keep an eye here on this market. We're getting more talk here on a potential shutdown from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, saying that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, ensured a shutdown by sending members home. Again, it seems increasingly likely that the government shutdown will take place, given comments we heard from Donald Trump, president of the U.S. earlier, and we're now also hearing from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Back to you.
That was just straight fugazi, like that straight up. Yeah, of course it was.
I don't know. I'm not sure. He was. I mean, he was like, I think Amish people, they don't take Tylenol. They don't have autism. Do Amish people have autism?
Yeah.
I think. Obi, can you confirm that? Or
yeah, of course. Let me just.
But no, I think there's probably some truth.
Look,
book. We're not doctors, and nor are we scientists that are proving or disproving any of that kind of stuff. But again, everybody's able to take their own medicine. A good form of medicine, potentially. We haven't looked at MSOS yet today.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There's some medication I can get with.
Okay, that got Obi excited there, boy.
I'm excited.
Okay. That's a medication you can get with. Okay.
Of course.
All right, here we go. Get those ratings up now. Hit those like buttons.
That like button better be real high next time I check it.
Yeah, it better be, Obi. Let's look at MSOS. Yesterday we had that move higher there. And then I was saying the same kind of thing. Like, I think you want to wait until you break out of this range. range, right? Because yesterday we had to move from $4 up to 5, and now you're back into 480 again. So yeah, this move is fading just a little bit back into $4. That's going to be your 50-period moving average, and then the 200 is down here as well, 325 and change. So I would just say watch out for this. Tilray probably also to the downside. Again, as you know, there was more talk yesterday about YCBD. That was a good name yesterday, so that's another down 7%. YCBD. This was a name yesterday, probably down equivalent. I don't know. Let's have a quick look. Down 17% today. So just be careful, man. I mean, these companies definitely don't make any money, and I don't know who's leading the way here. And before we get carried away with the talk and all this, I would say just do your own research on to who the market leaders are and what exactly will pop with any news about reclassification of marijuana and cannabis and some of that stuff. So again, what goes up sometimes can fall down, and today YCBD, MSOS, and Tilray all retracing back to the downside. We haven't looked at Apple at all today, and
no, it's not been doing much, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, it's pretty flat there underneath VWAP. It's really been respecting VWAP there this afternoon. We got some hits there off of it. Would have been a nice little move to the downside, and we tried to get back going again. See, I made that 200 period more green. I really like the 200 period, especially off, excuse me, man, I got just chugged some water there, especially off the open. So that bounce again. Okay, Republicans now have until midnight to get serious on healthcare. I'm not even sure who said that, but it just happened there in my ear right now. So it is looking more and more like, of course, we are getting that shutdown coming tonight. I believe it's midnight, right? So Target with the bio, it's up to 89 and change. Let's go through some names. Put some names in the chat. I'm going to just look over here to see what's going on our board. So this is our visualizer. We haven't refreshed it in a while. We can look at Tesla. I'm just trying to look at like some of the things that are happening here, like 0.4 for Tesla. I'm in the Nvidia trade. It's fallen back in now, Nvidia, as has the whole market, but we're pretty light on that trade now, so it's kind of like ho-humming it right now for that trade. There's your BE. We talked about that. Someone said, why aren't you talking about Bloom Energy? You sort of covered that. Yep. Big Bear AI, 650. I like that level for Big Bear AI. I think it gets a little bit lower, BBAI, wherever that went. I think that can get into the 50 period moving average. So here's BBAI. I just want to go over, because we did get that question yesterday about Big Bear, and I had said that maybe, yeah, so we're getting close. So I would say it's worth a buy now. We did get that move up to 670 today. Getting a little bit of Big Bear AI here on a daily makes a little bit of sense. And we wait for more contracts. They're not making any money. So you're going to get, news of a contract, which is what sparked this there with the Navy. So that was good. Some Palantir-esque business happening there. And then we'll figure out if they can get some more government contracts. And then, again, we know that they're big into airports as well. So we'll have to wait to see if Big Bear can get going. I would love to see them push a positive number out, EPS. I don't know if that's going to happen. And if it does, then if you're not in, then I don't know what's going to happen. This name does have quite a decent short float. I think it was in and around 30%, BBAI. And just stay here for 1 second. We just got more long. Our out on Nvidia is breaking 185. So that is imminent right now. If it breaks 180 here. Well, we'll check this out in a minute. Here's Nvidia. We just got some more shares. We're not going to give the day away or anything like that, but we just got long. We're long at 185.16, so we'll take a 16-cent haircut here. But actually wrong. My stop is at 184.90. So we actually need a break of that and then a little bit of a continuation before we get stopped out. So we average into this one as the market's coming back in right now, and we are now 45 minutes away, obviously, from Nike earnings and from the close of this market, and then we'll hear about the shutdown. And if the shutdown's something serious, then yeah, people are a little bit nervous about some of these plays, and you take money out where money lies, and right now the tech space is where there's a lot of money lying around. So there it is, nice little move back up. I just put an offer to get a little bit more out. Our last buy right there for Nvidia was literally right there at 10s. So we'll go 10 to 20, 10 to 22s we'll go, and then we'll see if we can get some more out on the upside. 185.25, and then hopefully VWAP, which is 36s. Let's put 10% out right now in and around there, and we'll see if we can get a little bit higher now for Nvidia. But the Big Bear AI trade is still the same kind of a talk here. There's the short float. It's a little bit less right now, 21. But here's their PEs, nothing. And then let me just go over to their calendar, and we'll find out when their earnings are. They're always late. So I'm going to say probably late November. There it is, November 4th, actually. So not too far away, about a month away, and we'll get that. Look at their last EPS, minus 49 cents. So it was not great against an estimation of 6. So yeah, it's not fantastic over there for Big Bear AI, looking for them to turn a profit at some point. And when they do, I think it's all good. There's our 25s right there, by the way. So it's another 15 cents on Nvidia. All we're doing right now is stacking, man. It's like stacks on stacks on stacks. Like here it goes again. Let's see if we can get something else out here at 30. There it is. And we have a 32 fill waiting for us as well at in and around VWAPs. See if we could take that out. I don't know if people are learning anything with the trading that I'm doing or whatever, but we just came into 185. I like the stock. I like the name. We buy those dips, and we have a very conservative out breaking back down below. So we're getting higher up here right now, and it's been by a couple of decent trades. Obi, you want to find out who's making money around this place?
I have no idea. Who is?
You want to find out?
Sure.
Then let's do it. It's called Who's Making Money at Real Trading. So we have tip, right? You have access.
Oh, yeah. I saw this morning. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay, I haven't looked at it yet. So you go into tip right now.
I thought we were looking at current, like, full company blotter. I was like,
I don't. Yeah. I may or may not have access to that, so we're not going to show that. Oh, God, I got to reactivate this. I got to reopen this. Okay. If you don't click, so you have to click on a certain thing, and it only basically lasts for a little bit of time. So here it is right now. All right, so here we go. These are the top 10 traders yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah. And these P&Ls are in USDs. So
Yes, sir.
we may know this gentleman. Who knows?
Yep.
We know some traders that trade in Canada. So there it is right now. Shout out to, we have offices and traders located all throughout Canada that obviously trade the local market. And you can trade right now we can trade the Dubai market here at Real Trading. We can trade the Brazilian market. Yep. It doesn't matter where you're located, is what I'm getting at. But we do have access to over 60 markets here at Real Trading, including Forex, all of that. Anyways. These are the markets that the top traders have traded, and this is the money that they made. So there's quite a drop-off from 4 to 5 here, I noticed. Yeah. But New York, NASDAQ, Amex, whoever came in fifth still. I mean, look, if you're making $5,500 US dollars on any day, I consider that a great day, that's for sure. I mean, that could be a month, right, depending on what your expenses are. Amex, Chicago, NASDAQ, New York, there's Canada again. It's nothing too fancy. I was hoping that we would get different markets in here, and sometimes we get top traders based on markets. So Hong Kong, there it is. Someone in the OTC market yesterday made $1,600. So congratulations to that. Names like Tencent, Roche, Adidas, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Didi, Luckin Coffee, located over there as well. But those are some markets giving you some, and then Hong Kong market as well. That's here at Real Trading. And depending on how many shares you took, you might have just made a couple grand here on Nvidia, because there's the dip buy into 185. Now it's at 185.35. We're calling that a little bit of a winner right here. And it's another one on Intel. It was a good idea, and it was a cash cow. Now it's at 40, Obi.
Hey-yo.
You're welcome back any day, of course, Obi.
The market's running, man.
Yeah,
the market's ripping. ES fresh highs. NASDAQ's not quite there yet. But there's my stop out on the rest of my Amazon. Nice. So I did kind of, so like I said, I got stopped out, got right back in because I'm like, that's fine. I still really like this because I got stopped out. And then it just starts to stall. I'm like, all right, well, if you're going to stop me out, at least go. If it's not going to go, then I definitely still like the idea there. And stalls, pulls back in, and then I'm like, all right, well, here, clearly we're making higher lows, so I'm going to start covering a little aggressively. And then just a last little breadcrumb there, getting stopped out when we finally push past that prior high once again on Amazon. Where's the next trade? I'm still looking. We are very well into power hour right now. Yeah. It is at 3:20. Yeah, so we'll wait and see what we got in store here. Yeah, nice.
Oh, keep going, keep going.
NVIDIA
this is just extending
is working out. Yeah, it's working real well here. I'm looking for the next trade. I'm looking at potential plays, maybe going into the close as well. Is there anything that's trending aggressively? Well, there's one right in front of us. The SPY, the ES, is trending pretty aggressively going into the close. So the question becomes, I'm asking myself, I'm like, what are some of the constituents that are following in step with the SPY as of right now? So in terms of the top names, I don't really see too much that's aggressively pushing to its highs. Yeah, it's probably we got to check what the sectors are looking like. But I'm curious to know what's actually pulling the spider through its highs right now. But yeah, I'll have to look into some of the breakdowns there to see what sectors it could potentially be. but it could be anything. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? Where's the next opportunity that you see? Right, I see the market bidding up like this, and I'm like, oh boy, we still have about 40 minutes left. Do I have time for reversion? Probably not. But yeah, so looking for potential breakouts and continuations. So Amazon, right? If the market's going to rip into the close, Amazon's been consolidating near its lows for pretty much the whole day. Nice little consolidative action with these clean highs, relatively speaking. So around 219 halves, 220s-ish is what I'm looking at for a potential push and a break. That 220 is definitely going to be distinct. If we can, for somehow we can kind of push above that 220 and hold sustainably, I like that even better. Let's see what else people are talking about here in the chat. TQs, of course, we're watching those. Pfizer up about 7%. Tesla probably pushing over 443 once again. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's near its the upper end of its range, but still not really looking as strong as some of these other stocks here. TSM pushing for its highs, so there's some stuff going on there. So TSM almost at its day highs, only about 6 pennies away from there. UiPath still trading much lower, well below that the opening range lows here on UiPath. So we're just going to wait until the close on that one. J&J, oh boy, all right. So maybe we got one here. J&J, of course, Target. Maybe that Target is going to be bid even more into the close. Maybe they're not done buying here on projected or potential buyout rumors here on Target. You can see we brought you the story at around 88s. How long ago was that? That was 257. That was about 30 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. And we're trading at 90s right now. So 88s all the way to 90s. We had a bit of a consolidation at 89s as well. So that Target coming in real nice through the high a day break there on that one. Yeah, Amazon pushing up higher. So I'm glad I got out of that one there. Rigetti, I know I had that one on watch. RGTI right off of the open today, looking for strong selling coming in because we had strong sellers yesterday. I was just looking for more of the same. And guess what? We did not get that. So I did not participate in this one at all, even though I had borrowed shorts in the morning session. I think QUBT was another one that I borrowed shorts for. And yeah, I guess the short did come in pretty nicely. 1920 highs right there, kind of can't get past that prior day, end of day consolidation high area, and then catches that sell once again for a beautiful continuation on the quantum, some of the quantum names here on the day. So out of those ones, those were all the ones I had on watch. J&J, this one's been on a multi-day run, and all I had on the morning game plan for J&J today was just look for a VWAP bid. You can see that almost every day, one way or another, it somehow has managed to reclaim VWAP, revert back to VWAP, or catch a bid on VWAP, and then continue for the rest of the day. We're seeing more of the same, but today with a little bit more relative volume and with a little bit more range as well. So is this somewhat capitulatory? I have no idea, but I'm going to take a look at a higher time frame, and oh boy, look at this. These are all-time highs on J&J, Sean. So
what?
Yeah, these are all-time highs on J&J.
Oh.
Boom, right there it is. So I remember I had an alert, I think 110s I had an alert, funny enough, from a couple years ago being like, oh, if you're not, was it 110? I think so. I got to go back and check. But if you're not looking long, then what are you doing? So that kind of came in pretty nicely over the past few years here. Was it 110? I feel like that's way too far back, 119.20s. I think somewhere around here in this consolidation over the past couple years, I think I had an alert being like, oh, you have to be getting long on J&J here. Fortunately, didn't really listen to it. We're getting fresh all-time highs here. And why did I have that idea, you may ask? Well, it's because J&J is one of the stocks that technically, I guess, has been only going up. It's a stock that only goes up here. It consolidates for multiple years sometimes, but nonetheless catches a bid and then continues pretty nicely. One of the staple names, Johnson & Johnson, I would say a little too big to fail because they have their hands in pretty much everything. So good stuff there on J&J. Alpha Aura saying, where's that TGT news? I don't see it anywhere. Ronnie asking, whose shorts am I borrowing? I don't know. I don't know whose shorts they are, but sometimes I leave them to the side. Sometimes I put them on. I don't know.
$90 now for Target.
Oh boy. Ooh.
Yeah, well, Adara brought us that story. Maybe we can throw to Adara and she could just double
Which
back.
story?
Just Target.
The Target.
Oh, yeah. So someone on Fox Business was speculating that they could be a takeover target. As far as I can tell from the comments I saw, pure speculation, nothing to back it up as of yet.
Ooh, so speculative bid. Interesting.
All right.
That's some strength on speculation. I mean,
talk
about positioning.
This was a nice $3 move straight to the upside. So again, reported there on Fox Business News and potential buyout candidate, I guess. So I think it's probably more of a, someone stepping in there like a Carl Icahn or like some sort of an activist that just has been so upset with the way management has crushed this name. And I feel like they just recently had a pretty new CEO there, I think. Or not, and they're looking to get, because wasn't his name Brian Cornell or something like that, I feel like, on Target. But anyways, huge downside move there. We'll figure out what that's going to happen there for TGT. Again, I like it, but it makes sense why it was down. We had some weakness in the consumer, and we've seen other names get hit to the downside. They did not have a good quarter either. Too much inventory over there at Target. And they lost. I think they lost their deal with Ulta Beauty as well. So, okay, that's Target, but a nice move to the upside there. And I don't know, Obi, man. I mean,
oh my God,
it's hard to find $1, right? In the market, it feels like.
Is it?
I don't know. You tell me. I mean.
No. It depends on how and where you're looking.
I guess so, but I mean, this is $1 right here on Nvidia, and we just put this on at 185.
Wow.
So it's up there, up to 180.
You gotta teach me how to snipe these. Because, look at
Apparently
that.
it's easy to find.
Like before as well, and then once again, on top of the 185. Dude.
Yeah, and then that's not even the biggest trade is these ones.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so.
Like, you only have 4 buys throughout the whole day. Dude.
And we have
this guy's a sniper out here. I'm telling you, that's crazy.
That's what it is. I appreciate
Absolutely
that.
crazy. I mean, I'm sitting right beside you. I'm
I'm
seeing it happen. So it's like, what am I like? You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate you, Obi, for that. This is CoreWeave today. So we traded CoreWeave. We traded the futures today, which is at 103 right now. I was debating that's the level that we should be shorting in. So it's just futures snipe. Right, that's a snipe, right? We took that live on the air. The Nvidia one, and then the CoreWeave was actually pretty big. I mean, now Nvidia is the #1 stock for me today, but pretty much on that right there. There's nothing about it, man. It broke VWAP. We were trying to buy 185, so Obi, that's it, man. The 185 is the all-time high.
Yeah.
So it's not, my order was sitting there. We took it against us, came in, and that was it. So now we'll get that all figured out. Hopefully we can get back up to the upside. Look, one day doesn't make a good trader, which is why I try to prove this to you every day, right? So let's go back over and see what's going on with Adara.
Fed School will be the second Fed member today to sound some warning bells about how this shutdown could impact the Fed. He said that the CPI and the jobs reports are vital information for the Fed to have, and that not getting some info from the shutdown could and likely will impact the Fed. Fed's call-in made slightly less dire comments, but the same idea earlier today, saying that the Fed really does rely on this data, especially with regards to the jobs data from the BLS. And if the government does shut down, the Fed is likely to be impacted by not having this data. So again, Fed Goolsbee warning that, hey, if the shutdown happens, the Fed might be in a tricky situation when it comes to not having data that it needs. Back to you.
All right. I was trying to find out how many days this month we were negative. So once I can tell you it, I'll tell. Because I just feel like we are on one a little bit right now, so I just wanted to double check to see exactly how many days and whatever positive v negative this month. We had a huge month last month, and part of that was because we hit Klarna. What was that? It's KLAN. What's KLAR? Yeah, there it is. Thanks, Klarna. Let me find out what's going on with Klarna, because like some of these. Oh no, come on, guys. Some of these IPOs just, bleh. So there's that, there's StubHub as well, which has been, StubHub is 17. I mean, that came out at 23 or whatever that level was there. This is where it IPO'd, man, $25, down to 16, StubHub. The other one was Gemmy. We had Gemini Space Station. 24, that seems low too. $24, like these are the daily charts right down here. So that's also been pretty bad. Another recent one was Figma that recently came out as well. I apologize. It takes a minute for these daily charts to load up. Yeah, Figma down near the lows right now as well. Wow, there's been a lot of bad IPOs recently, man. All right, and you know, a name that's made, you know, obviously a big difference in the account has been Palantir, and this name continues to do well. So people talking about it, they want to know if I think that 190 can play on Palantir. Come on, I mean, yeah, that's the new high there, but. You know, sellout came. We did get that short report from Andrew Leff. And again, if we look at, from Citron, if we look again at what their P is, you don't want to look at that, but this is a growth name. So it's going to continue to extend through any sort of new contracts that they get, going to extend this name out. And, you know, just with this more uncertainty in this world, I think Palantir continues to work. It's not a war machine by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, they do border control. There's a healthcare aspect to Palantir as well in hospitals using their foundry for patient analysis, but there is the U.S. Department of Defense, or what's it called now, Department of War, I think. Amazing that they do have contracts with the military. So Palantir continues to be a really strong one. And Alex Karp, it feels no ways about talking about militarizing the company and just how important they are for accuracy, drone strikes, things like that. So I get that people may not be super excited to be invested in this, depending on where you lie. But yeah, definitely Palantir. I like the stock. What's up, Adara?
If it's Goolsby still commenting here, he's made a lot of points here about tariff inflation in the past and echoing some of those points here today, saying that really needs to see that these tariff-related inflation is going to be a one-time event and not persistent. If it does persist, though, that will have a negative impact on inflation. So some warning signs here about tariffs. Fed's Goolsby also just saying that he's saying that holding rate steady as there's an increase in inflation is the equivalent of a cut. So it sounds like if he's seeing an increase here in rates and they're not hiking, he says that's just as good as cutting rates. So kind of hawkish comments coming from Goolsby, guys. Back to you.
So I just looked. All right, so I actually have 2 red days in my last 4. So we made money on the 24th, and then we lost less money than we made on the 25th. So we were still up 2 days in a row. Then so we lost money on the 24th, made it back on the 25th. Made money on the 24th, lost on the 25th, made money on the 26th, lost yesterday on the 29th, and now are making money today. So, and every day we lost, we made more the day before. Well, you're looking at my net now, so you can see right now and see. So 4 red days this month, and today will be a nice. Yeah, there it is. And it's just the honesty, right? I mean, I don't have a problem telling you guys that. And Obi can see the days that I lost money, right? That number, that number, and that number, and you can see the numbers. Yeah.
You make it right back, or
I'm making more than I'm losing.
Yeah, you're losing
and it's not. And again, we don't talk about P&Ls like that because we all swing bigger and different, and we don't want to get anybody's all ruffled up. But the idea here is risk management.
Yes.
And I think that like your UiPath, like you're not going to sit there and hold a $2 loser. Like you're going to get in, get out, assess. We can even talk about, we talk all day. Even this trade right here, that's 75 cents and I love doing these things with Obi. You know, he's just great guy, very honest guy. I told you my stop when we got this fill. I had said my stop was 184.89. You know, so that would have been 20 cents worth of risk. We just got filled at 186. That's 90 cents. You know, so when it goes up, we're taking 20 cents out at VWAP. That VWAP is 40s there, so that's even a better relationship there. And as it continues to go up, that is what it is. So there it goes, man. It's a nice move to the high side right there. And I see people talking about millions. The numbers that I'm talking about are not in the millions of dollars. Like, that would be insane to do stuff like that. I trade, and I talk about this all the time.
Yet.
I'm trading for income, you know, and so it's just like I'm trying to make enough money to, you know, call myself a professional trader, right? And so we obviously are trading on prop floor, so we have risk parameters that we have to deal with. And someone also actually said in the chat, they said something about how come we don't or are there losers available on that top money list? And they're not. They're not posted there.
I'd like to see that. I'd love to see that as well.
Same, but I was going to say we have risk parameters. So generally speaking, if these numbers I'm showing Obi are averaging $200 a day, then my risk will let me lose pretty much 1.5 times what my average daily losses are. So I would be shut down from our risk department if I were to ever lose. If I were to ever lose $300. So the account, and you've heard Sharif, and again, the honesty's, you know, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been shut down. I don't know, but we've been talking. We've been talking about. I mean, you know, getting shut down is part of the game. It's not nothing.
I mean, you guys watch
embarrassed
this.
about
You
it.
guys
Sharif will say today I'm in simulation.
Yeah.
And it's just like sometimes the risk, and you get shut down and you lose, and then you're in simulation, and the simulation actually saves you from getting emotionally sort of attached to the net. Like, oh my God, I just lost $1,000. I got to make it back. And the next thing you know, then you're minus 1,200, minus 1,400, and then it starts to become a roller coaster. So I feel like if you're disciplined enough to put your own shutdowns in, that's great. Yep. Otherwise, it is also great to be on a prop floor where those are controlled. So, all right, just on Nvidia, we only have 30% left. I'm gonna take an opportunity to get out 5% more right now. So we do that right there at 70s. Take a little bit more out as we are heading into only 10 more minutes until the imbalances are here. So yeah, starting to sort of feel out our way out of this market. I'm gonna be joined by Adara and Brian Shannon for your market recap show where we'll talk about Nike earnings. The only big ones that are on deck. We'll hear if there's more news about the government shutdown. I'll ask Brian what his opinions are on said shutdown. We'll talk about Intel today. We'll talk about Eli Lilly. We'll talk about some of the drug plays that we've all seen, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. I think you got a super chat from Antonio.
What up,
Antonio? If you want to take that one, he is asking you, Sean, can you explain your profit-taking approach? I have trouble setting targets. Have you ever back-tested your approach? So thank you, Antonio, for the super chat there. So his question is your profit-taking approach. He has trouble setting targets, and if you've back-tested your approach.
Well, there's 7 years of live trading data on the show. So to say that, have I back-tested it? No, I mean, I don't necessarily have a complicated system here. All I really do, Antonio, and thanks for bringing this up, Obi, and did you show it on the screen?
Which?
The super chat?
Oh, the super chat? No.
Okay, I always like to show it just to give people that. So here's Antonio. Thank you so much for that. So, yeah, I mean, I just always think that you have to just play on support and resistance, right? My sticky note levels today, I wrote down Nvidia 185. And I mean, I'm just looking for that break. And then when it breaks, and I mean, if you rewind the tape again, and this is all live, so you can go back and watch me trading at 9:30, at 10 o'clock. When we took this fill, we talked about using the 50-period moving average as potentially our out. I like the 50-period moving average as a trend change. I just tend to, honestly, I'm always taking profit when I see that first little bump. So when you first get that little bit of an extension there, I always try to take some out. I don't really look at ratios of 1-to-1 or anything like that. I just try to take a feel on the stock and see what's happening, how far the extension has been out. I use the 200-period moving average as some levels as well. And then there's 185 again, and there's 185 again, basically. So when we came back in and tested some of those levels, this is VWAP. That's been a big thing for me to use in the past as well. And then whenever we go from, this is tested, like low of the day back into the 200 period. We love to get some out when that happens. There's the 50 period break. We're getting some more out there. But really, Antonio, it's just supply and supply zones, resistance zones, support and resistance as well, and just trying to play off of that. Like today, the TQQs, I like the short again. I like this to talk about the government shutdown. It seemed a little heavy to me today, the NASDAQ, so I really wanted to go short on that, so we did do that, and that started to pay out. And then the reason why I wrote down 103, we just looked at yesterday's areas for support and resistance, and that played as well in there today. So I'm just trying to like pick and choose some of the levels. And then again, you can find all the notes right here on the sticky note, which is available to you free every single day here at Trader TV Live, available to you at Trader TV Sean, and you can go back and look over and see what's going on. But generally speaking, I try not to be too smart about it. I just find support areas, resistance areas, and then news, right? Catalyst. Like I wrote down here UiPath and CoreWeave. They're the last notes on here because they hit right at 8:30. So I quickly added them. Your biggest trade today is Path. One of my biggest trades is CoreWeave. So we continue to sort of milk those trades and catalyst driven and then support and resistance. And after that, man, I wish there was more I could tell you, but there isn't. So that's what I'm using. And I hope you guys can share some of your looks as well. Some traders use Fibonacci to get out, Fibonacci's to get in and out of trades.
Like I understand the math behind that stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm just some of these indicators, man. I just have there's something about them. Something about them that's just it just seems so fugazi to me, honestly. Like I love fibs. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it is. Some of these indicators are very, very complicated, but I think you hit it right there. The most important for me as well are straight up going to be support and resistance zones, man.
Yep.
Support and resistance zones. Let the chart tell you what the levels are. Let the chart tell you what the risk is. Let the chart tell you what the potential trade is as well. So I think the chart literally speaks in volumes, and I think that's something to watch out for and something to listen to, and even for like trailing as well, man. Trust me, trailing is something that I'm trying to figure out as well. But I think like not necessarily. I might be a little bit different than other traders, but I don't necessarily like to have hard targets. My target is more price action, right? If I like the long here, I'm getting involved with maybe a breakout. I'm just giving a random scenario. I'm getting involved with a consolidation breakout. I'm getting long. So my stop is going to be when the buyers stop. Right? If the scalp is to be like, I'm going to get with the buyers, there is no target. The target is action. The target is price action. Right? If your entry is through price action, then you can have arbitrary targets. But if I'm like, I'm going to stick with this until the move is done, then price action should be your trail. So again, easy to say, much harder to do in real time. But in theory, I like to kind of lean towards that a little bit there. I like EMAs and I like moving averages as well. Anything that kind of dictates or defines trend, I like that a little bit as well. But yeah, no, great question there by Antonio. I think we got a couple more super chats here. Howard saying, I use spaghetti Alfredo. I've heard that one has some decent results as well. So thank you, Howard, for that one. I bet it works just as well as the Fibonacci's, to be honest. But Brett Roth, thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on RDW? Now, that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. Yeah, I can take a look at RDW.
What is that?
Redwire Corporation.
Oh, okay.
Here. So I know this one used to move around a little bit. I don't know how much volume this does on the daily. Okay, some decent volume, 5.34 million shares traded on a 30-day volume with a float of 102 million roughly and a market cap of just over 1.4 billion. So yeah, interesting stuff here. Don't really see anything on a shorter time frame right off the bat. Let's go higher and keep going higher until we see something of distinction. Okay, so a little bit of consolidation range since this strong earnings flush in August. So it seems like this range could be very interesting. $10, it couldn't get through $10. That's interesting to me as well. And a bit of an $8 hold. So right off the bat, Sean was just talking about the support and resistance is what shows up right away when we pull back and look a little left and zoom out. We see that $10 right there, consolidation. We see that we've been chopping in this range. So if we break this range with distinction and then hold, we could see maybe some more price traveling in that given direction. So that's my look there. But again, at the end of the day, it's all probabilities, and probabilities are ever changing, right? They change with every print. Sometimes they change with every tick. I have no idea, but that's my look on RDW. We'll be right back with some breaking news with Adair.
Keep an eye on CIVI, Civitas Resources. Bloomberg reporting that the company is reportedly exploring a potential sale. Permian Explorer, which is Civitas, they are Permian Explorer. Apparently, they're reportedly exploring a potential sale. Again, potential sale here for CIVI. One of many take private or deal related headlines we've heard in the last week or so, and even today. Back to you.
The same thing with the Zillow. Like they're all over that.
I mean,
they're
Obi, you are wise beyond your years, my friend, over there. Yeah, he's just talking about here just some of these algos that are hitting some of these news stories. Like Adair just brought to you, there's been so many pops throughout the day today on various names that, that BE was another one, that Zillow was a story there where we cranked, boom, right down to the downside, a nice little $4 dump there on Zillow, creating some action there as well. I'm getting some more out of Nvidia. So we just remember, like, we have to trade a little bit differently because we are now just moments away, now exactly 3 minutes away until these imbalances come through. So right now, this is just all the ones that we get from our broker. So we're not able to see exactly, the NASDAQ ones yet. These are all New York, so on the New York Stock Exchange. And you could just quickly have a look here and just notice Pfizer with a big bid, right? I mean, Pfizer today on that, oopsies, switch it back over to size. There it is. So Pfizer again today, good notes obviously from the president there as Trump RX choosing Pfizer there to distribute some drugs to come through at a much cheaper price. I have to get that complete story as it's been breaking pretty much all day and we've been on the show and looking for things, but there goes Pfizer with a nice upside play. So we can have a quick look to see if Pfizer is going to break tomorrow in and around this 26 area. That's going to be a great level. Pfizer hasn't done much all year, and even if you break that level, then you're coming back into here. This feels like a fade the pop kind of a situation there, but again, tricky name for sure. Pfizer looking to figure that one out. So that's what we're doing right now, and trying to get better as we go, of course. And I think that we're getting pretty close, man, to getting this all figured out right now. I'm just trying to get some orders out. You might be seeing me on Nvidia because we do have these imbalances that will come out, and we just got a few more out. So we're now 50 cents in the money there. Let me just zoom back in. I don't know if you're taking out UiPath or not before these imbalances, but there's a nice little bump up into 65 again for Nvidia. Nvidia will be on.
I've already mocked the rest of it. So.
Okay, so you want to explain what that is?
Yeah. Oh, market on close. So I'm taking the closing print. So I think somebody asked me what my plan on path was in the morning session, and I said I have an insignificant amount left, right? But I want to put in the reps to make the right decisions, right? I've already taken a decent chunk of the trade in the morning session, and I'm like, well, if this is going to continue to work, then I just want to leave on a piece just to put in that rep of being like, we just talked about trailing, right? We just talked about how trailing can be so difficult, right? Imagine getting into a position in the pre-market at 8:45 and being like, I'm not going to touch this until 4 o'clock, right? Obviously, it's nice. It looks nice to do on a chart, but the kind of patience and discipline and everything that's required, it obviously takes a little bit of work. So this is me doing my part in playing, putting in that rep and being like, even if it's a little bit, get comfortable with holding a bit into the close, because ideally on the stocks that work the way that UiPath did today, you want to capture as much of the move as possible. So I think that's my plan on path. So whatever the closing print will be, that's what I'll get to cover the last little bit here as well. Amazon getting chopped around, so nothing too crazy. Just waiting, just a few more seconds, 15 seconds until these imbalances come out. So oh boy. Yeah, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Trader Gibby with the super chat. So thank you very much, Trader Gibby, right here. So I'm a product of John. Oh boy, there it is. There's a bit of a bid there.
Let's go right now. Yeah, nice little move there. Nvidia with a big buy, dude.
Hey, yo, yeah, look at that.
Look at that, man. We just take multiples out there right now. Let's take some more out. More outs now on this one, man. We are really enjoying this right there. There's the bump up on Nvidia. Look, sometimes it doesn't go for us and sometimes it does. There it is right there for Nvidia. The market on balance buy comes out. And I just think that was look, I'm going to say it was a smart play because I was in it, but we were also getting out there nervous about it. But it does make sense as Nvidia takes out all-time highs today. No surprise there. That boom goes the dynamite. Man, did we ever add to our net on this trade. That was a really good trade. I was not expecting it to go that high. Gloating or not, that was a really good pick up there at 185. Bring it back to 186.20. Let's go, man. We go perfect today. An absolute perfect day today. CoreWeave, the TQs, and now Nvidia. Good day to have on a Tuesday, right? Random Tuesday. But it is the close of the month right now. So there's also quarter end, as well. Month end and quarter end. They can both be true. Right there, we have a lot of size on this imbalance locator, including Apple bid, Amazon bid. We can have a quick look to see what that did to Pfizer. Not much. And then we got to go to Adair. So just quickly here, Amazon 220, nice little gain up there today. okay. Amazon was down 3%, I think, at one point. And then Apple as well with a little bit back up to 254. All right, Miss Adara, what's up?
Another piece of news here related to acquisitions. OXY pushing to the upside. Berkshire Hathaway reportedly near a $10 billion deal to acquire Occidental's petrochemical unit. Now, if this goes through, this could be Berkshire's biggest acquisition or purchase since 2022. So again, Berkshire Hathaway reportedly set or near a $10 billion deal to acquire the petrochemical unit here from OXY. And back to you.
Slap it with 1 million shares and then just take it out on the offer seconds later. Like
Yep. We're just talking about how there's so much liquidity and so much opportunity here to trade these runners. Now it has come right back in on that, but there's the slap up all the way up to $49 there on Oxy, and then it just fell right back in again. So nice move there on Occidental on that story there. Berkshire looking to get involved. We know that Occidental has been a big name for BRK, right? And they dumped selling it a while ago, and Occidental is on its way back up. This is definitely one to be looked at, I would think, especially if there is. And I'm going to, again, finding out more about these stories as they go. But yeah, nice little whoops there. Wow, $34. This is on its way back up. So Occidental right there. That was that Buffett level there that we had talked about a couple times of 56 to $60 that lost it. Then it was downside. Maybe now we're finally starting to gain some strength here in Occidental. It's not accidental.
No, it's not accidental that move happened.
No, because there was a big name that we know that some big traders have some big eyeballs on. So yeah, big trade.
The market's ripping, dude. The market is ripping to the upside.
We're now $1.40 in the money.
Where's, I mean, I guess Nvidia. Do we have any? Oh, where's my NY? I don't have my NY balance locator here. I gotta check for it. I think it's around here somewhere.
New York.
My setup, yeah, my New York is. I guess my New York is missing. Oh boy. So let's see. You know what? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah. No. NASDAQ does nothing too crazy other than that Nvidia push. I'm not really seeing anything on MXE either. But yeah, nothing too crazy. So just gonna be patient, watch into the close. Got that UI path that's running, and again, we talked about it in the morning, and it was like I think the sentiment already showed us a little bit of the path that it wanted to take in the pre-market session, and it's been on that journey since. But oh boy, wow! Apple coming in with a little bit of a bid. No real imbalance there, man. But this market is ripping to the upside as we speak. 666s on the spider here as we push even higher. Oh boy, are we coming in with an aggressive bid coming into the close? We had a pretty aggressive sell coming into the open, a little bit of a reversion coming into the close. So the market, like all good things, apparently balances itself.
Balances itself. Okay. Yeah. Look, I mean, it's been a big market today and a good market. So
probably traders helping it along.
Yeah, well, these imbalances
that's our job.
Yeah, these I mean, I'm selling into this imbalance for Nvidia, so I'm not necessarily helping this story out at all. But yeah, look at this imbalance, or look at Nvidia as it's trying to make some moves here up to 181, 186.70 right now. Wow, it is lifting right now, man. I mean, this is a trade that we're now $1.70 in the money on right now on Nvidia, as it just honestly just continues to go, man. So big trade alert, obviously here for NVDA, and it looks like it's going to continue. So again, like I hope some of you are hitting that. We just bought it off of 185, and then we got a little lucky here with the move higher as the market did start to explode on us, or up for us there. So nice move there with the imbalances. Let's go handle some talk here.
All right, guys, the Trade the Pool beat Ackman live trading competition is here. October 8th to 10th, every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission, outperform him. Beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then, the grand finale on October 13th. Broadcast live on Trader TV. That's here with Trade the Pool team live in the studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 evaluation accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete. Be Ackman and win big. Scan the QR code and start trading today. That sounds like a lot of fun. He's going to be here with us on October the 13th. So that's going to be fun. I don't know how many people are beating Ackman, good luck with that, but I'm definitely going to be one trying for sure. 220s coming back in here on the Zon. I guess the market caught a little bit of a bid going into the close as well. Meta saying films in the chat. So let's take a quick look at that. Where are my charts at? Where are my charts at? Okay, so sometimes when the windows get a little lost, you can get a little confusing there. So let's take a quick look at what Meta is up to. Meta here, Meta actually sold off pretty aggressively and held that for a majority of the day. Sure, we're catching a bit of a bid. Look at that breakout. So right there, there was the opportunity on Meta.
How much are we down still
consolidation. Today? How much are we down still today? Off of the open, we are down.
So we're down 0.87
about 1%, yeah, off of the open, which is roughly the same as prior day's close. So, oh boy, yeah. So a nice little breakout on that one, but it only gave you a couple dollars on something like a Meta. So yeah, quick scalp happening there. Oh boy, what's happening with Path? What Path's up to? Pat's still kind of consolidating at its lows there. Honestly, when I saw this push, I'm like, we're probably going to see this reference low within the next couple of days. I didn't expect us to get $1 away from Catalyst reference lows on the same day today. So that was absolutely blessed, and that came in pretty nicely here on the day as well. So shout out to UiPath for I guess getting me a little bit lucky today on the move. As you can see, there's other stocks that are clearly ripping to the upside. UiPath chose to take its own path today. There you go. I was waiting for that. All right, so hopefully you guys have had a great day there. I don't have any more trades on except for the path, which I've already sent an order in for the market on close to give us a print. So that's going to be interesting. I'm curious to know what it'll print. Opening print was $15.18. The pre-market high was $16.02. The current day low is sitting at $13.35. So I'm curious to know, do we print even lower? Do we print around this range or anywhere else? So nothing insignificant, pretty much insignificant, nothing too special, other than just me being curious as to where it could potentially print. But on the day today, the SPY is closing up pretty aggressively, and so is the NASDAQ. So I'm watching that as well. Beginning of the week was a little bit shaky with some selling, but it seems like we're coming in pretty strong once again here, Sean.
All right, I'm gonna go set up. So I'll give you this for one more minute. Join us on the market recap show. Nike earnings, Obi. Look at the Nike chart and see what you think.
Yeah, okay. I'll take a quick look at Nike right before the close here and see what that's up to. NKE. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it'll just do it on the earnings report. You can see the volume increasing as we push into the close. There's only 1 minute left, guys. So yeah, there's only 1 minute left. Make sure if you can't trade after the close, you are watching your positions going into it as well. So yeah, $70 bit of a test there on Nike. Let's take a look at a higher time frame and see how we're coming into this here on the weekly. Quick look, take that VWAP out of the way. It seems like we've been downtrending, so bigger picture downtrend on Nike. We're trading here around 69.70s as of right now, going into the close, into earnings. So we shall see what happens here as of right now. So yeah, only about 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. Don't forget the bell brought to you by Orogenics. So check them out. OGEN on the NYSE. 3, 2, and 1. Oh boy, what did we get printed? There's the print. And I got printed 1338s on path. So 1338s was the print on UiPath. So good stuff there. Nice trade. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Might be on Nike tomorrow with this kind of action coming in. But yeah, bigger picture, kind of a downtrend, man. Since about 2021. So it seems like we peaked in 2021 on Nike. Since then, pretty aggressive downtrend. Where will we catch the bid? Who knows? But it seems like this multi-year trend broke pretty aggressively and held a lower high. 120s might have been. It looks like it might have been a little bit of an interesting area as well. But Good luck to anybody who's looking at Nike for these earnings. I'm definitely going to be watching it tomorrow for sure, as it is going to be earnings day one. I don't really care to kind of place bets or gamble on the earnings reaction, but I do like to participate after the reaction is kind of done there. We're getting a little bit of a shake and bake in the after-hours session, but that's enough for me. We got Sean, we got Adara at the big desk for your market recap. So we're going to go to them soon enough, just as we wait for them to get ready. And now we're ready. What's up, Fabian? So I'll see you guys around. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Thank you. It'll be a great day of trading today again, and I'm joined now with Adara, and we will be at the news desk. We'll be talking everything stock related. We'll talk about some big stories that happened today. We've got Intel, big story. We've got Trump going. You've got the page that we're going to show in just a couple seconds here with our little bit of a rundown. We have Nike earnings. Were they 405-ish? Do you remember?
They were 415, so we're fine.
All right, so yeah, if we have, did you finish?
Oh, I have it ready. That one I have ready. I'm just trying to get the earnings stuff ready for myself as
great.
well. But everything's good to go. You can show the screen now, because I have everything.
All right, we'll do a little, good. We'll do a little bit of a rundown coming out right now. So again, another deal for Intel coming through today, obviously there. TSM, big news there. Canaccord coming through. Lots of news here. AI news with Alibaba. We've got Nvidia coming through today as well. Shopify news. And then, of course, Spotify. So lots of different stories hitting there. What a great graphic. Again, I love pretty much all of those logos. I like the Alibaba logo. My favorite logo is top right, of course, Trader TV Live. But the Dow today closes at record highs.
Wow.
So there we go, man. Again, heading into a potential government shutdown. Adara, I think the Kalshi market had it at 85%. We talked about that. I guess it's closer to 90 now as we get more on into the days. I don't think you heard anything that this is not shutting down, right?
No,
all day.
everybody seems to be very pessimistic about the government staying open. Trump, casually today during his Pfizer announcement, which was another big stock to watch today, he said, oh, we're probably going to have a shutdown, just in the middle of a sentence that was not really related.
Right.
So he's giving you that vibe. Schumer is also giving you that vibe as well, that is Senate minority leader. So lots of pessimism here. Does really look like we are going to be getting that shutdown.
All right, good. So not good, but good. I mean, it's funny that the Dow goes out at record highs, right? If you're going to look at that today.
Stocks only go up.
Yeah, the DIA right here, the diamonds. We'll look at that really quickly here. The Spider Dow Jones 30 index right there going out today at all-time highs up here. Must have just closed just above, man, 464 or so. So there it goes. I heard it in my ear, all-time highs. So there goes the Dow today. The Q's also up on the day. Nike's not going to affect any of this stuff. So Q's, what a nice rally at the end of the day. We traded Nvidia like chef's kiss on Nvidia today. Perfect. There goes Q's, nicely done to the upside. And then we have the SPY coming in today as well, up to 665. Ooh, almost 666. Oh, what? Can you zoom in on this? Look what the high of the day is right there on the SPY.
Chung Chung.
Look, maybe I want to put in the middle. The high on the day here, Fabian. Okay, let's keep it there. I'll keep it up here. The high on the day of the SPY up here. Anyways, it's 66.66. Look at that right there. Look at this. The high of the day on the SPY, 6666666. Oh boy. So that looks like that might have been near the highs, all-time highs as well for the SPY. So there we go. It's funny that I think the S&P 500 bottom was 666 as well. So right there now, hey, if that's not ominous, I don't know what is. I mean, we may, okay, that's good enough, Fabian. Thanks for all that. But yeah, I don't know what that means or anything like that, but heading into government shutdown, we may have temporarily seen the high. But we had that stat, Adara, going back that the last government shutdown, which was 35 days, the longest one back in 2018 into 2019, the market rallied 10%. So we'll see if that can hit it. And it's something like 5 of the last 7 government shutdowns. Once the government was over with and the shutdown was evaded or figured out, we did get back to positivity 5 of the last 7 times. So I think there's a good move there. All right, we're still waiting for Nike. So we'll call up Nike on here. If anything hits, we'll have that for you. Adara will have the news absolutely immediately. All right, back to our list, man. One of the stories that we want to talk about today was, of course, Intel. Intel, SoftBank SoftBank gets a big shakeup today. Intel right now looks to split it with Taiwan 50-50 right there. Intel sells 86.9 million shares to SoftBank at a price of $23. So I sold my shares to somebody who bought them upside at $35.70 not too long ago. Today, going out at $33.50. A nice downside play there for Intel, especially on the daily chart, now pulling back 3 negative days in a row. And we've had the U.S. government buy a piece into this, and Nvidia, and now SoftBank coming into there. $2 billion in cash, below market value right now. This raises dilution concerns as current shareholders now wonder about their foundry and their AI strategy. Why are we selling shares to SoftBank at such a great price of $23 when the market was at $35? So that's giving us a little bit of worry there. But again, you're looking for $2 billion. You got to pay a little bit of a price for that one. All right, USA and Taiwan. US wants a 50-50 chip split, right? So TSM there, Taiwan Semi. We could see what's going on with that name as well. 500 plus billion there as a deal. TSM expanding into US fabs. We're watching out for some key levels here as TSM continues to help with that story, right? Nvidia today takes out all-time highs as well as we get great CoreWeave news, and there goes Nvidia to the upside. And oh boy, was this a great trade for us today. I'm not going to show it to you. We had the 183.50, we had 185, we had 185 a couple times. Nice move up there for Nvidia today as it continues higher as well. We can go back over to this board, but we're still going, man. What's the next story there? TSM?
You start with Intel, right? So then we've got TSM. So as you can see here, I have Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick sitting in the corner, and in his hand he has TSM. Now why? Because he's the one who made these comments more or less saying that, maybe we should split or we should push Taiwan, namely Taiwan Semi, of course, to split their chip output 50-50 with the U.S. Now, of course, this is also a concern because, and we have to mention the geopolitical headwind here, China today, hours after these comments were made, it was actually made intraday, basically continuing to affirm that they do not necessarily want independence in Taiwan, as we know. Now, this could be an issue because if the U.S. is forced to kind of be the intermediary between Taiwan and China, that could lead to greater issues across the board and also, of course, a potential problem here just from a stock perspective for TSMC. So let's see what happens there. TSM, we know, already investing very heavily in the U.S., though.
So Canaccord as well, our next story with Tesla. Tesla seemed to be on one later on in the day as it can just continue to go to the upside. Canaccord raises their price target to $490 for TSLA. And again, this is like primed to break out, man. I mean, on the 5-minute chart, we had quite a nice little battle there from those lows of 434, going out at 444 right now at the high of the day. A great little level for Tesla. And look what this looks like on the daily chart. We are trying to break out of TSLA. So let's do tomorrow's trade right now. Hey, if Tesla gets another upgrade and we continue to break these levels, what about that 450 right there for Tesla? I love that level. If we can break through there, let's take it. Let's get aggressive on Tesla with a nice bid coming through. I like to take on Tesla through 450. We'll see if that can hit tomorrow. Canaccord lifts that price target right now to 490, is signaling a 10% upside. Energy storage going through as a catalyst. Robo-taxi trials in Arizona. The Musk compensation plan, of course, is tied to XAI, so that's going to start to get going as well. Watch out for 435, 445. Those are the support levels. 445 is where we get out on, and 435 is where we hold today. So the Tesla story still seems to be intact. So we say congratulations for Tesla. All right, what's the next story, Adara?
Yeah, next up here, Alibaba, which is the best performing Chinese stock year to date so far. Alibaba, much like last September, leading these names here in China, specifically in the tech space, to the upside. Now, last night was a good night for the Hang Seng, which closed for their Tuesday session near intraday highs. Great look for China. They've had a solid September, and they also had some solid factory activity data. It did contract, but it was a little bit better than what analysts were expecting. So all of these catalysts looking good for Alibaba. Lately, it's been really skating, though, Sean, on its AI catalyst, Qwen. Their AI model has done really well. It seems to be pretty well received. They release updates to that pretty regularly. So I mean, Quen Moon, I guess you could ask here about Alibaba.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's already Quen mooning. It's mooning right now as we speak, up 112% on the year, Alibaba. And a big move today, was up early, but really got faded all day. Hey, if you're enjoying the show right now, sorry about the 10% that are not, but right now, 90-10.
10% are not enjoying.
Nah, they're not enjoying. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. But hit the like button. If you do like the show, hit the enjoy the show button right here on the chat. Might as well show this, Fabian, right there. There it is right here. So hit it right now. 90-10. Let's get going. 66 votes. Thank you so much. We'll be joined by Brian Shannon again. But as you just mentioned there, the cloud forecast also raised. The problem really with Alibaba remains the fact that you do have the geopolitical risk. And I mean, a lot of this is tied to Trump's positive talk lately about the relationship with China and possibly getting a deal done over there. We've seen Taiwan and Vietnam and some of these other deals, Philippines, come through. We still wait India coming through as well. We'll still wait now for China. I mean, if they can get it done, I think Alibaba can win. The only problem is we know the government right now in China is supporting the infrastructure, the AI build out. It's just that can all change. You get one report about something going on with the government and maybe pulling some money back away, or lately they've been funding these names. So as we go to the upside, I also like, I'll give you a 2-for-1. I like Tencent here. I really think Tencent is what Musk is trying to do with XAI. He talked about the payment plan in one, all your research in one, shopping in one, everything all in one app. And Tencent, and again, they have messaging over there as well. We have a bad wick here, so sorry about the 1 minute chart up here, so we can't look at it for today. But this is what it looks like right here. We have a lot of bad wicks for some reason on this chart. I'm not sure why, probably market related with OTC markets, but wow. I remember we put a bid on Alibaba at 150 and we put a bid here at 80. We haven't got either one of those. Tencent right now taking out highs. I like the stock. Our guest that's coming on momentarily, Brian, has veered away from some of the Chinese names. And again, global risk. There's been so many other names out there. You don't need to go there. Baidu is a play against autonomous driving. So that can be done as well. Deals with Amazon, with Zoox, deals with Lyft and with Uber as well. As you can see, Baidu today down that 3% and trying to hold out. If you want to get involved in all of these Chinese names, why not just have a look at KWeb? Again, this has been a big one. FXI is the top Chinese names as the top 100 or the top 30 for China. KWeb, internet-based IT names there. So KWeb also near, looks like it wants to break out of highs there as well. Okay, Adara, what's our next story as we wait for Nike?
Nvidia, all-time highs. You were benefiting from that today. Congrats on your trade, Sean. But I mean, also benefiting, I'm sure, is our good pal, Jensen Huang, CEO of Nvidia. He is also in the top 10 richest men in the world, and I'm sure he only got richer today. Nvidia, I saw at $4.5 trillion, unclear if it actually went above that. But either way, nicely above that 180 level now. And let's see if this upside continues for NVDA. We know they've really been turning into a bit of an M&A type name as of late, which they weren't necessarily known for. They did announce an investment with Intel. Shout out to my friend Lip-Bu Tan in the corner there, CEO of Intel. And then also, oh, I guess my face is covered.
Yeah.
But also with regards to NVIDIA, I mean, they're investing in OpenAI, which is another massive, massive play. I think Jensen is really trying to put his money where his mouth is. And I think if he can get these chip sales in China, we make more all-time highs. That's my theory.
So Citi got a price target, did you mention this, up to 210?
No, I did not mention that.
Right, so that's another catalyst there for Citigroup, and again, or from Citigroup into NVIDIA. And again, it's just breaking the highs. I mean, these are the trades that I had on today. I can't do it any better. Maybe you guys have better trades than, I mean, everyone has different trades today, but there's the first buy, there's the second buy of the 185 break. That was a monster, man. That went up $2 and change. That was really set our day off right there. And then we bought it again on VWAP, and we have the VWAP master coming through, Brian Shannon, talking about anchor VWAPs and VWAP in general. But there it is right there, VWAP held as in the 185 level as we get a little bit higher. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with NVIDIA. But again, a Citigroup price target upgrade, we like that there for them. I'm just reading through the notes. Again, Rubin, GPU launch teased, that's good. Good support down there at 180 now. So we'll continue to go long through 180. We opened 181. We'll see if we can hold 180. I said I'm going long NVIDIA until we crack below that. We are now imminent for Nike. What we're waiting for here on Nike, we do have the Benzinga Pro.
I have a visual for it.
Okay, good. We have the Benzinga Pro platform ready to go. You've got the visual open for Nike, so we'll get that going through very, very soon. But this is what Nike looks like right now. It's going 70 $70. We have faded back through on Nike. Let's go over to Adair's screen so we can look at this before the earnings come out.
The EPS I made yesterday, so it's actually 27 cents. Now they're expecting slightly less, I guess, on average, but either way, roughly the same. Revenue, though, not 10.98 billion. They're expecting last quarter, Sean, it was not good. Okay, are they out? I'm not seeing them yet. I will let you guys know when I see anything. My computer is frozen.
Okay, I have the stock right now. It's ripping to the upside right now, so we'll wait to get exactly the earnings report from Adara, but we did make a move up to $74 right there. Now it faded back out into 70. Now we're going red. So Nike, someone hit the fat finger right there, got that up to $74. The algos are gone wild right now. This is algo going wild, in my opinion, as we go back and forth right now on the market.
I have the numbers, they double beat.
We just touched down to 69. We touched up to 74. Adara, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's a nice double beat here, Sean. So Q1 earnings, 49 cents per share versus 27 expected. They almost doubled this. Sales, 11.72 billion versus estimates of 11 billion. So that is a double beat, and how? For Nike. That is a nice little double beat for NKE. Let's see if it keeps running to the upside there.
So 49 cents beating 27, sales beating as well. We'll wait to see if they're going to guide anywhere right now, but what a good report it looks like initially for Nike. The implied move was about 9%. So we'll see where we can go for that. Last time we did not get a great report from Nike, but there it is right there. 49 cents beating 27, 11.7 beating 11 flat. Looks like Nike will go higher there after the company reports better than expected Q1 financial. Q1 for Nike. Okay. Interesting.
Q1 26.
Yeah, 26 there. So getting exciting there for Nike as it gets a nice upside play there. So nice move there for Nike. But again, you know, it's kind of an ugly stock. I mean, it broke higher for sure. That was a great little level there on their last report. We went from 60 all the way to the upside there, banged around $80, fell back in. This was the fear that you close that gap back in on Nike, but it looks like right now gross margin decreased 320 basis points.
Yeah, that's for them.
That's not great, but that's setting the stock a little lower right now from the highs, but they're still trying to hold out. And again, we looking forward for Nike, we're not looking back, right? So it says right now, Nike CEO says he's encouraged by the momentum they generated in this quarter, but progress will not be linear as dimensions of our business recover on different timelines. Do you have anything different?
Yeah, how long can you say that for Elliott Hill? I'm sorry, I have a lot of issues with his, I think, slow progress here. He's not speed walking, I'll put it that way. So with regards to Elliott Hill and Nike as well, the thing is, Sean, gross margin down 320 basis points. It's not super shocking because last quarter it was actually down 440 basis points year over year. So it's slightly better, I guess, sequentially in terms of.
We don't like margin shrinking, that's for sure. We don't want these margins shrinking.
Right, but the issue is they keep doing it, unfortunately, for Nike. Yes. He did say, though, this has to do with the fact that there's a lower average selling price reflecting higher discounts and a channel mix. Oh, so he just quoted what he said last quarter, because that's exactly what he said last quarter. I am not impressed with Elliott Hill. I'm sorry. I'm going to be really real here.
Didn't Nike have some activist movement or no? We know Starbucks, I believe, did. We know
Starbucks has had more activist movement. There's nothing specific on Nike.
Okay, so maybe that's
with regards to activist investing. I know at one point, like I know Bill Ackman's involved in them, and they did an ad he didn't like. He called Elliott Hill personally and was like, apologized for the ad. So Bill Ackman has a lot of pull, but it's not really activist investment.
Maybe, and let me know when Brian's ready, because he is ready. Okay, we are ready to go then with Brian. So that was a little bit of a recap there on Nike. Let me ask Brian what he thinks. Brian, get your Nike chart ready to go. I'm going to ask you what you think about this stock right here. It's Trader Talk. Let's bring in Brian Shannon. And it's my favorite time of the week because we get to talk to Alpha Trend's founder, Brian Shannon. How are you doing, my friend?
My favorite time as well for having being on your show, Sean.
Great, really appreciate that one, Brian. What a wild day. We had marked down on the SPY today, and I don't know if it's true on your chart or not, but we have the high today for the SPY as being 666.66. So that was something that was a little ominous for us today. Check that out and have a quick look. Nike right there beats better than expected top and bottom line, Brian. Anything on the chart saying anything to you at all other than maybe faded if it gets back up to that $80 level?
It's funny, I've got 666.65 on it.
Ooh, okay.
strange that they would be different. We're right here at the 72 level on Nike, and that has, that's the month-to-date anchor. It's the 20-day moving average. So, we're getting a bounce within some profit taking. I would expect it to kind of, absorb this, hold on to it, and then it has to test that 50-day moving average. But it clearly made a bottom in April with the rest of the market and is still doing some base building.
I kind of like, though, yeah, exactly. I kind of like that we are bouncing right now off that 69 base there. So that looks pretty solid to me. But it's hard to judge an earnings level, especially when we're talking the day of, right? We got to see how the money comes in tomorrow and where we go from there. Okay, again, big mover. You and I have talked about Nvidia a couple times on here. You've given us many different names. You liked SMCI a couple months back again. And we've talked about AMD on the show. But what a trade today. Nvidia breaking through 185. Does the move continue? What are your charts showing?
It sure looks like it. I look at it as long as we hold below the low from yesterday at 180, let's just call it 180.70, I'm long and looking for it to continue to move higher. It looks very similar to the breakout from this range right over here in Tesla. So I think it's locked, loaded, on its way, and innocent till proven guilty.
Yeah, I definitely like the fact that now we have a base to get out. I was thinking if it ever drops below 180, maybe we do get out. I do want to thank our sponsor of the show, Global X and Beta Pro X, for sponsoring the recap show once again. So we went through, Adara went through your Twitter account or your X account and found out a possible breakout name, and it's in a Mag 7 name. And of course, it's one of the oldest tech plays, one of the oldest names that was doing nothing during the 80s and 90s, but has been really breaking out lately. Of course, we're talking about Microsoft. Azure's been absolutely huge for them. We have Xbox. We just got that new deal with EA. And of course, these guys already took out Activision Blizzard. We have Xbox going. And honestly, you want to talk about a good base? What about this base between 500 to 505? Looks like that held real nicely. And Brian, I think I'm with you on this one. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this 520 break, when we get that, hey man, we go back to mid-August levels, and then maybe we get back to all-time highs. What are we seeing with Microsoft?
I'm liking it, Sean. We just got back above the anchor from that gap from the all-time high. We've got a 20-day moving average coming up through the 50-day moving average. Corrected price-wise and then did nothing for the month of September. Looks like it's ready to go. I bought a little bit of an early start today, and I'm glad it was just a little bit because I see it's down at 516 in the after hours. So down 2 points, not a big deal for a $500 stock. But it looks like it's on its way to go test those highs and probably new all-time highs if this market can continue to be as strong as it is.
Are you a PE guy, like a valuation guy at all? But I don't talk too much about this with you. Like Microsoft's PE right now is at 33. Is that something that you take in consideration, which is relatively high considering what the market valuation around 25 right now on the S&P? Do you ever consider that when you're looking at charts like this, or is it just a pure technical and we deal with all that other sort of macro stuff as it plays out?
I think you deal with that macro stuff as it plays out. The time to buy stocks is when they have expanding PEs, not shrinking PEs. Right. You look at a stock like CrowdStrike, and I think I saw yesterday their PE is something like 240, or something that sounds ridiculous. And valuation-wise, sure, maybe it's overvalued, but the market doesn't care. Right. Until the market cares, it doesn't matter, and that's why we manage risk, is to say that, okay, there are risks that maybe were extended based on traditional valuations, but as long as the price is moving higher, only price pays, and I want to be involved, how do I make sure I don't get my head shot off if I do this wrong?
So this goes, yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, Palantir's been a big winner, and that PE is something very similar in the 500 mark as well, as Palantir continues to expand through. And we've seen Tesla and Amazon throughout the years have, crazy PEs and crazy valuation, but the momentum, right? The stocks don't care. They just follow where the money goes. So follow the money. We talked about that a little bit on today's show. All right, it was exactly a week ago, obviously, when you were on Tuesday. And as I look at this Ethereum chart, Brian, if you come over to my my screen here, Fabian, we had bounced really off of a level where we should have expected it to bounce, I feel like, around this 3,800. That was the breakout level that brought us up to all-time highs, breaking, or depending on what chart you're looking at again, around 5,000 there. We did have a pretty nice pullback, man, about a 20% pullback from 5,000 to 4,000, and now we're bouncing off of these levels. I think we can get long Ethereum right now using this 3,900 or so as our out. I know this is a name that you've been talking about. You've liked Solana as well. That's had a little bit of a roller coaster over the last week. What are your current feelings right now about the crypto space?
Yeah, Ethereum, Sean, I think we might have discussed it. I wasn't sure last week. I was trying to think of that last night. But I was talking about this anchor and that being the place that was my level of interest. So as it bounced from there, I got long at 39.50-ish, I believe it was. And I'm still long that full piece, looking to take maybe a little bit off up near 4,200. And then Solana, this one was also a perfect bounce right where it was supposed to. I took a little bit of that off last night and mentioned that to subscribers always for $10 a month on Twitter. So they're both doing well, and Bitcoin's strength has really surprised me. It came down to that anchor off the April low, came a little bit close to it, but we got back above the anchor from the all-time high and from that prior low. So today we tested that level, and that tells me that there is still strong bidders in this market. With this bounce in here, this makes an important higher low at about 112.5 in Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin's been really impressive. That 108, those were levels I know we talked about. We talked about 108, then back into 102. So nice to see when things actually work out. Do you remember that one stock that had a 40-year anchored VWAP to it?
I do.
Right, and the name now, Sir Donald Trump. He's not Sir or anything yet, I don't think. But he made a play as well, man. He put some of the U.S. government's money, so your hard-earned taxpayer dollars, I guess, Brian, into this name, and it looks like it's paying off. We had a great base. I have the daily chart up here. This is when you and I were talking about it, man. I mean, you could have got in at any time from now until the past year. This is August of 24, where we made that like 1950 bottom. We just kept on seeing it. You didn't even really have to sweat this one out, and now you get a crazy pop. But I just want to tell you, Brian, I sold some here at 30, and I felt bad when it popped up, but then it came right into, to me, another sell zone, and we got out, lucky enough to get out more at 35.70, as now we start to pull back into $33. So I was looking at the chart today, and I thought that it was pretty constructive to maybe think about nibbling again if we came back and sort of got this gap fill back into $31 or $32. A lot of viewers want to know what your thoughts are on Intel. That little wick top there didn't exist. I don't think we got up to 38, but that's a nice push back down in for Intel. Any thoughts about this name? I don't think it's time to buy. If anything, I think it's time to sell.
Yeah, Sean, this one has really kind of tormented myself and Alpha Trend subscribers. We got involved maybe over here and sold it for a little bit of a profit, got involved again here and stopped out on this day. Fortunately for me, as I told them, I felt bad about this. I had some call options that expire in 2 weeks. So I had the 25 calls, and I've still got one of them that I'm hanging on to just to try to see how long I can hold it or till expiration. But those are up about 1,000%. I don't think you want to be a buyer in here until maybe it pulls back to this prior peak. So we've got this little pattern near term of lower highs and lower lows. So maybe just let it settle down a little bit. It's had a huge run, and this is a stock that's been notorious for doing nothing. So we just rallied 50%. Yeah. But when you look at the longer term time frame, right up to that 2020 high anchor. So I think you need some time to digest in here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's a little overheated right now, and I don't think it's a bad name. I think there's a chance for that to get back up. I just want to update everybody on Nike earnings, and I'm not going to hit a fail on this, but if you come over to my screen right now, it is literally where we closed. So Nike right there on a top and bottom line beat, just to give everybody a little bit of information as we get ready to wrap the recap show. Up to $74, down to $69, but we end ourselves right here at $70. All right, Brian, SoundHound. This was a name that you'd come up, SOUN. We had talked about this a couple times, and it's been a good runner for sure. I mean, it has its peaks and valleys, that's for sure. This looks like a crazy roller coaster right now for traders on SoundHound, but I know it's a good name. There's about a 20% short float or so in this space. Deals with Nvidia. I like it. It seems to be holding the 200 on the daily quite nice. Any current positions or any current thoughts about SOUN?
I don't have it right now, but I'm keeping a close eye on it. And actually, you know, the one that's not supposed to be doing well is kind of got the same type of chart, and that's BBAI, as you know. I know you're familiar with that one. Maybe we get a rally, Sean, near term up to the 5-day moving average and even up through it a little bit, and then start to turn sideways. If it did this and really held on, then I'd love to see it for another bounce. It hit the 20-day moving average today, so I know there's buyers in there based on that, and they're getting a bounce. Now, if we can, you know, if this bounce continues, we make a higher low, then to me that means the short-term profit taking has turned, and it's time for another push higher in SoundHound.
Ryan, come on, you can't just mention BBAI to me and then not discuss a little bit of it. So I'm talking about it. We get questions today. I said, hey, worth a little bit of a nibble. If you have whatever money you have to put in this, let's say $1,000, I think it's worth 20% here at the 50-period moving average on the daily, around 650. I like that call. It really held the 200-period in and around $5 before. I think you buy some at 650. You maybe wait if it gets into $5. Remember, these guys are minus 27 cents EPS. I haven't had a quarter where they've made money yet. They're bleeding to the downside, but again, it's one of those names where we're trying to project forward. They just got a deal with the Navy as well, so trying to get some government contracts. We know how sticky those are, so we like that. We saw that was part of the game with Palantir. Once those started flying in, we started seeing some upside movement. So let's go over a little bit of technical analysis, maybe on Big Bear AI. Hey, we did live on the show. We bought at 4. We got out at 650, at 750, and then at 850 where we topped out. So now we're getting a chance to rebuy at 650. Any thoughts on that?
I like it in this general area. If we pull back a little bit deeper, I think the big zone to be aware of is down here. This is basically, 590 to 610. That is likely the important level with a 50-day moving average there and the anchor off of that last earnings report. If we can see that now turn to a zone where buyers defend it, get a little bit more shakeout, I'm keeping a close eye on Big Bear as well.
Okay, you mentioned already that you have a subscriber base, so everyone can go find you on X at Alpha Trends, $10 a month, probably no better of a value there, and you answer questions, giving out ideas, and having, I guess, you do some live streaming as well over there, so I want to make sure everybody goes and checks you out. But this is a free program here. This is Trader TV Live. So Brian, you got to give us an idea. Give us something that you're looking at right now that our viewers can go home and do a little bit of research their own, or find you on X and ask you some more details about it. So give us a name right now. We turn the spotlight on you.
Like I said, I like Microsoft. I think AMD is getting ready to go in here again. It's got that nice base similar to Microsoft. That the level here is about 165. I think it's time to probably start nibbling that one. It's battling with the anchor from the all-time high here, and I guess let's see. GH, I bought a little bit of this one today. That one maybe, I don't love it though. I mean, I have a half-size position and a stop close by here. What else do I have? I'm not really looking for shorts, but Airbnb kind of looks vulnerable.
Yeah.
If that could rally a little bit and then kind of, short on the decline after a rally with a tight stop. But there's not big stuff jumping out at me. The one stock that I'm kind of surprised that I'm involved in is Berkshire. That I got involved in this one a couple days ago, and that's got a nice looking chart to it for a big slower mover.
You're looking long on Berkshire, right?
I am long, yeah.
Okay, good. Right. Because we went from going short Airbnb over to Berkshire. So I want to make that, that's a name that I was buying as well. I really like Berkshire. It's funny because the Dow was at all-time highs today. They closed at all-time highs. So Berkshire, again, should be getting going there. Good companies involved in that name for sure. Okay, Brian, you think Microsoft, if I could put it into one of those trades, you like Microsoft or AMD better?
I probably like Microsoft better.
Okay, let's go with Microsoft then. Thank you, Brian. Again, we kept you a little bit late, but you know everybody in the chat really appreciates that, and so do we. Adara's here, but she's just been super busy doing some.
Hi, Brian. Thank you for being here with us, Brian.
Hey there.
So we want to give you that little look there as well. But Brian, thank you so much. And again, everybody can find you on X, on StockTwits, and anything you want to promote quickly?
This show, Sean, keep doing what you're doing. Everyone should be loyal viewers.
We appreciate that, Brian, the best. And part of the show is having great guests like yourself as well. So cheers to you and yours, and thank you for the kind words. It's Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends. Go find him on Twitter and on StockTwits. Thanks, Brian. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Brian.
We love Brian.
Go, Brian. We really appreciate Brian over.
Yeah, I'll send him the check. Thank you for saying such nice words to us right there. But hey, man, everybody that watches the show knows we try to keep it real. Oh, yeah. And I think Brian's the same way, man. I mean, you could see him there. When I asked him about AMD or Microsoft, he's not like pumping any of them. He's just saying
and
this.
There are times where he'll be like, this is not good. Like he and Michael Shannon, everybody we have on here, they're going to be like, sometimes this is not, like, don't touch that. Be careful.
Michael Noss, of course, and Brian Shannon. Both friends. I mean, if they ever merge each other, Michael Shannon sounds pretty good.
Well, there's an actor named Michael Shannon.
Or Brian Noss.
My brain does it.
Maybe Brian.
But I don't do Brian Noss because Michael Shannon is an actor, and I think that's why my brain goes Michael Shannon. But yeah, sorry, Brian Shannon, Michael Noss, both fantastic. And if they merge, that would be a super trader no one could handle.
Some of our best guests right there. All right, thank you so much for joining us one more time. Just a quick little look on Nike earnings. Again, we're back live tomorrow. Nike's still stuttering around here right now, 71.20. Let's get going, Nike. All right, Adara, a lot of news stories today. Me and you do something fun at the end of every day. So this is right up your alley. This is your favorite story of the day.
Oh my gosh, they're making many. I'm going to go PFE because that press conference is wild.
Yes.
What about yours, Sean?
I actually like and this is part of it is because we traded it, I actually like the all-time high break on Nvidia.
That's probably the best story. I think that's actually objectively the best story today.
I don't know, but well, thanks for that. You don't need to pump up the ego here, but let us know what everyone's favorite story is. I like Nvidia just because I think it just continues the good thoughts.
Right, like I wasn't trying to puff anything. I'm like, legitimately, that's a nice, fun, happy story. Where
but Pfizer's good too, man. That Trump RX, I mean, lowered drug prices.
And Eli Lilly.
Eli Lilly.
Tons of other.
And you traded what stock today?
Spotify.
There we go. So another
also Netflix.
Another big story for Spotify. All right, Adara and I could go on forever, and honestly.
But should we? No.
No, I got the daughter tonight has volleyball, and my son has swimming. He just started swimming again. So as he's getting back into the water there, as he gets his bronze medallion or bronze cross, whatever the one is, to lifeguard.
Oh, wow.
Because he told me, he's like, he's 13, and I think once you turn 14 or 15, you can start to work for the city. So he saw his sister, who's just 10, now is 11. She was umpiring T-ball. And she got paid $32.50 for every game that she umpired. And my son was like, what the? Yeah, so now he's like, all right, I'm getting a job. And his strength is swimming. He loves chess as well. And all things related to video games. So we're taking him to swimming tonight. Should be a lot of fun, so I got to get out of here. That's Adara. I'm Sean. That's Fabian. Thank you so much for joining us again today. We want to thank Brian Shannon for staying with us. We want to thank Global X and their Beta Pro 3X platform as well for sponsoring the show. Go check them out, Global X. That's it for us. Ciao for now.
See you guys.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That was so